Chapter 1468. Ling Wei was dead. When Ling Xiao heard the news, he almost exploded. Perhaps Ling Wei didn't have many interactions with him in his life, but he and Ling Xiao had the same bloodline. He was willing to call him great-grandpa. The feeling that blood was thicker than water could never be erased. Ever since he recognized his ancestors and returned to the clan, he saw every clansman around him as his family. Ling Wei, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and the other elders all treated him very well, which made him respect them from the bottom of his heart. Ling Wei was a genuine incipient God realm expert. How could he die all of a sudden? Ling Xiao couldn't accept this fact. He shouted at Ling Fei, "Brother, why did it happen? How did my great-grandpa die?" Ling Fei said with a sorrowful face, "Old Wei was fighting with someone when he was searching for the Genesis stone. He was killed." Then his eyes sparkled with murderous aura. "The Winged Man tribe killed him." "The Winged Man tribe?" Ling Xiao shouted through his gritted teeth. Then he said coldly, "One day I will wipe out the Winged Man tribe." However, no matter how angry Ling Xiao was, it was useless. He and Ling Fei returned to the clan. The clan was making the best plan to deal with the Winged Man tribe. They must make the Winged Man tribe pay with blood. Ling Xiao and Ling Fei hurried to the clan. At the same time, they brought the divine beast Vermilion Bird. Ling Xiao had arranged for the wastrel to live in the dragon-gazing mountain with the Gold Wolf King, the mutant liger, and the dragon horse. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't bring them was that they couldn't help him at that time. It was better to let them grow freely in the mountain. When Ling Xiao reached the clan, he didn't immediately meet the clan leader with Ling Fei. Instead, he brought the Vermilion Bird to look for the prodigal first. They had always been active near the Golden Dragon. Although that place was more suitable for metal-type spirit beasts, the prodigal always had beast cores to swallow. Furthermore, it had become friends with the 13th prince, so it didn't mind staying there. The mythological beast Vermilion Bird seemed to sense some kind of pressure as it followed Ling Xiao deeper in. It couldn't help but transform into its true form and let out a loud cry. Whoosh! Intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to rise rapidly. Roar! Beastly roars rang out from the depths of the mountain range, and huge figures rushed out from the bottom of the mountain range. There were close to 100 golden water dragons, and every one of them showed signs of transforming into a dragon. Their draconic aura was evident, and their dragon scales shone brightly. Behind them, there were also many powerful metal-type holy beasts that surrounded Ling Xiao and the mythological beast Vermilion Bird. Among these holy beasts, there were 3 water dragons and 2 mutated metal-type holy beasts that had reached the 11th level. Dozens of them had already surpassed the 10th level. These were the guardian holy beasts of the Golden Dragon's territory. They were all attached to the Golden Dragon. In their eyes, the Golden Dragon was royalty and was worthy of their loyalty. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that bringing the mythological beast Vermilion Bird would cause such a huge commotion. Just as he was about to talk to these water dragons, an even more terrifying roar came from the depths of the mountain range. This was the true roar of a dragon. The Golden Dragon's golden dragon had come out from the dragon's nest. More than 10 golden dragons with their intimidating auras dashed towards the area in just a blink of an eye. Looking at these giant creatures that were thousands of meters long, their golden scales lit up the sky of the mountain range. It was a magnificent scene. The warriors in the Kim people's territory were frightened by the dragon roars. They became restless. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and more than 10 incipient God realm experts dashed towards the Golden Dragon's territory. They were worried that something big had happened. Ling Xiao also roared and screamed in fear. "Guys, don't act rashly. It's just a friend I've brought here." He was scared out of his wits. If those holy beasts swarmed him, he could only run for his life. "Boss, why are you here? Why did you bring the fiery Vermilion Bird here? It dares to provoke our royal prestige. How dare it?" One of the golden dragons spoke human language. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. It was the 13th prince who used to follow Ling Xiao. "It's a misunderstanding. Listen to me first. Tell them to retreat," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. At this moment, the golden dragon of the Azure Dragons roared. All the flood dragons and the other holy beasts disappeared into the mountain range. "Vermilion Bird Queen, why did you come to our tribe?" the Azure Dragon asked in a low voice. Ling Xiao had never seen this Azure Dragon before. It must be the old Dragon King of the Golden Dragon. The divine beast vermilion bird retrieved its aura and said to the azure dragon, "Your Majesty the old dragon king, I'm sorry to disturb you. I don't know how many years it has been since I last met you dragons. I'm just excited." Pausing for a while it continued, "I'm here to see the prince of the Fire Qilan tribe. I heard that he's a guest in your tribe." As soon as it finished speaking, another roar sounded from below. "Empress Vermilion Bird, what business do you have with me?" A ball of fire brought with it a brilliant light and directly swept to Ling Xiao's side. Wasn't it the prodigal fire unicorn? It had a dragon head, dragon horns, a lion's body, a ponytail and eagle claws. They formed the image of an extraordinary divine beast. Its aura was much stronger than before. Surprisingly, it had surpassed the peak of medium-level 10th God Realm and reached high-level 10th God Realm. The gathering of 3 different divine beasts made the Kim people's supreme and incipient God Realm experts jealous. "Boss, you're finally back. Next time you want to go out you must take me with you. It's so boring here," the prodigal said to Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao affectionately touched the prodigal's forehead and smiled. "Okay, I'll take you with me next time." Then he pointed at the divine beast Vermilion Bird and said, "Auntie Vermilion Bird wants to see you. You should have a good chat with her. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." Then he left the divine beasts and flew towards Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others. "Good boy, you're finally back. It's fine if you're back. Why did you make such a big noise? I thought someone dared to offend our Kim people." Ling Bo smiled at Ling Xiao. They had received the news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They had been worried that Ling Xiao had been roped in by the Medicine Alliance and didn't want to return to their clan. A few years ago they had sent people to the Medicine Alliance to find Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they only heard that Ling Xiao had gone to the Sky Sparrow area. They didn't know whether this news was true or not. In short, as long as Ling Xiao didn't return they would feel uneasy. Now Ling Xiao had finally returned. These old fellows should be relieved. "Chief, I'm sorry to have made you worry." Ling Xiao bowed to Ling Bo and the others. Then he said, "My great-grandfather. Is he really dead?" As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others' expressions slightly changed. Looking at their ugly faces, it was obvious that this matter was very difficult for them. In terms of seniority, Ling Wei was much older than Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others. Ling Wei had always had the image of a good person in the clan, and he was relatively popular. His sudden death had aroused the anger of everyone in the clan. "We'll talk about this when we get back," Ling Bo said and led the way back to the clan's territory. At this time Ling Qiu whispered to Ling Xiao, "Little Xiao, did you tame the vermilion bird?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No, it just wanted to discuss something with the divine beast Qilan. The divine beast Qilan happened to be my brother. I was just a middleman." Ling Qiu sighed and said, "It's a pity. If it could be used by you it would be a blessing for the Kim people." He paused for a while and said, "If it's possible, try to build a good relationship with it. I've heard that there's a Genesis stone in the Nirvana space of the Tian-K territory. If it could enter the Nirvana space and get the Fire Genesis stone it would be great." Another old man of the Kim people said, "Yes, little Xiao, if you can find a Genesis stone, it will be a great merit for you." Recently, the Gold Tribe had been trying to find ways to collect all 9 kinds of Genesis stones. They wanted to find someone to set up the Genesis Great Formation to save their ancestor. To them each kind of Genesis stone was precious. As long as they could get it they had to use any means to get it. Ling Xiao said faintly, "I've got the Fire Genesis stone." "What?" The Gold Clan's supreme martial artists stopped in their tracks and cried out in shock. They looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of disbelief. They had spread the news around the Heaven territory that they were willing to pay any price to exchange for each kind of Genesis stone. They had also sent the supremes of the incipient God realm to the dangerous areas in outer space to find them. After dozens of years, besides the metal Genesis stone that their tribe had, they had only gotten a water Genesis stone from the Black Turtle sect. It was obvious how hard it was to find these Genesis stones. And today Ling Xiao had brought them a Fire Genesis stone. It was really surprising. Ling Xiao said, "I met the vermilion bird by chance. It brought me to the Nirvana space. Otherwise I wouldn't have broken through to the incipient God realm that fast. God is helping us, the Kim people. We already have the metal, water and Fire Genesis stones. I believe it won't be difficult to get the other 6. Ling Bo couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we also know that the Winged Men tribe also has the Light Genesis Stone. After we kill those damn birdmen we will get the Light Genesis Stone. Ling Qiu grinned fiendishly. Now that Xiao has returned with his fame as the supreme alchemy god, he can help the outer hall attract more powerhouses. If we can get a few supreme rogue cultivators to join us, then we won't have to fear those birdmen anymore. Another elder of the Gold Clan quietly replied. At this time Ling Xiao said with surprise, "Has our tribe got the Water Genesis Stone?" "Yes, I got it from the Black Turtle sect." "Is there a problem?" Ling Bo replied. Chapter 1469. Ling Xiao felt that he had suffered a big loss this time. He had sacrificed his luck to become the Medicine Union's subordinate to get the Water Genesis Stone, but now he couldn't use it anymore. Ling Xiao forced a smile and patted his forehead. "It seems like I can only keep it for myself." Ling Bo arched his brows. "What? You found the Water Genesis Stone too? It's impossible, isn't it?" Each kind of Genesis Stone existed in those spaces with pure attributes. It wasn't something that ordinary people could get. Even the incipient God Realm experts couldn't find them. If they were careless they would die in those dangerous spaces. He believed that Ling Xiao had the divine beast vermilion birds help to get the Fire Genesis Stone. It wasn't strange. However, if Ling Xiao got the Water Genesis Stone it would be unbelievable. Ling Xiao chuckled. "Let's go back to the conference hall first." Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others returned to the conference hall with doubts. As soon as Ling Xiao stood still he took out the 3 Genesis Stones and placed them in front of everybody. Swoosh swoosh. Flows of Genesis power flashed, filling the simple hall in just a blink of an eye. As soon as people sat down they jumped up as if their butts were on fire. They looked at the 3 different colored Genesis Stones in front of them in fright. Looking at the 3 different sized Genesis Stones in front of them, their jaws dropped so much that they could fit a fist inside. The power of the Genesis Stones was so strong that it had almost shattered this place. Ling Xiao had to collect them. "I got the Fire Genesis Source Stone from the Nirvana space. I used another Fire Genesis Source Stone to exchange for the Earth Genesis Source Stone from the Fire Clan. I got the Water Genesis Source Stone from the Medicine Alliance. Since the clan already has the Water Genesis Source Stone, I'll keep it for myself." Ling Xiao explained and then gave the Fire and Earth Genesis Stones to Ling Bo in a spatial ring. "This. Kid, you really surprised us. You alone found 3 Genesis Stones of different attributes. It seems like the entire Gold Clan is not as fast as you. You really make us old men feel ashamed." Ling Bo pulled himself together and said with emotion. "You are so good at finding 3 Genesis Stones of different attributes." Ling Qiu was also very pleased. "That's right. It was the right decision to bring you back to our clan. You've surpassed all our expectations. With you here we old men don't have to worry anymore." The other elders also began to praise Ling Xiao. They looked at Ling Xiao with incomparably kind and gratified eyes. They knew that because of Ling Xiao's existence, the Jin clan would once again rise to power. "Chief elders, I want to know how my great-grandfather died." Ling Xiao gave the Genesis Stone to Ling Bo and changed the topic. Ling Bo frowned. As he was about to speak, an elder of the Gold tribe sighed and said, "Elder Wei died because of me. If I didn't have the guts to suggest that Elder Wei go to the Winged Man race to trade for the Light Attribute Source Stone, he wouldn't have died. Damn the Winged Man clan. I will take revenge for Elder Wei sooner or later." Ling Xiao looked at the elder. He knew that his name was Ling Min. Now he had reached the peak of low-level supreme expert. Shi Yan guessed that his great-grandfather Ling Wei was at least a mid-level supreme expert at incipient God Realm. The 2 of them had gone to the Winged Man clan but they had to return with losses. The Winged Man clan was worthy of being the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area. Their foundation was much more terrifying than the Kim people. If they hadn't disdained to join forces with other clans, they would have had their own territory in the Sky Dragon area. Ling Min told Ling Xiao what had happened, which made Ling Xiao even angrier. He was the reason why the Winged Man clan dared to attack the incipient God Realm experts of the Kim people. Ling Min said that when they first arrived at the Winged Man clan's territory, although the Winged Man clan was arrogant and rude, they didn't want to kill them. They just didn't want to trade the Genesis Stone with them. However, after a prince called Jet appeared, he hated the Kim people a lot. Thus the Winged Man clan changed their attitude toward them. Then the incipient God Realm experts of the Winged Man clan besieged them. To protect Ling Min, Ling Wei was killed by the enemy's incipient God Realm experts. Ling Xiao was enraged. Prince Jet was one of the ancient warriors who had besieged him when he returned to the Heaven territory from mysterious Spirit Continent. Eventually he had escaped. He didn't expect that Prince Jet would become the reason why his great-grandfather was killed. Anyway, Ling Xiao had killed the two incipient God Realm experts of the Winged Man clan, which had caused this disaster. In other words, Zhou Xian had indirectly killed his great-grandfather. Ling Xiao blamed himself a lot. He swore in his head, "I must flatten the Winged Man clan." Ling Xiao wanted to postpone the big grudge against the Soul clan. He wanted to wait until the descendants of the Soul clan grew up. Then he would give them the chance to rebuild the reputation of the Soul clan. But now it seemed that destroying the Winged Man clan was his top priority. Then he would kill the Dark Shadow clan. After his competence had reached another level, he would kill all the incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan. The Soul clan would slaughter the rest of the people. Of course, besides these two clans, the Demon Tiger clan was his main enemy. "Chief elders, we have to take revenge for my great-grandfather." Ling Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Ling Bo nodded. "You're right. We're waiting for the others to come back. We will discuss how to destroy the Winged Man clan. They have many incipient God Realm experts. It's too bad that our forefather is trapped. Otherwise we wouldn't have to be so passive." Ling Hongyu was the strongest existence of the Kim people. He was at the peak of the Supreme Realm and he was a famous existence on the Supreme List. With him here, the Kim people were like the anchor that no one dared to provoke. However, they had lost Ling Hongyu. Although the Kim people still had many incipient God Realm experts, none of them had Ling Hongyu's competence. Their competence had decreased by one level. Currently, the Kim people had sent many incipient God Realm experts to outer space to find the Genesis Stone. They hadn't returned yet. With only a dozen of them, they didn't know whether they could survive or not if they wanted to deal with the Winged Man clan. Ling Xiao also knew that the battle between the two great ancient clans couldn't be decided rashly. Moreover, he had seen the intimidation of the Winged Man clan. Even if he could use his soul power to attack, he couldn't deal with them easily. Also, the hidden soul clones couldn't hide in front of them. The Kim people had the ability to increase their fighting competence. However, the speed of the Winged Man clan wasn't something the Kim people could compare with. Moreover, their recovery speed could be compared to the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people. It might even be faster. Thus, they had to have a long-term plan to deal with the Winged Man clan. Pausing for a while, he continued, "Little Xiao, now that you've become the supreme alchemy god, all of us are happy for you. From now on, you are qualified to attend the meeting hall to discuss every important matter. You will be appointed as one of the grand elders. You will also have the right to assign the young men of our clan. Of course, we hope that you can use your abilities to contribute more to our clan. We don't want you to take risks. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the development of our clan. From now on, our clan doesn't need me, Ling Bo, but we can't lose you, Ling Xiao." Ling Bo's words were solemn. Moreover, he said it in front of more than a dozen grand elders. It meant that he had given Ling Xiao a new identity in the clan. Ling Xiao was immune to these new identities. As his realm and competence had reached this level, he could get whatever he wanted easily. He didn't have many surprises. However, what Ling Bo said was correct. If Ling Bo fell, there would be a new chief. However, if Ling Xiao fell, the Kim people would never have another supreme alchemy god. Ling Xiao was somewhat moved by Ling Boning's words. In his heart, he also decided to refine a batch of pills to increase the strength of the Jin clan. This way they would have a higher chance of winning the war against the Winged clan. "Chief elders, if you have enough divine materials, just give them to me. I will refine some supreme god pellets for our clan. It won't be a problem for us to have more experts at incipient god realm." Ling Xiao promised them seriously. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had to make more contributions to the clan. Only then he could be worthy of the people who called him Great Uncle Ling Xiao. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they all smiled happily. Among the people present, only a few of them had broken through to the Supreme Being realm because of the help of the Supreme God Pellet. Most of them had relied on their own hard work and luck to reach this step. Wanting to advance another level was extremely difficult. Anyway, if they wanted the Supreme God Pellets, they had to go to other areas to auction them. Moreover, they might not be able to get them. Today, the effect of Ling Xiao becoming the Supreme Alchemy God was revealed. As long as they had the divine materials, would they need to worry about not having the supreme god pellets? It's gratifying for Xiao to say such words. We'll announce to the public that we're purchasing all sorts of divine materials, and we must gather as many as we can for the sovereign god pellet. When our clan's strength increases, it'll be the time to defeat the winged clan. Ling Bo said in a clear voice. Ling Qiu also said, we can't treat little Xiao badly. If you have any requests, just tell us. We will try our best to satisfy you. For the time being, I only have 2 requests. Elders, please help me set up a restriction array that can isolate the impact of the sovereign divine pellets phenomenon. Otherwise, every time I condense my pellet, there will be a terrifying divine might that even the Dragon's Gaze mountain range won't be able to withstand. Ling Xiao said. Pausing for a while, he continued, also, we don't need to hold the conferring ceremony. We don't need those titles. At the same time, ask Fei Wu to announce to the Heaven Territory that any half-incipient God Realm or Supreme Incipient God Realm expert who needs the Supreme God pellets should join our Dragon Gate. They will become our offering elders. In the future we will give them the Supreme God pellets. Chapter 1470. Ling Zhao's reminder had won the admiration of all the people present. If they had considered Ling Xiao as a junior before and they still needed to pay attention to him, now they had to consider him as someone on the same level as them. He was even more important than them. Ling Zhao's 2 requests weren't difficult for them at all, but the last request made them feel very excited. If they could recruit more incipient God Realm experts, even though they were under the name of Dragon Gate, they could still work for Kim people. This was a good thing as they could strengthen their forces quickly. In the Heaven Territory, the forces that had the Alchemy God Realm experts also used this method to attract people's support. Otherwise, how could they expand so much? After all, many half-incipient God Realm experts were stuck and couldn't break through, and those Supremes needed a long time to break through one level. Therefore, using pellets was the best shortcut for them. This was also the reason why so many people wanted to use pellets to break through, even though they knew that using pellets to break through would affect their foundation. After all, the stronger they were, the harder it was to break through one level. If the foundation was shaken, they could make up for it in other ways. However, if they only had the foundation, it would be hard to break through without any opportunities. This was also the reason why the profession of alchemist was so popular among warriors. After Ling Xiao left the conference hall, he found Ling Fei and gave a supreme god pellet to Ling Fei to thank him for taking care of him these years. Moreover, in this clan he and Ling Fei had the best brotherly relationship, so it was normal to give this supreme god pellet to Ling Fei. Ling Fei excitedly took the supreme god pellet and said, "Brother, what do you want me to say?" When he and Ling Xiao went to the medicine guild to buy 5 supreme god pellets, Kim people took 3 and the outer disciples took 2. Although Ling Fei was one of the contributors who bought the supreme god pellets, he wasn't qualified to get one. After all, he had just reached the half-incipient god realm, so he should give it to the elders who needed it more. Therefore, Ling Zhao's supreme god pellet was like coal in the snow to Ling Fei, so he was very grateful. "Brother, don't say anything. We are brothers in this world. What I have you will have too," Ling Xiao said seriously. Ling Fei laughed. "Good, we are brothers in this world. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely help." However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the supreme god pellet he gave to Ling Fei was given by Ling Fei to someone he didn't expect. And that person directly broke through from the peak god king to the incipient god realm, reappearing among the important members of the Kim people. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect, but it was still a good thing. Ling Xiao felt very heavy because of Ling Wei. When he returned to his residence, his heart was even more restless. Any supreme god realm expert had an endless lifespan. Ling Wei was one of the strongest elders of the Kim people, but he was killed because of Ling Xiao. No matter what, he had to take revenge. Ling Xiao stayed in the clan for 2 days. He wanted to wait for the wastrel and the vermilion bird to find him. Unexpectedly, they didn't come back. Thus, he returned to the Dragon Gate to enjoy some peaceful time with his fellows. Then he would fight again. Recently, he had been running around everywhere. He didn't have much time to spend with his wives. He felt guilty. Fortunately, they stayed together, and with his mother Meng Xiun they wouldn't cause any trouble. Feng Xianyun had a generous heart, so she could live peacefully with the others. His backyard had always been very peaceful and there was no trouble. However, they were divided into several groups, each with their own plans and ideas. As he was back, he needed to communicate with them to avoid any estrangement. On his lone peak, there was a large courtyard specially built for his women to live in. There were many elegant rooms in the courtyard, and in front of the courtyard, there were many spiritual flowers and plants. Beauties occasionally passed by, and there was also the sound of a zither that sounded like a spring. It made the courtyard extremely harmonious and beautiful. Waves of laughter accompanied the sound of the zither, making people feel incomparably comfortable. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in front of the courtyard, his gloomy mood eased a lot. Looking at the beautiful women inside, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with pride. To be able to have them by his side, it was truly a blessing that he had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Ling Xiao's arrival made the women in the courtyard happier. Besides cultivating, they just stayed together and chatted to kill time. Such days always felt like they were missing something. Now they knew that they were missing the man they loved the most. As long as he was there, their lives would be more fulfilling and happy. Ling Xiao lived a befuddled life for a month. He had Feng Xianyun who he could talk to at any time, Yun Mingqi who moved him the most, Kai Shiyue who loved him the most, Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi who were most obedient to him, and Yufiru, Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang who made him crazy. When he was lying down, there were people taking off his clothes. When he was lying down, there were people giving him massages. And when he was sitting, there were people serving him wine and delicacies. It was the luxurious life of any emperor. Each of them had peerless beauty and had the side he liked the most, which made him cherish them even more. At this time, under a spirit tree in the courtyard, Ling Xiao was lying on his side on a soft couch, with 2 or 3 beautiful women accompanying him. From time to time they would bring him spirit fruits and wine. Next to him, there was a beautiful woman playing music, and in front of him there was a graceful dance. This kind of life was simply the envy of others. The sound of the zither stopped and a burst of crisp applause sounded. Xin Air's zither music has already reached the stage of perfection. It can hypnotize people's hearts and kill enemies without a trace. Ling Xiao praised with a smile. Husband, you are too kind. I am still far from it. Ji Beixin was still soft and gentle, and there was a faint smile on her face as she replied. When she was in the Xianling continent, she could compete with Feng Xianyun in terms of cultivation speed because she had the power to break the seal. When she reached the peak of the mystic the arch, she did not have this kind of convenience, but when she had intercourse with Ling Xiao, she received the innate yin wind power, which made her physique different from ordinary people. Her cultivation speed was not much slower, and she had already reached the peak of the low-level Holy Emperor. If she did not spend a lot of time studying zither music, her achievements would probably be much higher. After listening to your zither music for a month, my mood is much better. Now I will give you an ancient zither. I hope that you can bring more joy to the other sisters. A zither appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he placed it in front of Ji Beixin. This zither was obtained when Ling Xiao was fighting for the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo at the God Seal altar. He had killed one of the peak divine kings and obtained it. It was an existence of a half-ancient divine artifact. Zither tools were not common, and zither of this level were even rarer. Ji Beixin received it as if she had received a treasure. She caressed the zither and smiled like a blooming flower. Thank you, husband. Yao Qingmin, who was at the side, said with a coquettish expression, Husband is so biased. Yu Laiyan said, Husband will not be biased. He must have already prepared the gifts we want. However, I don't know if you have one or not. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang had always been at odds with Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin as if they were natural enemies. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's return, they wouldn't have been able to stay together. Yao Qingmin glared at Yu Laiyan provocatively, then went to Ling Xiao's side and lightly shook Ling Xiao's arm, saying, Husband, look, she's always bullying me. Are you going to help me? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, said softly, You guys talk less. When has husband ever treated you unfairly? Ling Xiao laughed. Yuner is right. You're all my flesh and blood. Even if I mistreat myself, I won't mistreat you guys. Husband's mouth is still as sweet as ever. Come eat a fruit as a reward. Luo Meiying scolded from the side and stuffed a holy fruit into Ling Xiao's mouth. Following that, bursts of laughter and chatter could be heard. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current life, but there was one thing that made him feel regretful. Yun Mingqi was still unable to integrate into this large group. She stood at the peak of the mountain wearing a light muslin, allowing the light wind to blow like a fairy of the Guanghan. Ling Xiao landed beside her and gently pulled her into his embrace. He said softly, Mingqi, what are you thinking about? Yun Mingqi nestled against Ling Xiao's chest and closed her eyes, as if she was enjoying this feeling. She said softly, I miss Master and the others. Yun Mingqi was already at the peak of the middle-level Divine King. She had a water attribute divine body, so her speed of advancement was within expectations. The master she spoke of was naturally the master of the profound sky region's Lotus sect. Ling Xiao sighed, these years have been hard on you. He paused for a moment then said, at least wait until you reach the high-level Divine King before you go back. Otherwise, your master and your senior sister will blame me. Don't worry, I won't tell on you. I just feel that. I feel that staying by your side with nothing to do is a bit boring. Yun Mingqi said. If Ling Xiao always left like this for dozens of years, she might as well return to the Lotus sect. She could live a bit more freely there. But here she was unable to put down her pride and mingle with others. She was not happy at all. If that's the case, then I'll send someone to escort you back to the Lotus sect for a while. Perhaps it will be beneficial to your cultivation there. Moreover, with my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to rush to the profound sky region to find you. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before making his decision. Although he loved Yun Mingqi very much, he respected her choice. She returned to the Lotus sect for two reasons. First, her cultivation speed would increase, and second, she wouldn't need to be so depressed. After all, he still didn't have time to accompany her. He still needed to find the Genesis Stone and exterminate the winged race. She couldn't help him, so he might as well let her go and let her return to the Lotus sect for a few days. He could bring her back at any time. Chapter 1471. In the martial world, one had no choice. Yun Mingqi was the love of Ling Xiao's life. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her, but things couldn't be perfect for both sides. For the forefather, Ling Xiao had to agree with Yun Mingqi's decision. After all, people who had reached their realm had an endless lifespan. They would have a lot of time to be together in the future. They couldn't let a momentary entanglement affect the big picture. Do you want me to leave you immediately? So that you can continue to have fun here? When Yun Mingqi heard that Ling Xiao had agreed, she was a little unhappy. Although she had never acted like other women who relied on Ling Xiao, her love for Ling Xiao had never decreased. Even if she had to die for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't even frown. Ling Xiao gently pinched her nose and said, What are you thinking about? You know that I need to gather enough Genesis stones and return to Xianling continent to save the forefather. If I don't, I won't make it in time. I will be a sinner in the clan. So, our temporary separation is for a better reunion in the future. He paused for a while and said, I didn't know where you were before, so I had to find you even if I had to travel thousands of mountains and rivers to be with you. Now that I know where you are, it's easy for me to find you with my strength. Yun Mingqi understood Ling Xiao's difficulties. She was touched by what Ling Xiao had done for her. She hugged Ling Xiao and kissed his thick lips. Yun Mingqi didn't immediately return to the Xian sky region. She wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to go on another long journey or to cultivate in seclusion before she left. Because this time she was actually going to a forbidden place in the Xian sky region. The extreme cold dead land was located in the northernmost part of the Xian sky region. It was the coldest place in the extreme cold dead land. Millions of miles were frozen and not even a single blade of grass could grow. It was rumored that the desolate antiquity sacred beasts with ice and water attributes roamed here. The absolute cold death grounds was one of the 8 forbidden grounds of the human race. No one dared to approach that place rashly. The reason why Yun Mingqi wanted to go there was because she wanted to find her own fortune. She wanted to catch up to Ling Xiao's advancement speed so that she could help Ling Xiao as soon as possible. She didn't want to be a burden to Ling Xiao. She didn't want to stay in one place all day. She couldn't accompany him to conquer the world. If Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi had such a plan, he wouldn't have let her go no matter what. That damned place was even more terrifying than the chaotic burial space. It was only 1 rank lower than the Nirvana space, and it was ranked 4th among the 8 great forbidden lands. Ling Xiao had entered the forbidden area twice, so he knew very well how terrifying it was in that kind of danger zone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his soul to scatter and scatter. After accompanying the girls for more than a month, Ling Xiao finally received news from Ling Feiwu. The clan and sect had already prepared more than 20 sets of Supreme God pellets, and they needed him to refine them. Other big forces also sent congratulatory gifts to Ling Xiao. They wanted to curry favor with him. Ling Xiao went out to meet the leaders of the super forces. It was necessary to have a good relationship with them. However, he also wanted to set his own rules. If they wanted him to refine the supreme god palettes, they had to follow his rules. Otherwise, they would have to find someone else. Those who came to send gifts included the Sword-Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, the Sun and Moon Sect, the Blazing Flame Merchants, and other super forces. Moreover, each of them was led by a supreme god realm expert. Otherwise, even if the Sinjin of Goguryeo came, Ling Xiao didn't need to give them face. After all, the gap between the Sinjin of Goguryeo and the supreme god realm wasn't small. Of course, these super forces wanted Ling Xiao's friendship. They hoped that Ling Xiao could refine the supreme god palettes for them. Or, if the supreme god palettes were to be auctioned in the future, he could trade with them first. Moreover, all of the treasures that they sent over were rare and precious, and all of them were exalted grade divine treasures. Otherwise, how could they have the nerve to hand them over? When Ling Xiao met them one by one, they were all polite. Their words were full of flattery. No one dared to put on airs in front of him. After all, he was the only supreme god realm expert in the Sky Dragon region. It was impossible to estimate how many incipient god realm experts a supreme alchemist could create. Until now, the Dragon Gate had been recognized as the #1 force in the Sky Dragon region. Today, with the addition of the supreme god realm expert, the Dragon Gate's power was like the sun. The other forces in the Sky Dragon region didn't dare to complain anymore. After sending away groups of people who came to send congratulatory gifts, Ling Xiao met the emissary of the Raging Flame Merchant Union alone. The envoy of the Blazing Flame Merchants wasn't a stranger. It was Lai Ruyu, who had always been interested in Shi Yan. Her aunt Lai Hongying also came with her. As for Zhou Xian, she didn't come. Of course, besides the two of them, there was also a middle-aged man. He looked somewhat similar to Lai Wudi, but his dignified appearance was even more overbearing than Lai Wudi. He was Lai Wudi's father and Lai Ruyu's grandfather, Lai Fin. He was a middle-level supreme god realm expert. Besides these three people, there was another person that Ling Xiao didn't expect. It was Yen Yu's Sinjin of Goguryeo, who used to be Ling Xiao's brother in the Investiture God Altar. When they were in the Investiture God Altar, Yen Yu had fallen in love with Lai Hongying at first sight. However, Lai Hongying wasn't interested in him. However, when they were competing for the ranking of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, Lai Hongying had been defeated by Yen Yu. Thus, her feelings for Yen Yu were planted in her heart. How they got together later on was the story between Yen Yu and Lai Hongying. Lai Ruyu had become thinner. Her originally bright and beautiful face had become melancholy. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable resentment. Fortunately, she had not lost any weight in the areas that should have been prominent. Otherwise, it would have been a pity. The lively and cheerful beautiful fairy now looked like an infatuated girl. She gave people a touching feeling. The way she looked at Ling Xiao was so complicated. She used to want to catch him, but he always avoided talking about it. When he really wanted to accept them, he didn't seem to care at all. He disappeared for so many years and didn't even look at her. It would be a lie if she didn't have resentment in her heart. Ling Xiao wasn't a rookie in Jianghu. He could understand Lai Ruyu's feelings. Right now he couldn't not look at her. He could only wait until he had time to have a good chat with her. "My lord, please take a seat. Ryu Ingu, big brother Yan, long time no see. I didn't expect you all to come together. Then you should stay here for a few more days." Ling Xiao first cupped his hands towards Lai Fun and then greeted the other three acquaintances. After not seeing them for so many years, Ling Xiao was also very happy in his heart. It's said that the newly promoted Supreme Alchemy God is the youngest top character in history. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Lai Fun's voice was loud and clear. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of praise in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good character and extraordinary bearing. On the way here, he had already heard the evaluation of Ling Xiao by the three people beside him. He was worthy of the title, Peerless Evildoer. Ling Xiao modestly said, "My lord is flattering me. I am just a bit luckier than others." "Ling Xiao, my father rarely praises people. Don't brush away his good intentions," Lai Hongying said carelessly. Yen Yu said in a low voice, "Hongying, don't be rude. You have to call Ling Xiao Lord Alchemy God." Yen Yu's temperament was originally straightforward, but facing Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to have the slightest bit of excessive etiquette. Instead, he seemed to be much more restrained. He knew many people. The higher one's position was, the more they cared about face. Ingu is right. I will accept Lord's praise. Ling Xiao laughed lightly and then said to Yan Yu, Big brother Yan, you and I are brothers. Why are you treating me like an outsider? Have you forgotten about this little brother of yours after not seeing each other for so many years? Ling. How could Lord Alchemy God forget? Yan Yu replied with some excitement. To let a supreme alchemy god call himself his little brother, he would probably be grinning from ear to ear for 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao walked over and patted Yan Yu's shoulder. If you call me Lord again from now on, you and I are no longer brothers. Ling Xiao spoke seriously, which made Yan Yu quite moved. He almost had the urge to immediately worship him and pledge his life to follow him by his side. Good brother, it was the fortune of 3 lifetimes for me to know you back then. Yan Yu was no longer arrogant. He lightly pounded Ling Xiao's chest and laughed. Lai Feng, who was standing to the side, narrowed his eyes and praised in his heart. This brat is really good at winning people's hearts. I'm afraid his future achievements will be even greater. I already said that Ling Xiao would recognize you as his brother. You're just a coward. I really regret marrying you back then. Lai Hongying glared at Yan Yu with some dissatisfaction. When Ling Xiao saw Yan Yu and Lai Hongying as well as Lai Feng and Lai Ruyu, he guessed that Yan Yu had already been recognized by Lai Hongying and obtained the consent of the Blazing Flame merchants. When he heard Lai Hongying say it in front of him, he was still happy for Yan Yu and Lai Hongying. Haha, so the 2 of you have already succeeded. Congratulations. No matter what, I have to make up for your gifts. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Of course, you are the supreme alchemy god, don't be too shabby. Lai Hongying was very straightforward and never beat around the bush. Ling Xiao didn't mind at all and smiled. Of course, I'll refine 2 supreme divine pills for you 2 later. Good things come in pairs, that should be fine, right? Everyone present was instantly stunned. Lai Hongying originally only wanted to tease Ling Xiao, but she never expected that Ling Xiao would really take it seriously. Moreover, he even made such a promise. It truly overwhelmed them. Alchemy Godling, don't scare them, this gift is too precious for them to bear, Lai Fen said. Then he took out a space ring and handed it to Ling Xiao. This is a small gift from us Blazing Flame merchants. Please accept it, Alchemy Godling. I hope that when you have a request in the future, Alchemy Godling will consider our merchant union first. We will be very grateful. Lai Fen had a high status in the Blazing Flame merchants, but in front of Ling Xiao he really couldn't put on airs. After all, they had come with a request. Ling Xiao didn't accept Lai Fen's space ring and instead said faintly, Sir, I can't accept your gift. In fact, I am also a guest elder of the merchant union. If it weren't for the merchant union, it would have been difficult for me to return to the clan. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ryu. She and I have known each other for a long time. Chapter 1472. At the end of the day, Ling Xiao was able to return to the Kim people because of the Blazing Flame merchants. And when he was with the Blazing Flame merchants, they had never mistreated him. Ling Xiao had always remembered this kindness. As the saying went, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Ling Xiao was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, so he naturally wouldn't put on airs in front of the Blazing Flame merchants. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao say this, her heart couldn't help but feel warm. However, her melancholy expression remained and she said with some grievance, Who's acquainted with you? Now that she was already at the peak of the low-level Godly King realm, she was only a step away from the mid-level Godly King realm. The body of the fire god indeed lived up to its name. Although she had spent most of her time on cultivation, she had always been thinking about Ling Xiao, missing this simple-minded person. She was the dignified young lady of the Blazing Flame merchants, with unparalleled beauty, and had the richest backing of the world. There were countless geniuses who came to propose marriage to her. However, this person in front of her always turned a blind eye to her, and never took it to heart. This made her extremely sad and uncomfortable. In her heart, Ling Xiao was an unforgivable, heartless man. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, Ryu, I know you're angry with me, but a lot of things have happened these years and I've only recently returned to the outside world. I haven't found the time to visit you yet. Ling Xiao saw that Lai Ruyu had become thinner and she was also depressed. The original lively, cheerful and mischievous look was gone, and he felt a little guilty. He couldn't help but blurt out an explanation. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Xiao's explanation, she immediately felt a lot happier. The resentment on her face finally eased up a lot. She said, "You really didn't purposely not visit me?" Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Otherwise, do you think I got my glory for nothing? I went through a lot of hardships and faced a lot of life and death situations just to get this little bit of luck. Do you think it was easy for me?" Indeed, everything Ling Xiao had now was obtained by risking his life and risking his life. He was not exaggerating. Lai Ruyu's heart softened. Her heart ached and she regretted it. After listening to Ling Xiao's complaints, she knew that she had wronged him. After all, she also knew that among the billions of people in the heaven domain, there were only a few who wanted to reach the incipient god realm, and those who wanted to become the alchemist god were even rarer. If he hadn't experienced extraordinary dangers, how could Ling Xiao have reached this realm at such a young age? Just when Lai Ruyu wanted to say something, Lai Fen took the lead and said with a smile, "I've heard from Ruyu that you are a guest elder of our merchant union, but a guest elder is still a guest elder. With your status, you don't need to care about this status." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I can see that you, alchemist god Ling, are a person of character, so our merchant union will climb up the social ladder. However, you still have to accept this gift. This is a gift to congratulate you for becoming the alchemist god, and for becoming the vice hall master of the alchemist union. If you don't accept it, then you will be looking down on our merchant union." Since Lai Fen had said this much, Ling Xiao would be embarrassed if he didn't accept it. "Then I will respectfully accept. If the merchant union needs anything in the future, I will not delay it." Ling Xiao accepted the spatial ring and replied. As long as he had the materials, he was not afraid of refining pills. However, he could only find time to refine pills for a few days. It was impossible for him to always stay in the alchemy room and refine pills to pass the time. As far as he knew, all the alchemists who had reached the saint level and above only spent a third of their time refining pills every year. A third of their time was used for cultivation and the other third was used for relaxation. After all, they had become high-level alchemists. Their goal was to enjoy the glory that came with this identity, not to endlessly bury their heads in refining pills. What was the point of living like that? Lai Fen smiled in satisfaction. "That's good, but my merchant union is currently lacking a few sovereign god pills. I wonder if alchemist god Ling is willing?" If Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the blazing flame merchants, he would definitely be embarrassed to say it now. After all, when one reached a high position like Ling Xiao, accepting a gift was giving him face. Not accepting a gift meant that he had to do things for him. "Grandpa, you're so thick-skinned," Lai Ruyu said with dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "No problem, as long as you have enough materials, leave it to me, but I can't refine it so quickly. It's not easy to refine a single sovereign god pill, not to mention that I just returned to the sect. I have to first contribute to the sect before I can refine it for you." Lai Fen ignored Lai Ruyu's words and laughed dryly. "It's fine, we have plenty of time as long as you agree. This old man will thank alchemist god Ling on behalf of the blazing flame merchants." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "You should just call me by my name, Ling Xiao. Ruyu and I are good friends, and Big Brother Yen and Ingu are my big brothers and sisters-in-law, so I don't deserve you to call me that." "What are you talking about? I call him uncle, she calls her aunt, and you call them big brothers and sisters-in-law. You're obviously bullying me. I won't do it," Lai Ruyu said with concern. Although Lai Hongying's personality was carefree, she could see through Lai Ruyu's thoughts with a glance and said with a smile, "Io, can't we do our own things? Little girl, aren't you afraid of messing up the seniority and affecting your relationship as a couple?" Lai Ruyu's face immediately became tender red. She stomped her feet and said, "Ingu, I'm ignoring you." Ling Xiao saw that the current Lai Ruyu was her true nature, and his mood also became a lot better. Immediately after, he immediately had someone set up a banquet to entertain them. Ling Xiao did this to let the rest of the Dragon Gate know that he viewed the people of the Blazing Flame Merchants differently. In the future, if the people of the Blazing Flame Merchants had any requests, he would do his best to help them. Lai Fen was very satisfied with Ling Xiao's conduct, and could also see his granddaughter's love for Ling Xiao. If it was in the past, he would definitely stop Lai Ruyu from interacting with a man who already had many wives and concubines. She was the young miss of the Blazing Flame Merchants, a dignified superpower. How could she be someone else's concubine? It was just that the present was different from the past. Ling Xiao's identity was too noble. If he could Lai Ruyu, the benefits to the Blazing Flame Merchants would be too great. How could Lai Fen not be tempted? It's better to let the young handle the matters of the young. Life inside in his heart. After the banquet, Ling Xiao arranged for them to stay in Dragon Gate for a few days. Of course, Lai Ruyu couldn't have asked for more. The others didn't have any interest in it either. After settling them down, Lai Ruyu could not wait to drag Ling Xiao out, wanting to talk to Ling Xiao alone. Ling Xiao felt very guilty towards her and felt that it was better to be honest with her again. Anyway, it didn't matter if she was a woman or not, but it was better to have more than less. How could he watch such a beautiful woman who liked him so much, throw herself into another man's arms and enjoy the pleasure of another man's crotch? Humans are selfish and men are even more selfish towards women. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to treat her the same way he treated Yan Dijiao and Xinyu Xiangma. He didn't have to take her into his backyard. Sometimes when they were separated they might be happier when they reunited. Tell me, do you want me or not? Lai Ruyu's words were direct and domineering. Ling Xiao was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. He smiled faintly and said, "It's not a question of whether I want you or not, but whether you want to stay by my side." After a pause he continued, "I have a lot of women and they've all been brought here from the Xianling continent. This proves that I'm very universal in love." As he said this, he was mercilessly interrupted by Lai Ruyu. "It's not universal, it's fickle and heartless." Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, "I don't think I've ever provoked a woman." If others heard this they would drown him with their saliva. This guy's words were always so shameless. "Let me finish first." Ling Xiao said, then continued, "Whether it's a universal love or a fickle heart, I don't mind adding you to the list. The key is that you don't feel wronged. With your status as the Merchant Union's young lady, you can have any handsome young man you want." Lai Ruyu threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and kept hitting Ling Xiao, saying, "I'll beat you to death, you heartless man. If only you didn't appear in my life. I know you're so fickle, so heartless, but I can't forget you. I hate you." Lai Ruyu suddenly vented all her grievances, and her tears almost drowned Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and said, "You won't have a good life with me. You have to think carefully. If you can return my heart to me, I definitely won't choose to be with you." Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao tightly and cried. What else could Ling Xiao say? How could he return his heart? He cupped Lai Ruyu's face and gently licked away the tears on her face. Lai Ruyu's heart was almost melted by Ling Xiao's actions. The grievances and resentment that had accumulated for a long time were all swept away, and were replaced with sweetness and happiness. "Is this okay?" Ling Xiao stopped and said softly as he looked at her face that was flushed red. Lai Ruyu blinked her phoenix eyes and said, "Not enough." Then she hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and fiercely kissed Ling Xiao's mouth. Lai Ruyu screamed and immediately separated from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao speechlessly touched his mouth and smiled. "Is this a kiss or a kiss? Why did you use so much force to slam into me?" Lai Ruyu was indeed a woman who had not experienced the ways of the world. She didn't even know how to kiss. She was really as pure as a piece of white paper. Lai Ruyu said shyly, "I'm the one in pain. Your skin is so thick, what are you afraid of?" "Alright, it's my fault. Why don't I teach you?" Ling Xiao laughed helplessly and then kissed Lai Ruyu's mouth. "Dream on. I'm ignoring you." Lai Ruyu said angrily and pushed Ling Xiao away. She actually slipped away just like that. Ling Xiao looked at her leaving figure and smiled bitterly. He knew that the pressure on him had increased. These debts of love were not easy to repay. "Looks like I have to be like master. But I can't do anything about being handsome. What should I do?" Chapter 1473. No matter what, Lai Ruyu, Lai Hongying, and Yan Yu were his guests, so Ling Xiao had to accompany them for a few days. As for Lai Fin, he had old acquaintances in Dragon Gate, so he directly went to talk to the incipient God Realm experts of his generation. Lai Ruyu really wanted to be alone with Ling Xiao, but Lai Hongying and Yan Yu didn't know what to do. They didn't leave even for a moment, which made her very annoyed. Ling Xiao noticed her strange mood, but he didn't point it out. Anyway, he didn't have the mood to talk to her further. Some things shouldn't develop too fast. It wasn't bad to slowly experience the feeling of getting the Supreme God pellet. Several days later, Lai Fin proposed to return to the Blazing Flame merchants to prepare the Supreme God pellet materials for Ling Xiao so that he could help refine the pellets. Lai Ruyu didn't want to leave Ling Xiao so soon, so she continued to stay. Lai Hongying and Yan Yu went back with Lai Fin first. When the time came, he would ask them to send the Supreme God pellet materials. Lai Ruyu thought that she would have a chance to be alone with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao left her in his mountain and asked his women to take care of her. Then he hurried back to his clan. Lai Ruyu was really annoyed. However, she also knew how to change her strategy. She planned to get to know Ling Xiao's mother Meng Xiun first. As long as she could please his mother, would she be afraid of not being able to enter the Ling family? Meng Xiun didn't reject any of Ling Xiao's women, especially when she saw Lai Ruyu's fairy-like beauty. Perhaps only Yun Mingqi could compare to her. She was naturally very happy. Ling Xiao returned to the clan's land to refine the supreme god pellet. The other reason was that the prodigal and the vermilion bird had reached some kind of agreement. He needed to understand the situation from the prodigal and see if he could help. Ling Xiao directly flew to where the prodigal and the vermilion bird were. "Boss, you're here." The prodigal pounced towards Ling Xiao and asked. In the mountain range, all spirit beasts preferred to maintain their original forms because they felt more at ease. Ling Xiao responded softly, "Yes, how did your discussion go?" Before the prodigal could speak, the vermilion bird said with dissatisfaction, "Ling Xiao, why didn't you tell me that the Qilin prince was so weak and that the Fire Qilin clan wasn't here?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and smiled, "Of course, but you only said that you wanted to see it. You didn't ask me, so how would I know that you had so many requests?" The prodigal said, "Don't blame boss, Empress Vermilion Bird. It's not easy for you to destroy the Golden Crow clan. When the other Qilins of our clan move here, we'll definitely be able to fulfill your wish. Our Qilin clan is much more prosperous than your Vermilion Bird clan." The prodigal was very confident in front of the Vermilion Bird, and he didn't look down on the Vermilion Bird at all. The Vermilion Bird said, "You'd better remember what you promised me. I'll definitely help your Fire Qilin clan return to its peak. When that time comes, you must help me destroy the Golden Crow clan." The prodigal replied, "Of course, our Qilin clan doesn't have a good impression of the Golden Crow clan either." Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Boss, it's better if you don't get involved in the matters of our Divine Beast clan." The prodigal obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to get involved in this mess. However, the Vermilion Bird said, "He's very powerful and can help us. Moreover, humans are especially cunning and know how to use all kinds of tricks. It might be better if he leads us to destroy the Golden Crow clan." "No, I've already promised you on behalf of my Fire Qilin clan, so I won't let boss help." The prodigal firmly disagreed. At this moment Ling Xiao said, "Zizai, if you think of me as your big brother, then listen to me. Big brother is no longer the same as he was in the past. No matter how strong his opponents are, he can defeat them. If you're going to fight the Golden Crow clan, then call me along. Otherwise, I won't take you as my brother." The prodigal didn't want to refute Ling Xiao's words, but he still reminded Ling Xiao, the Golden Crow clan's reproductive ability is the most powerful among all the divine beasts. They have a large number and their combat power is also very terrifying. "Boss, I don't want you to accompany us in danger." Ling Xiao patted its scaled body and said, "What are you afraid of? Boss and you guys will raid their nest and rob their treasures." The Golden Crow clan is most famous for their divine sun stone. To you humans, it's definitely a top-notch treasure. It's not inferior to the energy contained in the origin source. The Vermilion Bird said from the side. "Divine sunstone." Ling Xiao pulled himself together and screamed in astonishment. It was a top-notch divine stone of pure yang, which could be compared to the origin stone. The fire class energy it contained was absolutely the purest. To the fire warriors, it was absolutely the best divine cultivating material. Moreover, it could help people condense the sun god flame. However, it was as hard as climbing the sky to get it because it existed on the sun warriors who hadn't reached the incipient god realm didn't even have the ability to get close to the sun. Even if they could get there, not many of them could endure the terrifyingly high temperature there. It was the territory of the Golden Crow clan in Legends. It was also the place where the divine sunstone was located. Since the Golden Crow divine beasts lived on the sun for a long time, they had the sun god flame from the origin, which was a top-notch flame that ordinary people couldn't endure. If Ling Xiao was still at the king god realm, he would just be amazed when he heard about the divine sunstone. However, he was now at the incipient god realm. Of course, he wanted this supreme material a lot. Moreover, he cultivated the fire class. If he could get the divine sunstone, his realm would increase one more time. After all, at his level it was extremely difficult to increase his strength. Unless he had some sort of heaven-defying item that he could use, it would probably take at least 1,000 years for him to advance another level. Besides, Ling Xiao knew that the Divine Sunstone could be used to refine top-notch ancient god weapons. In history there were only a few Divine Sunstones. Those were the divine items that the supreme experts had gotten. Nobody could touch them. Ling Xiao was more determined now. He wanted to go to the sun with the Vermilion Bird and the Golden Crow clan to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Even if the Golden Crow clan didn't have a grudge against him, he wouldn't hesitate to help the Golden Crow clan. Originally, the dragons and the Golden Crow clan were archenemies. However, the Golden Dragon couldn't get close to the sun. After all, fire could subdue metal. Even though they were divine beasts, they couldn't withstand the extreme heat and the power of the divine sun fire. If the Fire Dragon clan or the Water Dragon clan were here, they would definitely join the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird clan to deal with the Golden Crow clan. After all, this was a grudge that had accumulated since the antiquity. It wasn't something that could be resolved easily. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao thought that he could ask the Dragon Lady to help them. When they returned to the Xianling continent in the future, the Dragon Lady could bring the Golden Crow clan and the Vermilion Bird to the Dragon King for a talk. After all, water could subdue fire. The Water Dragon clan's power of water could completely subdue the divine sun fire of the Golden Crow clan. However, the Dragon Lady had been arranged by the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan to go into seclusion in a dragon pool suitable for her cultivation. She couldn't come out for a while. Therefore Ling Xiao could only mention it to them. This matter would be delayed for now. After all, they couldn't deal with the Golden Crow clan easily. Ling Xiao wanted to take this opportunity to ask the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast to stay and protect him. After he found the Genesis Stones, he would bring them back to the Xianling continent and contact the two Divine Beast clans. However, the Vermilion Bird didn't listen to Ling Xiao's arrangement. It wanted to return to the Heaven Sparrow territory. It still needed to gather the holy beasts of the Vermilion Bird clan to help the little Vermilion Bird improve its strength. In the future, when all the Fire Chilans of the Fire Chilan clan came to the Heaven region, they could go and find it. It would definitely help the Fire Chilan clan to become stronger. After all, the Nirvana space where the Fire Chilan clan resided was the most suitable for the Fire Chilan clan to cultivate and advance. Originally, the Vermilion Bird wanted to bring the prodigal along with it. However, the prodigal didn't want to leave Ling Xiao's side. So, it had to give up and go back alone. Ling Xiao was very confident in the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. He didn't need to worry about the safety of returning to the Heaven Sparrow territory from the Heaven Dragon territory. There weren't many people who could hurt it. When the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast left, the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon clan came out to send it off. It showed that the relationship between the two Divine Beast clans was not bad. Ling Xiao watched the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast leave. Then he went to the alchemy place that his clan had arranged for him. This was a lone peak, and it was already a very spacious cave abode that had been opened up. On top of the lone peak, there was already an inescapable net of restrictions that could block the divine might of the Supreme Dan when it was formed. Before he entered the secluded cultivation, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu appeared in front of him. They gave him many divine materials to ensure that Ling Xiao had enough materials to refine pellets. It could be seen that they were very concerned and looking forward to Ling Xiao's alchemy. Once Ling Xiao could refine more supreme god pellets, it meant that the competence of the Kim people would increase to another level. They would be more confident in dealing with the Winged Man tribe. Right when Ling Xiao was about to enter the alchemy place, he suddenly thought of something. He asked the other two, "Chief Great Elder, do you know the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones? I'm afraid it's not a good solution if we keep searching aimlessly." Their forefather could stay in Xianling continent for another 2,000 or 3,000 years. Sounded like a long time, but it wasn't a long time for the incipient God realm experts like them. After all, it was normal for them to go to outer space to find the Genesis stones for dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even more than 1,000 years. After all, the outer space was too vast. Even if the incipient God realm experts could fly, they couldn't travel through the endless space. Thus, when Ling Xiao asked them this question, he just wanted to find the Genesis stones specifically. He wanted to know how to get the Genesis stones faster. However, what he could think of course, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had also thought of this problem. The key point was that even if they knew the whereabouts of the other Genesis stones, they couldn't snatch them. Of course, we know this. In fact, we know the whereabouts of some of the Genesis stones. Everybody in the Heaven territory knows them. However, we can't get them," sighed Ling Bo. Chapter 1474. Ling Xiao listened attentively to the places Ling Bo was talking about. It turned out 3 forces in the Sky Dragon area had the Genesis Stone. The Kim people had the Metal Genesis Stone. The Winged Man tribe also had the Light Genesis Stone. The most mysterious Wood Grain tribe also had the Wood Genesis Stone. As they were from the ancient antiquity, it wasn't strange that they had the Genesis Stones they needed. After all, they had the powerful incipient God Realm experts to protect them. After so many years, it wasn't strange that they had some treasures. Today the Gold Clan had 4 kinds of Genesis Stones: metal, fire, water, and earth. If they could get the Light and Wood Genesis Stones, they would be close to collecting all 9 kinds of Genesis Stones. No doubt they had to rob the Light Genesis Stone. The damn Winged Man tribe must be destroyed in the hands of the Kim people. The Kim people had sent people to contact the Wood Grain tribe, but they couldn't find them or they didn't receive any news. Anyway, they were one of the most mysterious clans. Besides the whereabouts of the 2 Genesis Stones, they also knew the whereabouts of the Dark Genesis Stone. It was in the Demon Tiger tribe in the Sky Tiger area. The Demon Tiger tribe and the Kim people didn't get along well. Undoubtedly, it was hard to take the Genesis Stone from them. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe was the strongest ancient clan in the Heaven territory. It wasn't hard to imagine their formidable competence. That year the Kim people had their forefather Ling Hongyu to resist the Demon Tiger tribe. But now they had to be low-key and didn't want to provoke the Demon Tiger tribe. The Wind and Lightning Genesis Stones were the rarest. They didn't know where they could get them. They just had a rough guess. Let's not talk about this for now. Sometimes, there were some Genesis Stones in the perilous areas of outer space. However, it required a lot of luck to find them. They had sent the incipient God Realm experts to try their luck. Today Ling Xiao had returned and used the Supreme God Pellets to exchange for the Genesis Stones in the Heaven territory. Even if they had the Genesis Stones, they wouldn't take them out. They had to find them themselves. After Ling Xiao heard this, he remembered the Genesis Stones in his heart. These forces were the targets he wanted to destroy. It seemed like he needed to trouble them in the future. However, the grudge between the Wood Grain tribe and the Soul tribe wasn't that big. Back then, the Wood Grain tribe had bullied the Wood Grain tribe, which was why the Wood Grain tribe had hit them when they were down. So they couldn't be blamed. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao immediately started to refine the Sovereign God Pellet. The Dragon Gate and his own clan had sent him quite a lot of materials. In addition to the supreme godly materials sent by the other super forces, he wanted to refine more at one time in case of emergencies. While he was concocting pills, he summoned Zhou Xian and had him observe from the side. Zhou Xian was the most outstanding divine alchemist of the Devil Tiger sect, and he had the strength of a mid-level god king. If he was nurtured properly, he might become a supreme divine alchemist one day. Of course, this would take a very long time. To shorten the refining time, Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger split into 2 and started to refine the sovereign god pellets at the same time. If other people saw this scene, they would be startled. At the same time, they would realize that Ling Xiao alone was equal to 2 supreme divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would probably prostrate themselves in admiration. When Ling Xiao was refining the pellets, he was fully focused. He couldn't be careless. After all, these godly materials were too precious. He would feel heartbroken if he ruined one. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had refined a total of 40 supreme god pellets. He had almost used up all the godly materials he had. He didn't waste much. This kind of terrifying efficiency and success rate could absolutely make all the supreme divine alchemists speechless. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Xiao to create a god soul doppelganger that was rarely seen in 10,000 years? It should be known that from the ancient times until now, there were only a few people who had a god soul, and there were even fewer alchemists. If they were to compare themselves to Ling Xiao, they were already at a disadvantage. After Ling Xiao finished refining the supreme god pellets, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gave a supreme god pellet to Hu Yen to help him advance to the incipient god realm. Now that the Kim people had made the Winged Men tribe their archenemy, he must have stronger helpers by his side. Since Hu Yen was very high, Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him for the time being. Even if he gave him the supreme god pellet, it would only help him reach the peak of the low level. He felt that it was a waste of the supreme god pellet. It was better to keep it. At the same time, Ling Xiao had another thing to do. which was to let the demon heavenly fire bead absorb the nirvana heavenly fire bead. Originally, the nirvanic heavenly fire bead's power was far above the demon spirit heavenly fire beads, but it had been caught by the vermilion bird divine beast, and the vermilion bird divine beast had sucked away the power it had accumulated over countless years, causing its cultivation level to plummet. It was now even lower than the demon spirit heavenly fire bead. When the vermilion bird gave him the nirvana heavenly fire bead, it hoped that Ling Xiao would keep his promise and bring it to see the fire Qilin. And after Ling Xiao got the nirvana heavenly fire bead, he didn't touch it. He forced it into the cauldron. At this moment, it was the time for the demon heavenly fire bead to swallow it and advance. It was time for him to benefit. The reason why Ling Xiao had delayed until now was that he needed time to stabilize his power, which had just advanced not long ago. Otherwise, after the demon heavenly fire bead swallowed the nirvana heavenly fire bead, its power would increase greatly. When it gave him energy, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stand it. If he wasted that energy, it would affect his body badly. Today he had kept his power at incipient God realm for a long time. His realm had been stabilized. It was the best time to swallow the nirvana heavenly fire bead. About how to swallow the nirvana heavenly fire bead, he had to plan it carefully. Although its power had decreased, it wasn't much weaker than the demon heavenly fire bead. If he hadn't reached incipient God realm, he couldn't have subdued it. If he only used the demon heavenly fire bead to deal with it, it couldn't swallow it in a short time. Thus Ling Xiao planned to use both beads. He would use the innate Yin wind bead to pull the nirvana heavenly fire bead and let the demon heavenly fire bead absorb the energy from the other side. He believed that the nirvana heavenly fire bead wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Anyway, although the innate Yin wind bead's power wasn't as strong as the demon heavenly fire bead, it wasn't much different from the nirvana heavenly fire bead. It wasn't a problem to use it to restrain the nirvana heavenly fire bead. Moreover, Zhou Xian's God Soul clone was there to subdue it. The nirvana heavenly fire bead couldn't stir up any trouble. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao took action immediately. He took the nirvana heavenly fire bead out of the cauldron and forcefully pulled it into his sea of consciousness. He was going to swallow it. The sea of consciousness of an incipient God realm expert was so vast that it was like another world. This place wasn't an empty space anymore. It had trees, spirit flowers, spirit beasts, cold wind, ice flowers, and many other living things. It was like a real world. With a closer look, it was the scene of the origin of Ling Xiao's universe. It looked so real. In this scene there was a green tree that towered to the sky with thick spiritual qi. At the same time, 3 beads with different colors were chasing each other. All of them were releasing different energies. Among the 3 beads, one was purple and the other was gray. They were covering the crimson bead as if they wanted to subdue it. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the bushes. Wasn't he Ling Xiao's God Soul clone? Ling Xiao chuckled. Don't even think you'll have any chance to resist me. After he said that, he spread his palms towards the crimson bead, and a powerful sealing force directly suppressed the bead. Whoosh! The crimson bead couldn't resist. It turned into a firebird and tried to get rid of Ling Xiao's suppression. It wanted to escape his sea of consciousness. However, its competence wasn't the same as before. How could it get rid of Ling Xiao's palm? Not bad. It still has the competence of a high-level god king. Ling Xiao mumbled with satisfaction. At this moment, the demon spirit heavenly fire bead and the innate Yin wind bead started to exert their powers. The demon spirit heavenly fire bead's flames entangled and swallowed the nirvana heavenly fire bead. As long as it could absorb all the energy of the nirvana heavenly fire bead, it would be finished. However, the demon spirit heavenly fire bead and the nirvana heavenly fire bead's powers were not too far apart. It wasn't very possible for it to swallow the demon spirit heavenly fire bead alone. Fortunately, the innate Yin wind bead was emitting a strong Yin wind and baleful qi from the side. It restrained the nirvana heavenly fire bead's flames from the other side, making it unable to resist the demon spirit heavenly fire bead too much. The power of the transformed firebird was greatly diminished, and it let out incessant screeches as if it were begging for mercy. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have kept it and nurtured it like another heaven bead. However, keeping one more heavenly fire bead wasn't very useful now. He might as well combine the 2 into one. Wouldn't it be better to make one bead stronger? Ling Xiao ignored the nirvana heavenly fire bead signal and continued to suppress it, letting the other 2 heaven beads deal with it. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao suppressing it, it wouldn't have been so easy to capture it with just the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead and the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead, let alone start devouring its power. Now that the three were attacking at the same time, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead could no longer escape its calamity. The Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead continuously absorbed the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power. Just as the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead wanted to counterattack, the innate Yin Wind Bead would take advantage of the gap and enter, tormenting it until it was unable to focus on defense. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy the bead's structure. If it really broke apart, it would be even less of a match for the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead. It would definitely be absorbed even faster. Therefore, it would rather endure in a defensive position so that it could be preserved for a few more days. It also continuously sent signals to Ling Xiao to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao ignored it. He was determined to completely absorb the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power before he dared to let it go. As the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's power was slowly devoured by the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead's power bit by bit, the size of the bead also slowly became smaller. Its power became weaker, while the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead's power continued to grow, indicating that it was extremely excited. Finally, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead became smaller and smaller, about to completely collapse. Chapter 1475. Time flew fast. It had been 2 years since Ling Xiao had entered the cave mansion to refine pellets. Kim People's team and Dragon Gate's team were waiting for Ling Xiao to come out of seclusion. They all wanted to see the legendary Supreme God pellet. After all, there weren't many Supreme God Realm experts in the Heaven Territory, and the Sky Dragon region didn't have any. Thus, the Sky Dragon region was weaker than the other regions that had Supreme God Realm experts. After all, the Supreme God Realm experts could increase the number of incipient God Realm experts in many forces. The number of incipient God Realm experts represented the strength of a region. If the Sky Dragon region didn't have powerful ancient clans like the Kim people, the Winged Men tribe and the Wood Grain tribe, they would have been conquered by the strong forces of other regions. Inside the cave mansion, the changes in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness finally stopped. The Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead was about to level up, but the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead hadn't broken yet. It just had a few cracks. Ling Xiao pulled the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead away. He didn't let the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead absorb anymore. He also let the innate Yin Wind Bead move to the side. Ling Xiao pulled the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead out of his Sea of Consciousness. He shoved the Nirvanic Heavenly Fire Bead back into the cauldron. Then he focused his mind and guarded his Sea of Consciousness, waiting for the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead to level up. The advancement of heavenly jewels was different from the advancement of humans and spirit beasts. As long as they had enough energy, they could advance directly. They didn't need to encounter any bottlenecks. The Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Bead emitted clanging sounds. The powerful flame expanded towards Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. The bead's volume slowly increased, and the color of the bead gradually changed to purple-red. The flame also became extremely purple-red, infinitely close to purple-black. This was the sign that it had shown when it was advancing. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone immediately fortified everything in his Sea of Consciousness. He was afraid that the terrifying power would destroy it. He could sense that the flames of the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Pearl could already threaten him to a certain extent. In other words, this flame was strong enough to burn even the incipient God Realm experts. Fortunately, the Demon Spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl had already recognized him as its master, so its flames did not harm him at all. As for the Tree of Immortality and the Khanate Yin Wind Bead, they had to stay far away. The gap between them and the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead had been completely widened. The difference of one rank was a huge difference in power. As the power spread out, the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead condensed into the shape of a firebird. This firebird was similar to the firebird that the Nirvanic Skyfire Bead could condense, only its color was slightly different. The power it displayed had indeed reached the 11th step. Could it be that the demonic Heavenly Fire Bead absorbed the energy of the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead and learned its Nirvana ability as well? Ling Xiao sighed in shock. Following his exclamation, the firebird created by the demonic demon Heavenly Fire Bead faced the sky and screeched as if it was sending some message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could only understand it. It was true that the firebird had learned the Nirvana Heavenly Fire Bead's ability. To be exact, the power of the two had been assimilated. As long as it was willing, it could appear in the form of a firebird in the future. And it could also absorb other flames of origin to continue growing stronger. If it had the opportunity, it could even undergo nirvana a few times, and it could even become a real living creature. Right when Ling Xiao was about to scream in joy, he suddenly felt the energy of the demonic demon heavenly fire bead expanding. I should collect the energy first. Ling Xiao screamed happily. He immediately got into his composure and prepared to receive the energy. He couldn't waste it. Every time the demonic demon heavenly fire bead leveled up, it would give him some energy more or less. It was also the reason why Ling Xiao could advance faster many times. This time the demonic demon heavenly fire bead had leveled up one more time. It was now at level 11. He believed that the energy it gave back wouldn't be little. Indeed, the massive fire energy from his sea of consciousness surged to Ling Xiao's lower abdomen. It strengthened his lower abdomen. At the same time, the 5 elements energy in his lower abdomen surged to the divine bridge. This process lasted for a long time. Ling Xiao's energy was gradually increasing. Shortly after, another month had passed. Ling Xiao's energy finally stopped increasing. He didn't reach the middle level of the Supreme Realm because of the energy he got from the demonic demon heavenly fire bead. He didn't reach the peak of the low level because of the energy. He was just much stronger than when he had just entered the low level. He wasn't far from the middle level of the low level. From this, it could be seen that when he reached the Supreme Realm, if he wanted to increase his energy, he needed a long time to accumulate and absorb energy to become stronger. However, the energy Ling Xiao got from the demonic demon heavenly fire bead was equivalent to dozens of years or even hundreds of years of cultivation for an ordinary incipient God realm expert. Although Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied, he had to accept this fact. Now he finally decided to get out of his seclusion. As soon as he walked out of the cave mansion, a guard of the Kim people immediately reported the news to the founding elder of the tribe. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others immediately rushed over. They had been waiting for the stars and the moon. They were so anxious. The supreme god pellet that Ling Xiao had was the first sign of the rise of the Kim people. Little Xiao, how is it? Ling Bo asked anxiously. Ling Qiu also looked at Ling Xiao with hope. Any alchemist had a certain success rate. If the success rate was low, it would take several batches of materials to successfully refine one batch of pellets. If the success rate was good, of course they could make better use of each batch of materials to refine several batches of pellets. After all, Ling Xiao was the new alchemy god. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu were afraid that his success rate would be too low and would not be able to meet the requirements of their ideals. Of course, their requirements weren't high. They had given Ling Xiao a lot of materials. They only hoped to have a 1/3 success rate, which meant that they would be satisfied if he could condense 7 or 8 supreme god pellets. After all, this number was enough to help several incipient god realm experts or half-incipient god realm experts reach the supreme incipient god realm. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Ling Xiao didn't know how to react, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Ling Qiu said, "Of course, it's the supreme god pellets. How many pellets can you refine?" "Do you have 5?" What he said was conservative. If there were 5 pellets, it was not a waste of those materials. It was worth it. If there were more than 5 pellets, it would be a profit. Ling Xiao was bewildered for a while, then he smiled and said, "I thought you would ask something. Of course, it's not a problem for me to do it. Here are 15 pellets for my family and the other 10 for the outer sect." When Ling Xiao said that, he put the packed supreme god pellets in front of Ling Bo and Ling Qiu one by one. The two of them were dumbstruck. They had never thought that Ling Xiao could refine those materials into so many supreme god pellets. This was absolutely beyond their expectations. At the same time, they were even more surprised. These 25 supreme god pellets were enough to double the level and number of the incipient god realm experts of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. This was definitely a super surprise, a super surprise. Let's take these supreme god pellets first. Now it's time to settle the account with those old men of the outer sect. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant. They dare to betray the Kim people. If they want the supreme god pellets, it depends on their sincerity. Ling Bo took all the supreme god pellets from Ling Xiao and said complacently. Ling Xiao had planned to give 15 to the Kim people and 10 to the Dragon Gate. Today Ling Bo even took the 10 for the Dragon Gate. It was just the right time to use them to threaten the elders of the outer sect. It was time to make them pledge their loyalty to the Kim people again. Ling Xiao smiled as he thought that Ling Bo was really astute. He had never thought about using the supreme god palettes to threaten the incipient god realm experts of the divine body faction. However, he also thought that Ling Bo was right. It was a good opportunity to make the divine body faction restrain their arrogant aura. At the same time, they could help the Kim people to deal with the Winged Man tribe. At that time, their chance of winning would be bigger. After all, the incipient god realm experts of the divine body faction were really strong. They weren't weaker than any ancient warrior. Little Xiao, you've done a great service this time. Tell us, what reward do you want? We will try our best to satisfy you. Ling Qiu said. Ling Bo also said, that's right. As long as our tribe has it, you can take it. At first, Ling Xiao had given them 2 Genesis stones with different attributes. That was his biggest contribution. And now he had given them 25 Supreme God pellets, which had pushed his value to the peak. If forefather Ling Hongyu was the stabilizing force of the Kim people, Ling Xiao would be the foundation for the Kim people to soar again. His role was immeasurable. In other words, Ling Xiao was qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as their forefather Ling Hongyu. He would become the great existence of the Kim people's generation. What did Ling Xiao need at this moment? What he needed the most right now was to increase his strength, but even the Gold Clan couldn't solve this problem for him. In any case, the Supreme God materials that should be given to him were already in his hands, and the Supreme God pellets were also refined by him, so the clan couldn't help him with anything. As for the divine weapons, his golden dragon spear and ice and fire sword needed to be upgraded. However, with his current ability to condense objects, he could upgrade them by himself. It didn't mean that Ling Xiao had the ability of a blacksmith. It was because the 2 divine weapons were connected to his mind. They had souls. His competence had reached the supreme incipient god realm, so he could use his incipient god realm skills and god blood to upgrade the 2 divine weapons automatically. If the 2 divine weapons didn't have souls or fuse with him, even if he was at the supreme incipient god realm, he couldn't do it. Thus he told Ling Bo and Ling Qiu his requirements. He needed supreme metal elemental materials as well as ice elemental and fire elemental materials. As long as he had the materials, he could help them upgrade. Ling Bo and Ling Qiu didn't ask about Ling Xiao's use. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao was a freak cultivating with many attributes. He had his own use for these divine materials. Of course, they would try their best to satisfy Ling Xiao's requirements. Chapter 1476. The Supreme Gold Obsidian was a kind of peerless divine stone that adhered to the Genesis stone. It had been accumulating the energy of the Genesis stone for a long time, so it had the pure power of metal, which made it the toughest material of metal. It was an essential material to refine top-class or supreme divine weapons of metal class. The 10,000-year-old ice crystal was the kind of crystal in the center of an iceberg that hadn't melted for millions of years. It had the absolute cold power. Ordinary people would die if they touched it. Even if a king god wanted to grab it, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. It was also a kind of supreme divine material. When it was added to an ice-class divine weapon, it could increase its attack and cold power. These 2 divine items were what Ling Bo had given to Ling Xiao from the treasures of his clan. Compared to the supreme god pellet, these 2 divine items weren't anything. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to accept them. As for the divine items of fire class, he already had the top-grade fire meteorite, which was enough. Ling Xiao returned to his cave mansion. This time he didn't want to seclude for a long time. He wanted to see if he could upgrade his divine weapon to the ancient god level. Although his body could be compared to an ancient god weapon, sometimes he could use a real ancient god weapon to enhance his fighting competence and reduce the damage to his body. It wasn't easy for others to use their own god power to upgrade a divine weapon. After all, every single divine object was incomparably hard. If one wanted to melt them, they would need to borrow the help of extreme flames and powerful strength. Although the supreme incipient god realm experts had the power, most of them didn't have the ultimate flame. Therefore, if they wanted to raise the grade of their god weapons, they could only look for a god weapon master other than the help of an ultimate flame. It was rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who could fulfill both conditions. Ling Xiao returned to his cave mansion, sat cross-legged and took out the ice and fire sword. "Buddy, long time no see." Ling Xiao gently caressed the blade of the ice and fire sword. Ever since he became a mid-level god monarch, Ling Xiao had never used the ice and fire swords in battle. Its grade was simply too low. However, It was the first weapon that had become one with his weapon. To him it was much more intimate than the golden dragon's spear. Clang clang. The ice-water sword instantly flew out of Ling Xiao's hand, emitting waves of ice and fire qi. It trembled and produced subtle sounds as though it was responding to Ling Xiao's words. Furthermore, it even flew around Ling Xiao's body happily. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It was me who neglected you. Now I'll give you some materials to make you stronger. Are you willing?" The ice and fire sword seemed to be able to understand Ling Xiao's words, and actually magically bent the tip of the sword, indicating that it agreed to Ling Xiao's request. Ling Xiao knew that if the ice and fire sword could reach the level of an ancient god weapon, its soul would definitely appear. After getting the ice and fire sword's response, Ling Xiao took out the top-quality fire meteorite and the 10,000-year ice crystal. These two divine materials had to be the same at the same level. Otherwise, they couldn't balance the ice and fire swords, which would prevent them from fusing and advancing. The two materials that Ling Xiao had used previously had different types of energy. One was hot and the other was cold. The energy that they could force out wasn't weaker than any god king's power. If an ordinary person were to touch the fire meteor and ice crystal stone with their palms, they would definitely be burned to ashes, but the ice crystal stone could immediately freeze them. Ling Xiao was at the supreme incipient god realm, and he had the demonic demon heaven flame that even a supreme incipient god realm expert couldn't resist. He flipped his palms and sent 2 clusters of flames to burn the 2 completely different divine stones. The first step was to melt the 2 divine stones and let the ice and fire swords absorb them. Then he would drop his blood to help the ice and fire swords advance. Only the blood of a supreme incipient god realm expert could have this magical effect. The blood of a god king didn't have this ability. Ling Xiao felt that if he wanted to immediately refine these 2 divine materials, it wouldn't be something that could be done overnight. However, when he used the demonic demon heaven flame which had just advanced for the first time, he was astounded. After the 2 divine stones were burned for a while, they immediately melted. Good. What a terrifying flame. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and complimented. He had never thought that the demonic demon heaven flame could be so powerful that it could melt these supreme divine materials that fast. Ice and fire swords, come here. Ling Xiao pulled himself together and called the ice and fire swords. Following Ling Xiao's voice, the ice and fire swords immediately flew towards him. They didn't even dare to approach the flames in his hands, afraid that they would be burned. Think of a way to absorb the melted power. Ling Xiao immediately instructed. After all, he didn't know much about forging, so he could only let the divine artifact think of a way. Fortunately, the ice and fire swords had the experience of absorbing the power of other weapons to advance, and it already possessed the intelligence of the artifact soul. After it flew around Ling Xiao a few times, the sword's body trembled non-stop, releasing 2 completely different types of power, guiding the melted divine stone's power towards the sword's body. Immediately after, sword lights flashed non-stop, and the shadow of a 9-headed dragon snake rose up and roared. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that he had done the right thing. Right now he only needed to continue melting the power of the divine stone. He had originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to melt these 2 types of divine-level stones. It seemed that with his current speed he would be able to completely melt and divide their power within 3 days. The best way to describe the power of Ling Xiao's current cave abode was to use the words, ice and fire 2 heavens to describe it. A wisp of blue crystal light and a wisp of red flame directly caused 2 different types of natural energy to intertwine and fuse within the cave abode. With the ice and fire swords above the cave, they continuously absorbed the energy, but there was still quite a bit that leaked out. If not for Ling Xiao using his aura to forcefully seal them here, they would have dissipated from this world. When the 2 divine-level stones were completely melted by Ling Xiao, the ice and fire swords were already wrapped up by 2 different types of energy, and the appearance of the sword could no longer be seen clearly. Perhaps right now it was a guy who had eaten into a fatty in one bite and was in a state of indigestion. Success or failure, it all depends on this moment. Ling Xiao shouted lightly, and a drop of blood essence was forced out from the tip of his finger. Zhoosh. This bit of blood essence was instantly flicked in the direction of the ice and fire swords. The blood essence directly entered the 2 powers and attached itself to the body of the ice and fire swords. Immediately after, the ice and fire swords shone brightly with a strong suction force. The 9-headed dragon snake seemed to have come to life, roaring non-stop, and the power that wrapped around the ice and fire swords gradually shrank, directly entering the sword's body. The ice and fire swords kept twisting and struggling as if they were in great pain. Ling Xiao knew that this was the moment when the ice and fire swords were about to advance, and at the same time he could use this short period of time to change the appearance of the ice and fire swords. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. The power of ice in his left hand and the power of fire in his right hand covered the ice and fire swords. At the same time, the latest appearance of the ice and fire swords flashed through his mind. He had to condense it according to the appearance he liked. In the end, when Ling Xiao's divine power continued to attach itself to the ice and fire swords, the shape of the ice and fire swords kept changing. This also showed that Ling Xiao's requirements for the shape of the ice and fire swords were constantly changing, until he was satisfied with the result. Suddenly, the ice and fire swords flashed with a cool appearance. Ling Xiao instantly roared in shock, pulling out all of his divine power and forcefully condensing the shape of the ice and fire swords. Swoosh! The light of the ice and fire swords shone brightly again. A terrifying force quietly attacked, and streams of sword energy shot out in all directions. The sword chi blasted against the cave walls, producing deafening and terrifying sounds. Fortunately, the cave abode had been jointly set up by the supreme gods and incipient god realm experts. Otherwise, this sword energy would have directly destroyed the mountain. This definitely surpassed the power of a top divine weapon, directly reaching the power of a low-grade ancient god weapon. When the sword energy scattered, the ice and fire swords gradually retracted, revealing the new shape of the ice and fire swords. It was still a sword with the shape of a saber and a sword. However, the hilt of the sword had the shape of a dragon head spitting out pearls, which looked noble and majestic. The body of the sword was much wider than ordinary swords. Half of the sword was like an iceberg with sparkling light and small teeth protruding from its surface, which made it look extremely sharp and cold. People could vaguely see the dragon patterns winding around the blade, which had the power to swallow mountains and rivers. The other half of the sword was symmetrical like an ice saber, but the shape of the sword was different. It looked like a phoenix feather with a blazing flame and a sharp edge. The combination of ice and fire had the power of a dragon and a phoenix. It looked simple and ancient with a mighty and noble aura. What a good ice and fire sword! What a thick aura of an ancient god weapon! The reason why they were called ancient god weapons wasn't that they were passed down from the antiquity time. It meant that the divine power they had could be compared to the mighty power of the antiquity time. At the same time, it was concluded that they could be passed down for thousands of years, which made them the ancient god weapons. Once they reached this level, they would definitely not be destroyed easily. At the same time, they could continue to advance with their master. The premise was that their master could continue to grow stronger and provide it with more divine materials, and inject more blood essence and divine power. Now that the ice and fire sword could only reach the level of a low-grade supreme god weapon, it was already very good. After all, it was originally only a mid-grade 10th level god weapon. If it hadn't produced a weapon soul, it would probably not have been able to advance to this level. Suddenly, two figures flashed out from the ice and fire sword. "Greetings, master." The two figures knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said in unison. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the two illusory figures. It was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was somewhat similar to him. He was extraordinarily handsome and his hair was like a dragon or snake, flashing with a crystal blue radiance. The woman, on the other hand, was extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure was voluptuous and she was surrounded by a fiery aura. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a bit of sharpness. Chapter 1477. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the man and woman. He almost couldn't wrap his head around it. Fortunately, he had seen the artifact soul obsidian in the obsidian divine cauldron. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he came back to his senses. Now that the ice and fire sword had become an ancient divine weapon, its artifact soul had finally manifested, and its intelligence was beginning to appear. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand with satisfaction and casually swung it a few times. The sword rays were extremely sharp. It was really a rare and excellent ancient divine weapon. Ling Xiao smiled in satisfaction and said to himself, "It was not in vain to help it improve, ha." Recasting the ice and fire sword was only Ling Xiao's first ancient divine weapon. He still had to recast the golden dragon's spear. The supreme golden obsidian's grade was much higher than the fire meteorite and the ice crystal. After all, it was a divine stone born with the Genesis stone. If it continued to be supplied with power from the Genesis stone, it might also evolve into a Genesis stone. Therefore he merged it into the golden dragon spear. The golden dragon spear's grade was slightly higher than the ice and fire sword. Of course, it still could not become a mid-grade ancient divine weapon. This was already because of Ling Zhao's strength. The golden dragon's spear condensed again. Its mighty appearance was even better. The golden spear was like a dragon's spine. Every swing was accompanied by a dragon's roar. Its power reached the peak of low-grade ancient divine weapon. It was only a little bit away from becoming a mid-grade ancient divine weapon. But with the toughness of the golden dragon spear, even against a real mid-grade ancient divine weapon, it would not be immediately damaged. Ling Xiao was somewhat disappointed. His body was already comparable to a peak low-grade ancient divine weapon. It was as strong as the new golden dragon spear. Seemed like he would not need to use them to fight much. Unless he created a new spear and sword fusion technique that was comparable to the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destruction art. The last two moves of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Destruction art had not been completed. Ling Xiao did not have the mood to create new moves. Everything had to be postponed. Now he still had one thing to do. It was to go to the place where the descendants of the soul race were settled. He wanted to go back and see how they had been for the past few decades. Was she following his advice to live a low-key life and secretly working hard to cultivate? Ling Xiao walked out from the cave abode and was about to bring the prodigal back to the clan grounds when he heard waves of powerful energy waves coming from the mountain peak in the distance. A supreme has broken through. Ling Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. He had just handed over the supreme god palette a few days ago. Even if a half-incipient god realm expert took it, he couldn't break through in such a short time. Anyway, the incipient god realm was the top challenge for all warriors. Even if they used palettes to break through, they couldn't do it that fast. However, some things and some people might be exceptions. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to ignore it, a powerful wave came from the other side. An incomparably mighty golden Jiao Dragon King soared into the sky, forming a dazzling and extraordinary golden light. Then a hearty laugh rang out. "Ah, I've finally broken through." This voice was full of excitement and domineering power. Ling Xiao wasn't very curious about someone breaking through to the incipient god realm, but he had to stop when he heard this voice. He turned his head to the direction and mumbled, "What a familiar voice. Is it the old master brother?" At this time, many people in the Kim people's territory gathered and looked in that direction. All of a sudden, a dragon king soared up into the sky and dashed towards them. What a powerful aura. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. He found that this person didn't seem to have the power of someone who had just broken through to the incipient god realm. Surprisingly, he was already at the peak of low-level supreme. He even suspected that this person was at the initial level of low-level supreme master realm and then took his supreme god palette to increase his power to this realm. However, when he saw the person, he completely overturned his thought. Because this person was the former master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen. At that time, when he was forced to retire, he was still at the peak of Sanjin of Goguryeo. After he retired, he directly entered the death seclusion. He wouldn't come out until he had reached the incipient god realm. He wanted to sweep away the decline of being the master of the outer branch and restore his high and vigorous spirit as the son of heaven of the Kim people. After Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people's territory, he had time to visit Xiao Zhentsai, Ling Chen's wife, to learn some things about Ling Chen. He also sincerely hoped that Ling Chen could get rid of the shadow of being forced to step down in advance and pull himself together. At that time, the reason why he didn't want Ling Chen to be the master of the Dragon Gate was that Ling Chen was a little hesitant and soft-hearted. He couldn't forcefully solve the internal conflict, so he had to endure and give in. This had disappointed Ling Xiao a lot. Thus, he had suggested in front of the elders that Ling Chen should retire behind the scenes. At that time, he felt a little guilty and sorry for Ling Chen, but he didn't regret it. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate wouldn't have become so prosperous and stable. Today, Ling Chen had broken through to the peak of low-level Supreme Master. Ling Xiao felt happy for him. He deserves to be the top existence in the Sanjin of Goguryeo. His foundation is really strong. He has such competence right after breaking through. Ling Xiao complimented inwardly. It wasn't that no one could break through to the incipient god realm from the peak of King God realm, but it was absolutely rare. They were all geniuses among geniuses. If Ling Chen had reached the peak of low-level Supreme Master without the help of a divine treasure, no one would believe him. After all, to reach the peak of incipient God realm from the first rank of the Supreme Master realm required a lot of energy. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the reason why Ling Chen could break through was because of the Supreme God pellet he had given to Ling Fei 2 years ago. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly saw Ling Fei and went to greet Ling Chen. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei in surprise. He was puzzled. Why didn't brother break through? He could feel that Ling Fei's competence wasn't much different from before. He didn't improve much, which made him feel strange. After all, he had given the Supreme God pellet to Ling Fei so that he could break through to the Supreme Master realm as soon as possible. Ling Xiao thought that Ling Fei might not have taken it yet, so he didn't think too much about it. Today, seeing Ling Chen break through, of course, Ling Xiao couldn't be indifferent. He had to step forward and congratulate Ling Chen. At this moment, many people had gathered around Ling Chen. The King God realm and the members of the Holy Emperor's clansmen were looking at Ling Chen with respect. The Supreme Master realm and the incipient God realm were the supreme realms that they all yearned for. Those who could break through were all geniuses among geniuses. At this moment, some people saw Ling Xiao flying towards them. They immediately bowed to greet Ling Xiao. "Greetings, great Uncle Xiao." When they looked at Ling Xiao, their eyes were much more respectful and passionate than Ling Chen's. A Supreme God alchemist was qualified to sit on the same level as a high-level Supreme Master incipient God realm expert. It was normal that his brilliance surpassed Ling Chen's. Congratulations on entering the new realm. Ling Xiao clasped his fists to congratulate Ling Chen from a distance. Ling Chen looked much younger. His scattered long hair made him look slovenly. However, with his dignified bearing and dignified physique, he looked like a handsome middle-aged man, the type that young women loved the most. When Ling Chen saw Ling Xiao, he was enraged. He used to admire Ling Xiao a lot. However, when he returned to his clan, he heard from the ancestor of his branch that Ling Xiao had hinted at him in front of the chief. After he heard the news, he became infuriated towards Ling Xiao. He thought that he had valued Ling Xiao a lot, but Ling Xiao had hidden behind his back and hit him when he was down. He was a despicable villain. "Brother Xiao, do you still have the face to see me?" Ling Chen shouted at Ling Xiao, his face enraged. His power of the incipient God realm had pushed away the people around him, directly pressing down on Ling Xiao. The people around were blown away, but Ling Xiao stood still. He looked at Ling Chen and asked skeptically, Why do you say that? Why do you say that? You dare to ask me like that? Did you complain to the chief that I'm not a suitable sect master?" Ling Chen was clearly too high-spirited. He didn't even realize that Ling Xiao was completely fine after blocking his aura. From this, it could be seen that Ling Xiao's power wasn't less than his. Otherwise he wouldn't be that arrogant. Ling Xiao frowned. As he wanted to explain, Ling Fei screamed not far from him. What do you want to do? You can't be rude to Brother Xiao." Ling Fei wanted to come closer, but Ling Chen's power blocked him. "Fifth brother, go away. Today I want to teach this shameless villain a lesson." Ling Chen shouted at Ling Fei and then used his bare hand to snatch Ling Xiao. Ling Chen's mighty gold dragon claw appeared, directly grabbing Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Ling Chen would be that angry at him. The moment he wanted to take action, a strong gust of wind blew over and dissolved Ling Chen's dragon claw. "Chenner, what do you want to do?" A founding elder of the Kim people appeared and questioned Ling Chen. This founding elder was the grandfather of Ling Chen and Ling Fei. His name was Ling Tuesday. He was at the peak of low-level Supreme Being, only one step away from the mid-level Supreme Being. Now that Ling Xiao had refined 25 Supreme Elixirs, one of them belonged to him. How could he allow Ling Chen to hurt Ling Xiao? After Ling Tu appeared, Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others also appeared one after another. "Grandfather, don't worry about this. I want to teach this brat a lesson. I won't kill him, I just want him to know that he can't stab his own people in the back." Ling Chen shouted with a face full of indignation. When Ling Tu was about to scold Ling Chen, Ling Xiao spoke first. "It seems that Big Brother has misunderstood me. But it's reasonable that Big Brother wants to teach me a lesson. I also want to see how much Big Brother has improved." After saying that, Ling Xiao directly soared up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was above the 9th heaven, directly breaking through the barrier and going to outer space. Ling Chen was bewildered. Looking at Ling Xiao disappearing in front of him, he now realized that Ling Xiao was at the incipient god realm just like him. How could it be? Ling Chen mumbled in disbelief. Chapter 1478. Ling Chen had received the supreme god pellet from Ling Fei, which had helped him advance from the peak of Sinjin of Goguryeo to the peak of incipient god realm. The supreme god pellet was a big help to him. More importantly, he had been at the peak of king god realm for a long time. When he was the sect master, he had the power to break through to the half-incipient god realm. However, he had been suppressing it. He had been suppressing it repeatedly. He thought that when he had enough time he could reach the sky in one step and become the real incipient god realm expert. If it were any other king god realm expert, it would be impossible. However, Ling Chen was one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. His tenbin wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. He was the most outstanding genius of his generation in the Sinjin people. Otherwise, how could he have become the sect master? However, he had been cultivating in seclusion for dozens of years. No matter what, he didn't dare to take that step. It was because of his resignation as the sect master. It was a big blow to him. His mind was shaken. If he tried to break through directly, he would fail and fall into bedevilment. During dozens of years of seclusion, he had tried many ways to get rid of the shadow in his heart. However, when he thought about how he had treated Ling Xiao well, he ended up like this because of Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao even more. When he received the supreme god pellet from Ling Fei, Ling Chen finally regained his confidence. He got rid of all distracting thoughts and entered the critical moment to break through. When he was at the peak of King God Realm, he had accumulated a lot of energy. When he was at the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he could fight with any half-incipient God Realm expert even if he used all his strength. It was the power of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. With the help of the supreme god pellet, he directly soared to the sky, reaching the peak of incipient God Realm. It swept away the gloominess in his heart and restored his confidence. It was just that he had just come out of seclusion today. He had wanted to use Ling Xiao to establish his might and teach Ling Xiao a lesson for everything he had done to him. However, he found that Ling Xiao's competence was equal to his. It seemed like he had reached the incipient God Realm earlier than him. He had suffered a deep blow to his heart. Back then, when Ling Xiao was promoted from the Holy Emperor to the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, he had watched him along the way and knew that Ling Xiao was outstanding in tenbin. However, the supreme incipient God Realm was the top threshold. Not everyone could cross it. He also believed that Ling Xiao had to reach half-incipient God Realm to try that step. If he could reach the supreme incipient God Realm after 1,000 years, he could be compared to any monstrous genius in the antiquity time. However, he had underestimated Ling Xiao's freakishness. However, even if Ling Xiao had reached the supreme incipient God Realm, it didn't matter. He used to be one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. His competence was almost invincible in the same realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of low-level supreme being, which meant that he was much stronger than Ling Xiao. It seems that I have underestimated you. But today I must teach you a lesson. Ling Chen said coldly and directly dashed out of the star area. Ling Tu wanted to stop him, but Ling Bo stopped him. Forget it. Let them deal with each other. They are the best warriors of our Kim people. I, the chief, want to know who is stronger and who is weaker. Moreover, fighting with each other can improve the relationship between the brothers. That's right. We've been too good to Chin'er in the past and we've never encountered any setbacks. It's a bit inappropriate for him to vent his anger on Xiao. However, ever since Xiao returned to the clan, his performance has been quite astonishing. I'm afraid that Chin'er will have to suffer some losses. It's good that he, as the eldest brother, will be more humble in the future. At the same time, he needs to regain his former spirit. He can't lose his fighting spirit just because he's been the head of the clan for a few years. But what if they have to fight to the death? No matter who is in trouble, it will be a big loss to our clan. Ling Tu was worried. If you're worried, why don't we go out and see if these young people can have the domineering aura we had in the past? Ling Bo hesitated for a while and then suggested. Ling Qiu smiled and agreed. That's good too. Let's see who's stronger between the two geniuses of the new generation of our Jin clan. Then, the group of supreme incipient God Realm experts directly flew out of the star area. They left the members of the clan bewildered. Ling Fei gritted his teeth and also flew up to the top of the ninth sky. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the supreme incipient god realm experts, he wasn't slow either. Moreover, he could break those barriers if he wanted to. At his realm, the ancient emperor's divine technique could be enhanced by 30 times. His fighting competence was infinitely close to the supreme incipient god realm. Moreover, his defense could resist the astral winds outside the ninth sky. However, it was a little strenuous for him. In the endless void of outer space, Ling Xiao and Ling Qin stood facing the wind. Two powerful gold halos were sparkling behind them. Ling Xiao, do you know that you're the most outstanding warrior in my eyes? Although you didn't grow up in our clan, I've always treated you like my little brother. The reason why our Kim people can be strong until now is because of our unity. However, you've talked bad about me behind our chief's back. I feel ashamed of your conduct. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson so that you won't break the unity of our clan in the future. Ling Qin gazed at Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ling Qin Diji, I respect your conduct. Today, no matter what your purpose is, I will fulfill your wish. But you should know that my words don't carry much weight. Do you think my words can influence the decision of our clan? You think too highly of me. Pausing for a while, he shouted, Come here. Show me the competence of the top 10 experts in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Ling Zhao's power at the incipient god realm burst out, shaking the astral winds in this area. A gold dragon roared in the sky for tens of thousands of miles. Ling Qin shouted with a strong fighting will. This time I will teach you a lesson. I hope you will realize your mistake and turn back. The Dragon King behind Ling Qin had the sign of transforming into a dragon. He looked extraordinary and dazzling. Ling Xiao respected Ling Qin as his big brother. Thus he took the initiative to attack first. With a simple golden palm strike, a golden dragon roared and stormed out. All the chaotic energy currents around were guided to attack Ling Qin. Ling Qin complimented inwardly, This kid is really strong. Ling Qin's golden fist sparkled. A 10,000-meter-long gold dragon stormed out. Rumble, rumble. The two dragons bumped into each other. Immediately, the earth-shattering explosions reverberated. Many astral winds were blown away. The turbulent energy currents were stirred up. The first attack was just to test each other. Then it was a barrage of attacks like a storm. Shadows of the gold dragons tangled with each other and bombarded each other. That terrifying power was like a natural disaster at the end of the world. Countless beams of sharp metal energy shot everywhere. Each beam of energy was enough to explode the god body of any king god realm expert. Even a half-incipient god realm expert couldn't resist it. It was the battle between the two supreme incipient god realm experts. The terrifying power of the supreme incipient god realm experts was beyond everything. When Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and Ling Tu arrived, they saw the two fighting fiercely. They could feel the power unleashed by the two of them, and it was truly frightening. They all knew that the two of them were the leaders of the new generation of Kim people with extraordinary competence. However, seeing the two of them reach the supreme realm with their own eyes, they still gasped in amazement. Especially Ling Tu, he was touched the most. Because Ling Qin was his grandson, he had shown his extraordinary tenbin and fighting competence since he was young. Today Ling Qin had broken through to the peak of incipient god realm from the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He had shown his outstanding tenbin that surpassed his peers. Of course, he also thought that Ling Xiao was the most outstanding monstrous genius in history. However, Ling Xiao had just entered the incipient god realm. He had a long way to go before he could reach the peak of low level. It was impossible for him to defeat Ling Qin. He couldn't even resist 10 attacks from Ling Qin. This was his grandfather's confidence in his grandson, and it was also a very intuitive judgment. Anyway, there was a gap that couldn't be crossed. Because they were both from the Kim people, they had the ability to enhance their competence. Under the same conditions, the stronger one would win. However, when he saw Ling Xiao and Ling Qin fighting happily, he was still shocked. He could see that although Ling Qin hadn't enhanced all of his competence wasn't comparable to Ling Xiao's. However, he could also feel that Ling Xiao hadn't enhanced his competence either. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao was invincible. It proved that Ling Xiao had the competence to be on par with Ling Qin. Ling Fei was the last one to arrive. He struggled to stand. Watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Qin, he forced a smile and said, I'm afraid my elder brother will suffer a loss this time. Ling Fei knew his elder brother's competence. The reason why he had given the supreme god pellet to his elder brother was that his elder brother had suppressed him since he was a kid. He believed that his elder brother could get out of this difficult situation and show his heroic spirit one more time. Now it proved that he wasn't wrong. His powerful and confident elder brother had returned. However, he was well aware of Ling Xiao's freakishness, because Ling Xiao was a person he had never seen through. He always felt that no one would ever know how much Ling Xiao truly relied on, as if he had an endless stream of methods to deal with all kinds of strong enemies. Now, seeing his elder brother and Ling Xiao were equally matched, he knew that his elder brother was going to lose for the first time in several thousand years. In the middle of the battle, Ling Qin was also frightened. He had increased his competence to the middle level of low god realm, but he couldn't subdue Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had forced him to back off continuously. He had to be serious now. This was the first battle after he became a supreme incipient god realm expert. He had to win. He couldn't lose. Ling Xiao, you're worthy of being the rare genius in our clan. However, in front of me, Ling Qin, you have no chance to win. Ling Qin shouted in fear. His competence directly increased to the peak of low god realm. He was about to attack with all of his power. Chapter 1479. Ling Qin had pushed his strength to the peak of a low-level supreme martial artist, and with his various combat skills, every move was enough to destroy opponents of the same level. He felt that it was already very impressive that Ling Xiao could force him to this step. If it was any other low-level supreme martial artist, even if he was at the peak of a low-level supreme martial artist, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. He didn't increase his combat strength, but in terms of strength he had already far surpassed Ling Xiao. To him, he could only win this battle, not lose. The Golden Dragon Fist was a powerful divine skill passed down by the Kim people, and it was a fist technique that matched the ancient emperor divine skill. There was a total of 18 punches, and each punch carried the divine might of a golden dragon, and its destructive power was more terrifying than the previous one. When Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people, he was fortunate enough to be taught this fist technique, but at that time he was more proficient with the Nine Suns Sky Burning Fist, and his understanding of the fist intent was even more extreme, so he didn't cultivate the Golden Dragon Fist. Now, when Ling Qin used the Golden Dragon Fist, Ling Xiao felt a little regret. The power of the Golden Dragon Fist was not inferior to the Nine Suns Sky Burning Fist, and it was even comparable to the dragon subduing palm that Qiao Feng taught him, and they were both metal attribute divine skills. If he had really cultivated it back then, he would probably have another powerful divine skill to suppress him. Now, Ling Qin had unleashed the Golden Dragon Fist to its fullest potential. Every single punch carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing many metal streams to appear. It was as if a flood dragon was wreaking havoc in the sky, destroying everything. Ling Xiao used both palms to meet Ling Qin head-on, and the power of his dragon subduing palm was not to be underestimated, and it was mixed with the realm of the palm intent, and its power was doubled. But under Ling Qin's absolute strength, this time, Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's body was violently thrown far away, and traces of gold appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered internal injuries. Lose. Ling Qin chased after Ling Xiao as if he had transformed into a dragon king, and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao's chest. The flood dragon roared, and its momentum was so great that it blew away all the surrounding astral winds. The powerful force had not yet pressed on Ling Xiao, but he already felt suffocated. Ling Qin thought that this move would definitely make Ling Xiao suffer, and let him know how powerful Ling Qin was. However, just as his fist was about to hit Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao had disappeared in front of his eyes. His fist had completely missed. What? Ling Qin exclaimed, revealing a look of disbelief. He had clearly locked onto Ling Xiao's figure just now, but when he was about to blast Ling Xiao, he suddenly discovered that he had lost sight of Ling Xiao. It must be known that his strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Even if Ling Xiao had increased his combat strength, he felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to escape his attack. He had neglected the fact that Ling Xiao also possessed the wind attribute, so Ling Xiao's speed was naturally beyond his imagination. Dragon subduing palm, dragon swings its tail. Ling Xiao had already circled behind Ling Qin. Taking advantage of the latter's surprise, he suddenly launched an attack. Like a giant dragon swinging its tail, he directly struck at Ling Qin's back. Ling Qin couldn't react in time and was sent flying far away like a cannonball. He also spat out blood. Ling Xiao was merciless and immediately chased after him, blasting wildly at Ling Qin. It was just that Ling Qin was once in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His combat experience was naturally extraordinary. The moment he was blasted away, he already clearly realized that he had been careless. The moment Ling Xiao chased after him, he immediately turned around and counterattacked. Golden fists carried torrential fist intent, and the power immediately multiplied. Many Dragon King charged towards Ling Xiao. Countless sharp metal attack turbulence pressured Ling Xiao to the point that he had nowhere to hide. Ling Xiao originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to make Ling Qin suffer, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. His reaction is really fast and it also contains a deep level of fist intent. As expected of a powerful existence in the top 10. Those who had the fist intent were outstanding among the same level. Coupled with the ancient emperor's mystic technique that increased his combat power and the power of the golden dragon fist, it was no coincidence that Ling Qin could enter the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. There was a gap in strength between Ling Xiao and Ling Qin in a head-on confrontation. He had no choice but to raise the power of the ancient emperor's mystic technique. Ling Qin didn't want to lose and neither did he Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao withstood the pressure from Ling Qin and clashed with him. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was covered by the dragon's shadow, and the dragon's roars rang out incessantly. Did you increase your combat power? Then let's have a good fight. Ling Qin roared angrily. He had finally unleashed all his combat power. Ling Qin no longer deliberately suppressed his strength. He had to end the battle quickly. He could increase his combat power by 35 times, and was definitely a powerful figure among the Kim people who could use the ancient emperor's mystic technique to the extreme. To be able to use the ancient emperor's mystic technique to greater combat power, one had to cultivate the ancient emperor's mystic technique to the most perfect level, and the other had to depend on the density of the Kim people's bloodline. The denser the bloodline, the higher the combat power. Although the power of Ling Chen's bloodline was not as strong as Ling Zhao's, he had already cultivated the ancient emperor's mystic technique to perfection. The 12th form of the Golden Dragon Fist. The shadows of the dragons surrounded Ling Xiao from different directions. Their fighting will overlapped, and the power that erupted was so great that the astral winds didn't even have a chance to get close to Ling Xiao before they dissipated. The people who were watching the battle from afar couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that little Chen's combat power hasn't diminished yet. He's not inferior to us old fellows. Ling Bo said with some admiration. Ling Qiu nodded at the side and said, "That's right. I just don't know if that brat Ling Xiao can still hold on. His bloodline power is much stronger than little Chen's, and he can be compared to the ancestor in the clan. Xiao is not bad, but he's still a little weak. Otherwise, I'm afraid Chen wouldn't be a match for him," Ling Tu said while stroking his white beard. His old eyes were filled with gratification. He was very satisfied with Ling Chen's current situation. Although Ling Chen was removed from the position of sect leader, as his grandfather, he didn't feel that it was a pity. Although a sect leader was above tens of thousands of people, it was not conducive to further cultivation. Only with greater strength was the true way of the king. Ling Zhao's combat power had increased by 55 times. However, Ling Chen was stronger than him in terms of rank, and his combat power had increased by 35 times. He also had the fist intent realm, which completely suppressed all of Ling Zhao's advantages. Boom, boom. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat. His figure was much more wretched than before, and it seemed that he was beginning to lose. Extraordinary indeed. With this powerful strength, it's enough to suppress his peers. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he parried the attacks. If it wasn't for his physical body that was comparable to a peak low-rank ancient god, he didn't know how many times his divine body would have exploded after taking so many attacks from Ling Chen. Therefore he could conclude that it was not by chance that Ling Chen became one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He was truly talented. Ling Xiao didn't plan on delaying any longer. His origin of the sky universe's power erupted, and that primordial and lively space enveloped Ling Chen. All sorts of 5 elemental powers attacked Ling Chen in unison, causing him to be overwhelmed. Ling Chen's attack was immediately stopped, and he was forced to retreat by these powerful forces. Ling Zhao's change of tactics immediately reversed the situation. and Ling Qian was forced to retreat from Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe's power. Because within the opponent's source of Heaven Universe's power, he was the true ruler. It was absolutely not easy to occupy a position there. Whether it was Ling Qian, Ling Bo, or Ling Qiu, they were astounded when they saw Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe's power. It was the first time they had seen such a strange space power. This kind of space that could attack the 5 elements creatures was like a new space. It was really strange. Moreover, its attacking power was so strong that it could be compared to the source of Heaven Universe created by the incipient God Realm experts in the antiquity. It was even stronger than that, reaching the Emperor-level space power. Ling Qian didn't have time to consider anything. His source of Heaven Universe's power also appeared. It was the space of a serpent dragon's nest. Golden serpent dragons condensed from origin energy lay there. The serpent heads constantly swallowed their tongues, and their bloodthirsty and ferocious mouths were quite frightening. Tens of thousands of dragons charged out in Ling Zhao's direction. Their aura was turbulent and incomparably powerful. The 2 great source of Heaven Universe's powers collided with each other, sending energy everywhere. At the same time, it looked like the scene of the apocalypse in the antiquity battlefield. The trees, grasses and vines in Ling Zhao's source of Heaven Universe were entangling the flood dragons. The flood dragons spurted gold light from their mouths to destroy them completely. However, another wave of cold wind and hailstones came and damaged the flood dragons. The Gold Wolf King, the Divine Beast Qilin, and the True Dragon Divine Beast took action to resist the flood dragons. When the battle between the spirit beasts reached the climax, tens of thousands of them exploded like real volcanoes. That power could destroy the entire world, shaking the space within hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom. 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 The energy was exploding. The space was collapsing. Everything was shattering. A figure was violently blown away. A mouthful of gold light shot out like a drop of dust, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. That person wasn't Ling Xiao. It was Ling Qian. He got hurt badly and was forced to retreat. In other words, in the collision of the source of Heaven Universe's powers just now, his skill was inferior. What a powerful creation power. However, all of this still can't change the fact that you've lost. Ling Qian didn't suffer a huge blow because of this. Instead, it aroused his strongest fighting spirit. Ling Qian was going to fight with all his strength. He didn't hold back any of his trump cards. Secret technique, Vast Emperor's Might. This was Ling Qian's fatal lock secret technique. It could use the Vast Emperor's Might to intimidate and lock onto the opponent, causing them to feel pressured for a short period of time. This would slow down the opponent's reaction and delay the opportunity to counterattack. Ling Xiao was caught off guard. He felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Just as he was about to struggle free from this uncomfortable feeling, Ling Qian's follow-up attack had already arrived. Golden Dragon Fist's 18th move. This was the last move of the Golden Dragon Fist. It was also the most powerful move. Every punch carried a terrifying power that could destroy the stars as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. This was a sure kill move. It frightened the people in the distance. Chapter 1480. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, Ling Tu, and the others watched as Ling Qian mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. They wanted to save Ling Xiao, but it was already too late. They did not expect the 2 of them to fight to this extent. They were actually fighting to the death to determine the victor. How can little Qian treat his own brother like this? Ling Tu reprimanded. Who is Ling Xiao? He was the only supreme medicine god of the Kim people and even the Sky Dragon territory. How could he die in the hands of his own cousin? If that was the case, Ling Tu would not be able to protect Ling Qian. He would definitely be punished by the other elders in the clan. After all, Ling Zhao's existence was the hope of the Kim people to become stronger in the future. Little Qian is too much. Ling Bo shouted with a hint of anger on his face. Ling Qiu was also very displeased. If anything happened to Ling Xiao, they would really be ashamed of everything Ling Xiao had done for the clan. They should have stopped it long ago. They all felt that Ling Xiao should not be defeated just like that. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements at the same time. However, he only used the Metal Elemental Divine skill to fight Ling Qian and did not use any other elemental combat skills. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Ling Qian. It would be fine if he was defeated. However, if he was killed by Ling Qian, what should they do? Ling Qian had always been very confident in himself. His majestic imperial aura was an opportunity that he obtained when he was training outside when he was young. He had defeated countless people with this move. Today he should feel honored that Ling Xiao was defeated by this move of his. However, he had unleashed the final move of the Golden Dragon Fist, and its might was so great that it could shake up mid-level supreme beings. He regretted it immediately after making his move. Ling Xiao was the most outstanding young man among the Kim people and was bound to go far in the future. Perhaps one day he might even become a character on the sovereign list. Moreover, he was also a divine alchemist. Wouldn't it be going too far if he killed Ling Xiao? However, it was all too late. It was already impossible for him to stop his attack. He could only hope that Ling Xiao would only be seriously injured by relying on the ancient emperor's divine technique. Ling Xiao was indeed careless. He did not expect Ling Chen to have such a strange secret technique that could suppress his movements for a moment. In a battle between experts, a split second could decide the outcome of life and death. Therefore, when Ling Xiao took the last fierce attack of Ling Chen, his divine body almost couldn't endure it. Cracks appeared on his body and gold kept oozing out. If it were an ordinary expert at the incipient god realm, Ling Xiao might not be able to hurt Ling Xiao like this. However, Ling Chen was a member of the Kim people just like him. His sharp metal aura was the most domineering. Moreover, his fighting power had increased, so it was naturally extremely terrifying. If it were anyone else who took this attack from Ling Chen, they would have been smashed into meat paste directly. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body was abnormal enough so he could still endure it. When the power of the attack dissipated, Ling Xiao had already been sent flying tens of thousands of miles away, crashing into the floating rocks and shattering them. Ling Xiao's god body was about to be torn apart. He spurted a mouthful of blood. He looked helter-skelter and his aura became chaotic. Sun Jin of Goguryeo, who used to be in the top 10, lives up to his reputation. Ling Xiao wore an admiring face as he mumbled. People watching from afar exhaled in relief when they saw that Zhou Xian wasn't dead. Ling Chen, on the other hand, revealed an extremely surprised expression. It was obvious that he was quite surprised that Ling Xiao could withstand his attack. However, he also relaxed his mind. His resentment was almost vented. However, he wouldn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao anymore. Today you're not my opponent. The grudge between us is over. But I won't consider you my brother anymore. Ling Chen said resolutely. Then Ling Chen turned around and wanted to return to his territory. He didn't want to tangle with Ling Xiao anymore. However, how could Ling Xiao be defeated like this? Zhou Xian urged his god power to wash his god body and heal it. He didn't have any scar now. At the incipient god realm, he could use the god power to heal any part of his god body. Moreover, with the help of the ancient emperor's divine technique, Ling Xiao's healing speed was marvelously fast. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he displayed his unparalleled speed. He directly rushed in front of Ling Chen and blocked his path. I don't care if you consider me your brother or not. This battle isn't over yet. Ling Xiao said faintly. Finally, he didn't conceal his competence anymore. He used the Imperial Dragon Kills the Sky technique. Imperial Dragon illuminates the world. An azure dragon broke the sky, radiating the invincible emperor's prestige. It roared and thundered. Its intimidating body moved and destroyed the entire space around. The power of this attack was much more than any of Ling Xiao's previous attacks. It was Ling Xiao's mighty god technique that he had fused with many great divine techniques and his own creation ability. This technique was much more powerful than the ancient god techniques. Ling Chen was frightened by this attack. He had tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. His god body had many wounds. He recognized that this attack of Ling Xiao's was extremely intimidating. If he wasn't stronger than Ling Xiao, this move would have been enough to defeat him. What kind of technique is this? Ling Chen screamed inwardly. He had tried his best to stop Ling Xiao's attack. Moreover, he had to suffer a lot. He was so enraged that he decided to teach Ling Xiao a lesson one more time. He wanted to let him know that his resistance was futile. However, before he could make his move, Ling Xiao changed his attack again. Devouring Dragon Swallowing Moon of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique. The entangled bodies of the dragons circled around. The dragon heads opened their mouths wide as if they wanted to swallow the moon in the sky. The continuous, entangling power caused Ling Chen to be in a difficult situation. It was difficult for him to escape. Then between these azure dragons, countless icebergs and glaciers descended. The temperature instantly dropped to the extreme. It was enough to freeze hundreds of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Ling Chen's expression changed again. He knew that Ling Xiao had recultivated multiple attributes. However, he didn't know that each attribute had such terrifying killing power. However, before he finished his attack, Ling Xiao changed his attack again. The torrential fist intent and the blazing sun drowned Ling Chen one after another. This natural disaster was like the fall of the sun. It burned all the dust in the sky. It was like the end of the world. Everything became terrified and hopeless. Ling Chen panicked and was terrified. If the first 3 moves could be said to be barely able to withstand it, it was just a little more strenuous. However, the 4th move made him feel like he couldn't withstand it. The torrential fist intense power was comprehended to a deeper level than his. The blazing source of the raging fire was the best power to restrain his metal attribute. Unless he took out a defensive ancient divine weapon, how could he block this terrifying power? However, as the master of the Dragon Gate, his defensive divine weapon had only reached the level of a half-ancient divine weapon. It wasn't even as strong as his physical body. Ling Chen was helpless. He could only use all his strength to resist. He would block as many moves as he could. Facing these terrifying attacks, he was already willing to admit defeat in his heart. What a monster! Ling Chen shouted helplessly. He used to be the peak existence before the death of the Sanjin of Goguryeo. Similarly, he had reached a new realm with Ling Xiao and was much stronger than Ling Xiao. However, under the opponent's rare ancient divine skill, he had to lose even if he didn't want to. When he was powerless to resist, as long as those fiery fists landed on his divine body, he would be defeated and even killed. But at this moment, the fiery energy that was surging over suddenly disappeared. Ling Chen was stunned. He realized that Ling Xiao had actually stopped attacking 1,000 meters away. Ling Xiao looked a little breathless, as if he had consumed too much energy. He cupped his hands at Ling Chen and smiled faintly. "Big brother, you're amazing. I can't do anything to you. Consider it my loss. Let's call this battle off." Ling Chen didn't expect Ling Xiao to say that. He said angrily, "I don't want your crocodile tears. Ling Chen, can still afford to lose." Ling Chen didn't believe that Ling Xiao would stop attacking and admit defeat because his divine power was insufficient. Ling Xiao was doing him a favor, but he couldn't compromise with Ling Xiao and refuse this favor. Because he hated vile people like Ling Xiao who stabbed people in the back. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't bother explaining to Ling Chen. Anyway, there would be people who would explain everything for him. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others came over. Ling Fei was also pulled over by Ling Tuesday. Without waiting for Ling Bo to speak, Ling Tu took the lead and yelled at Ling Chen. Little Chen quickly apologized to Xiao, and admit defeat. Ling Chen frowned and said, "Grandfather, why should I apologize to such a vile person?" Ling Chen had already gotten rid of the modesty and forbearance that he had when he was the sect master back then. He revealed his domineering side. Ling Tu showed a look of exasperation and said, "Don't you know that Xiao is also a divine alchemist? Not long ago you refined 25 supreme divine pills for the clan. Don't you know how much contribution you've made to the clan? How dare you insult him like this? Grandfather is very disappointed. Now that the patriarch and the grand elder are here, they will immediately punish you when we return." Ling Chen was stunned. He had always known about Ling Zhao's identity as a divine alchemist, but that was decades ago. In just a few decades, not only did Ling Xiao become a supreme incipient god realm expert, but he had also become a divine alchemist. It was really beyond his expectations. However, what Ling Fei said next made him want to vomit blood. "Big brother, in fact, the supreme divine pill I gave you was what little brother Xiao asked me to give to you. Why do you hate little brother Xiao so much? This is your fault," Ling Fei said from the side. Ling Xiao was also stunned. Then he revealed a bitter smile. He didn't expect that Ling Fei would give the supreme divine pill to Ling Chen first and speak up for him. After all, Ling Fei and Ling Chen were brothers. How could this be? Ling Chen was dumbfounded. He knew that he had made a big mistake. Forget it. Big brother Ling Chen and I are just brothers. There's no harm done. Let's go back. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Chapter 1481. It was just a misunderstanding between Ling Xiao and Ling Chen. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't fight to the death with Ling Chen. As long as the misunderstanding was cleared up, Everything would be fine. How could brothers have a grudge that lasted for one night? However, after listening to him, Ling Chen felt so ashamed. At that time he had always thought that his position as the sect master was removed because of Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it, Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to influence the decisions of the patriarch and the elders back then. Today, it seemed that the elders of the clan weren't satisfied with his conduct. That was why they had given him such a decision. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had been too merciful when he had fought against Fong Boer's team in the outer gate. If he had been more resolute to intimidate them, the internal conflict wouldn't have dragged on for a long time. Many times it was Ling Xiao who had helped him solve his problems. He had wronged Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was because of Ling Xiao that he could break through to the incipient god realm. It made him feel so guilty that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He didn't have the face to see others. He had never thought that he would lose his composure like that. Ling Xiao was generous and didn't care about this. It made him feel worse. If Ling Xiao had scolded him, he would have felt better. Although Ling Chen was a man who cared about his reputation, he was a man who knew when to let go. He looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously, "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Now I'm paying you back." After saying that, he actually raised his hand and used all his strength to slap his chest. Even if this palm couldn't take his life, it was enough to make his god body explode. However, when his palm was about to hit his chest, Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Chen's hand. "Big brother, we don't have such deep hatred between us brothers. Moreover, you're my big brother. What's wrong with teaching me a few words? Don't take it to heart or else I will be deeply disturbed." Ling Xiao said very sincerely. Indeed, when Ling Xiao returned to the clan, Ling Chen had taken good care of him. Ling Xiao respected Ling Chen very much. "That's right, big brother. No matter what, little brother Xiao is still our little brother. What's the big deal about sparring? Come, let's go back and celebrate for you. Our clan now has another founding elder, hee." Ling Fei laughed from the side. Ling Fei was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to see his big brother regain his former glory. At this time, Ling Bo also showed a satisfied smile and said, "Since Xiao is so magnanimous, little Chen, don't take it to heart. In the future, you two brothers will work together to guard our clan. Bring our clan's divine might to greater heights and shake the entire heaven region. Isn't it great to become the #1 ancient clan?" Ling Qiu also said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad." Little Chen was in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Xiao Er's battle prowess is unparalleled, and he also has the identity of the alchemy god. If the two of you can enter the divine supreme list, our clan's former glory will definitely be restored. That's right. At that time, the Demon Tiger clan won't dare to be arrogant in front of us. Ling Tu also agreed. These old men had a strong concept of the clan's glory. They were all thinking for the clan, which was really admirable. Although they had high hopes for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao, they were so proud that one of them could enter the Divine Supreme List. After all, the Divine Supreme List was the ranking of all the incipient God realm experts in the Heaven territory. There were only 100 positions. They were the most terrifying incipient God realm existences in the Heaven territory. Most of them were the old immortals who had entered the ancient realm. It was no doubt that it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to compete with them. Until now, although the Kim people were famous in the Heaven territory, only 3 of them could enter the Divine Supreme List. The one with the highest rank was forefather Ling Hongyu, who was trapped in Xianling continent. The other 2 had gone to outer space and hadn't returned for many years. If they didn't have the Jade Tube of Life, perhaps they would have thought that they were dead. If the other 2 returned to the clan, they would have a way to help their forefather escape. They didn't expect that their unintentional encouragement today would come true. In the future, Ling Chen and Ling Xiao would be the top existences in the Divine Supreme List, whose names could shake the entire Heaven territory. And Ling Xiao would be a legendary character that no one could compare to. This group of people returned to the clan's land from outer space. Ling Bo immediately gathered people to announce the news that Ling Chen had become an incipient God realm expert. The entire clan would celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, Ling Bo had announced many temptations to encourage his fellows to cultivate harder. He gave them all kinds of top palettes as rewards. Among them, the Supreme God palette was the best divine item that people coveted the most. Many peak God kings and half-incipient God realm experts had tried their best to contribute to the clan. They wanted to catch the eyes of the chief and the elders to get a supreme god palette to break through. At the same time, Ling Feiwu got Ling Bo's order to carry out the same rewards outside the Dragon Gate. He wanted to recruit the loyalty of all the members of the Dragon Gate. He wanted them to stop thinking about internal strife and overthrowing the rule of the Kim people. The elders of the Divine Body faction also knew that they had lost their power. They didn't want to fight for the right to control the Dragon Gate anymore. They still wanted to depend on the Kim people to get more benefits. Thus, the elders of the Divine Body faction came to the territory of the Kim people to show their loyalty. They offered a lot of precious treasures to show their sincerity. The hidden danger of internal strife in the Dragon Gate was solved. The relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Kim people was restored. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was all Ling Xiao's contribution. From then on, the legend of Ling Xiao started to spread among the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Gradually, it spread to the Sky Dragon area and even other places in the Heaven territory. Ling Xiao was still a character whose name could shake an entire region. Ling Xiao wasn't so loyal to these things anymore. He just wanted to complete his mission step by step. He wanted to increase his power to the peak of his life. Then he would accompany all his women to travel around the world. He would be satisfied with everything. In fact, it was the sublimation of his dream when he was young. He wanted to rule the world when he was awake and lie on the knees of beauties when he was drunk. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen shook hands and made peace, Ling Xiao didn't continue to stay in the clan. Instead, he brought the prodigal and left the clan. As for the 13th prince of the Golden Dragon, he didn't continue to go with them. After all, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength of a rank 11 true dragon. There weren't many rank 11 true dragons in the Golden Dragon. They were all extremely arrogant. They wouldn't follow Ling Xiao easily. Unless Ling Xiao revealed his bloodline and could defeat them, they would only follow Ling Xiao willingly. Ling Xiao didn't want to do this for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to subdue them when he needed their help in the future. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal back to the inner part of the outer sect peak. At this time he found out that Yun Mingqi had already quietly left the Dragon Gate and returned to the Lotus sect in the Profound Sky region. Ling Xiao was somewhat regretful and disappointed. He didn't think that she would leave just like that. She even brought Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin with her. Because the two of them were the closest to Yun Mingqi among all the women, and they were also martial artists who specialized in the ice attribute. There would be a more suitable place for them to cultivate in the Profound Sky region. As for why Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were willing to leave him to cultivate in the Profound Sky region, it was because they didn't want to lose to the other sisters. They had to become divine kings as soon as possible. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this result. However, he could understand their urgent feelings. The pressure he gave them was too great. Now that he returned to the peak, there weren't many women by his side. Most of them had entered a state of cultivation or had gone to the ancient mountain range to train, striving to advance as soon as possible. The only one who didn't need to cultivate that hard was Feng Xianyun. She didn't seem to want to compete with others. She only knew to go with her nature. After spending a night of passion with Feng Xianyun, Ling Xiao's spirit was much more refreshed. For many years, Feng Xianyun was the woman who relied on him the least. She was also the one who helped him with many trivial matters. She silently supported him without any complaints or requests. This was what moved and made Ling Xiao the most. Yun Air, you've suffered following me all these years. On the soft bed, Ling Xiao hugged Feng Xianyun's delicate body and said softly. Feng Xianyun slightly shrunk into his arms and said with a faint smile, "What are you saying? You've brought me so much joy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. How could I have my son, daughter, and grandchildren? I'm already very satisfied." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It's just that I've never helped you with anything. Do you think I'm very useless?" Even though she felt that her cultivation speed was very fast, she still couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's footsteps. Instead, she was getting further and further away from him. She was at a loss as to what to do. While Ling Xiao was roaming around and doing many dangerous things, she couldn't help him at all. This made her very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao could understand what she was thinking. He said softly, "You can take care of my family. That's the best you can do for me. And I know you're capable. I can only try my best to improve myself. However, no matter what happens in the future, you can't stray too far from us. You have to come back often. Without you, this place will lose a lot of liveliness. It'll be very difficult for the sisters to raise their spirits, Feng Xianyun replied. She paused for a moment before continuing. A few years ago, Grandpa found out that there was an ancestor of my clan in the Tianke region. He tried to persuade me to accompany him, but I rejected him. I didn't expect him to actually persuade Tian'er to bring him to the Tianke region. I'm very worried about them. What? Her and Grandpa went to the Tianke region? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had returned to the Dragon Gate for quite some time now, but he hadn't seen his son yet. He said that he had gone out to travel, but it turned out that he had gone to the Tianke region. You've been busy ever since you came back. How could I tell you and make you worry? However, I asked Elder Kong Wen and Elder Kong Wu to escort them. I believe there won't be any big problems. It's just that I haven't heard from them for so many years, so I'm a little worried. Feng Xianyun said with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 1482. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about his son Feng Lingtian. He understood his son. There weren't many people who could make him suffer. He believed that it was a good thing for them to return to the Gu tribe. However, the Gu tribe was too mysterious and had too many rules. He didn't know if they could successfully join the tribe. If he had known that they were there when he was in Tianke territory, he might have gone to find them to understand the situation. Ling Xiao comforted Feng Xianyun and stood up to leave Dragon Gate again. Before leaving, Ling Xiao first rewarded the elders and deacons of his peak. As long as it was someone on his peak, they would be able to obtain elixirs of different grades. And Ling Gang, the Qian divine king who had always been following him, had even obtained a supreme god elixir. This made Ling Gang almost go wild with joy. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. If such a supreme god pellet was placed in an auction, it would fetch a sky-high price. Ling Gang couldn't imagine it. He didn't need to think about it because he already had the supreme god pellet in his hand. In fact, with his qualifications, he wasn't qualified to receive the supreme god pellet. Those supreme god pellets had to be given to people who had made great contributions to the tribe. For example, those incipient god realm experts who hadn't taken the supreme god pellet could advance a step further. For example, those who were stuck at the peak of half-incipient god realm and hadn't been able to break through, or those outstanding people in Tenbin could receive such good treatment. He just followed the right person and received the supreme god pellet earlier than others. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Ling Xiao left Dragon Gate again. He wanted to see how the descendants of the Soul Tribe were doing. However, this time, Ling Xiao had to bring another peerless beauty with him. She was Lai Ruyu, who had been staying at Dragon Gate. The reason why Lai Ruyu waited here was because she wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills and made her wait for 2 years. Needless to say, Lai Ruyu's temperament was very stubborn. Finally, she managed to get Ling Xiao out. I thought you didn't dare to come out and see me. Lai Ruyu pouted and looked at Ling Xiao. Obviously, Ling Xiao bringing her back to the Blazing Flame Merchants was a very heartwarming thing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't I doing this for alchemy? I still have to give Big Brother Yen and your aunt a congratulatory gift. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. I wasn't wrong about you." Lai Ruyu smiled in satisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately show his superior aura because of the change in his identity. This made Lai Ruyu admire and like him even more. "Of course," Ling Xiao responded. He then said, "Don't be so slow. I still have things to do. I'll bring you back to the Merchant Union as soon as possible." Ling Xiao finished speaking and grabbed Lai Ruyu's wrist. He pulled her up into the sky and shot towards the direction of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Ruyu took the opportunity to hug Ling Xiao's waist. Her face revealed an intoxicated expression. She could finally openly embrace this man in her arms. This kind of feeling really made her feel comfortable and strangely sweet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored her. In his eyes, she would be his woman sooner or later. It was fine for her to suffer a small loss if she was taken advantage of. Early on, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion to refine pills, the Blazing Flame Merchants had sent people to deliver several sets of Supreme God pill materials. After Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he unceremoniously kept all these materials. However, he didn't continue refining pills. Instead, he went directly to the Blazing Flame Merchants. Firstly, he had to escort Lai Ruyu back. Secondly, he still had a lot of Supreme God pills in his hands. It was enough for the Blazing Flame Merchants to use. However, although he was familiar with the blazing flame merchants, other than the two for Yenyu and Lai Hongying, he would only give 3 to the blazing flame merchants. After all, there were too few supreme god pills. Every supreme god pill he used was one less. He had to cherish it. It would be of great use in the future. From Dragon Gate to the blazing flame merchants, Ling Xiao only spent half a month's time. This made Lai Ruyu quite dissatisfied. She blamed Ling Xiao for being in such a hurry. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't explain. He didn't have that much time to waste. When Ling Xiao arrived in Blazing Flame City, Lai Wudi, as the alliance leader, led a group of high-level blazing flame merchants to welcome him. There were even 3 founding elders among them. This could not be said to be low profile. Ling Xiao treated Lai Wudi's attitude calmly. His current identity was different, so he couldn't always be humble and low-key. Otherwise it would be too fake. It had been many years since he last saw Lai Wudi. Surprisingly, he had the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. The Senjin of Goguryeo list had one less top expert. When the new Senjin of Goguryeo came, the new blood would be added. Medicine God Ling's arrival at the Blazing Flame Merchants is really a blessing for the Merchant Union. Lai Wudi slightly bowed to Ling Xiao. A character that even his father Lai Fin admired, Lai Wudi didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Merchant Master Lai, you're too polite. No matter what, I'm still the Merchant Union's non-native officer. I don't deserve such a big courtesy." Lai Wudi laughed brightly and said, Medicine God Ling is really nostalgic. It's our Merchant Union's honor to have a non-native officer like you. Come, let's talk inside the Merchant Union." Lai Wudi's heart was filled with emotions. He didn't expect that his subordinates had accidentally found a descendant of the Kim people, which allowed the Merchant Union's business to expand once again. Not only did they have a good relationship with the Dragon Gate and made many deals with the Dragon Gate, but because of Ling Xiao's identity, the Blazing Flame Merchants had overshadowed the Sun Moon sect and the Godly Axe Gang in the future. They were vaguely chasing after the Sword Cleansing Village. Ling Xiao was considered one of the most influential people in the Blazing Flame Merchants. After entering the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao met with many acquaintances one by one, including the tough woman Lai Rui. It was only now that Ling Xiao found out that Lai Rui and Lai Ruyu were sisters of the same father but different mothers. It was just that the gap between them was truly shocking. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. However, he had never underestimated Lai Rui. Her business methods weren't comparable to anyone. In addition, Ling Xiao also saw Chai Guan. He was actually recruited into the Merchant Union by the Blazing Flame Merchants and became an inner deacon. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had neglected Chai Guan all these years. This person had followed him when he first arrived in the Heaven region. Chai Guan had chosen to follow Ling Xiao from the Zhang family when he was in Stone Heaven City and finally came to the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, he was too weak, so Ling Xiao left him in his residence in Blazing Flame City and forgot about him. Speaking of which, he really felt guilty. Fortunately, the Blazing Flame Merchants took care of Chai Guan on his behalf, which made him feel much better. However, Chai Guan's success was also very limited. Under the slight care of the Blazing Flame Merchants, he only reached the strength of the Holy Emperor. The chances of him continuing to advance were already quite slim. All these years he had been paying attention to any news related to Ling Xiao. However, his ability alone was limited. He didn't even have the qualifications to pay attention to him. It wasn't until Ling Xiao became the well-known Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon region that he knew that Ling Xiao was already such a powerful existence. No wonder he abandoned a useless pawn like him. Fortunately, at that time, the Blazing Flame Merchants proposed to place him in the Merchant Union as an inner deacon to do some things for the Merchant Union within his power. He knew that this was Ling Xiao's influence on the Blazing Flame Merchants. It had a great impact on him and benefited him greatly. He also felt extremely satisfied. Later, when he heard that Ling Xiao had become the supreme medicine god, Chai Guan was even more shocked. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, he was extremely excited. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to take him away from the Blazing Flame Merchants and let him follow him. He only hoped to be able to look up to Ling Xiao again so that he could brag to others in the future and feel proud. However, although he thought so, Ling Xiao didn't think so. He directly came to Chai Guan's side and Chai Guan hurriedly knelt to greet Ling Xiao. "Greetings. Greetings, Lord Medicine God." Before his knees touched the ground, Ling Xiao had already firmly held his arm, preventing him from kneeling, and pulled him up. "Chaiguan, you and I don't need to be so courteous. After all, I haven't been of much help to you all these years. From now on you can stay in the Merchant Union with peace of mind. I believe that Alliance Leader Lai and President Lai won't mistreat you." Ling Xiao encouraged Chaiguan. At this time Lai Rui expressed, "Deacon Chai is very good at management, Ten Bin. Recently I plan to put him in the Merchant Union as a manager." Lai Rui said this to give Ling Xiao face. With Chaiguan's strength as the Holy Emperor, he could only be compared to a guard in the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, it was already a great honor for him to be given the position of an inner deacon. Now that he was given some management of the Merchant Union, it meant that he had a lot of power and would also receive more substantial benefits. "Chaiguan, hurry up and thank the president." Ling Xiao patted Chaiguan's shoulder and said. Chaiguan was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to Lai Rui. "Thank you, President. Thank you." He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's arrival would give him a turn for the better. He was allowed to become a manager in the Merchant Union, which required at least the strength of a demigod king or above to be qualified. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Immediately after, Ling Xiao, Lai Fin, Lai Wudi and the others chatted freely. Lai Rui also ordered people to immediately set up a big banquet, and the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. At the banquet, Ling Xiao gave 2 Supreme God pellets to Yan Yu and Lai Hongying. This made the Supremes and incipient God realm experts of the Blazing Flame Merchants very jealous. They really wanted to snatch it immediately. Lai Fin and Lai Wudi were also very envious. Although the Blazing Flame Merchants were known as the wealthiest in the world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to buy a Supreme God pellet. "Alchemist Ling, where's our Merchant Union's Supreme God pellet?" Lai Wudi couldn't help but ask. The others were also looking at Ling Xiao, their eyes full of anticipation. Ling Xiao smiled and spread his hands. "I've already given it to you." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned and the expressions on their faces were very interesting. Chapter 1483. The Blazing Flame Merchants had already asked Yan Yu and Lai Hongying to send Supreme God materials to the Dragon Gate for Ling Xiao. At that time, there were people who received the materials they sent. There were a total of 10 sets of materials. Even if it wasn't enough to refine 10 Supreme God pills, there should be at least 3 or 4. However, Ling Xiao suddenly gave 2 Supreme God pills to Yan Yu and Lai Hongying, and then said that it was for them. This meant that there were only 2 Supreme God pills for 10 sets of materials. Did this mean that Ling Xiao only had a 20% chance of success? However, Ling Xiao clearly said that these 2 Supreme God pills were for Yan Yu and Lai Hongying as a congratulatory gift. How could they be confused with the Supreme God pills of their Merchant Union? It was no wonder that everyone's expressions had turned ugly. Lai Hongying was the first to stand up. She said with dissatisfaction, "Ling Xiao, what's wrong with you? Could it be that these 2 divine pills are a congratulatory gift for us, and also for the Merchant Union's Supreme Divine Pills?" Yan Yu scolded Lai Hongying. "Hongying, sit down and talk." Lai Hongying angrily sat down. She didn't care that Ling Xiao was the Supreme Alchemy God and kept staring at him. It seemed that if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she wouldn't be satisfied. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He looked at Lai Ruyu and said, "Ruyu, if you don't take it out now, I'm afraid I'll be listed as the most unpopular person in your Merchant Union." That's right, on the way here he had already handed the Supreme God pills to Lai Ruyu. He originally thought that it would be fine for Lai Ruyu to hand it over to Lai Wudi or Lai Fin. There was no need to put it on the table. He didn't expect that Lai Wudi would ask so eagerly, which made the atmosphere a lot more awkward. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone's gaze fell on Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu raised her proud face and said to her father, "Daddy, I just wanted to give you a surprise, but you had to ask me in person. How rude." As soon as she finished speaking, she took out the 3 Supreme God pellets, causing everyone to look at her with greed. Lai Wudi came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao with shame, "Ling, Alchemist Ling, this is so embarrassing. I really didn't know you had already given it to Ruyu." The Supreme Divine Pill was of utmost importance, so it was no wonder that he, the Alliance Master, was anxious. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, I can understand Chief Lai's feelings." "Well said. Come, let me give you a toast. Thank you for everything you've done for our Merchant Union. Later, I'll have Wudi give you a generous gift to express his gratitude." Lai Fin stood up and said to Ling Xiao, Lai Fen was the person with the highest seniority. As soon as he stood up, everyone followed suit and stood up with their cups of wine, toasting to Ling Xiao. With these supreme god pellets, their merchant union's strength would definitely be able to go up another level. Ling Xiao also stood up and drank with them. The atmosphere at the banquet once again rose. That night, Ling Xiao stayed in the Blazing Flame Merchants. Before he could rest, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xian had already arrived at his courtyard. Lai Ruyu was as tender and beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was indescribable, and there was no part of her that wasn't seductive. On the other hand, Zhou Xian always had the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. She was like an orchid in a valley, the ideal type of wife for any man. When Ling Xiao saw them coming together, he immediately felt a headache. As the saying goes, it's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of this saying. If it was in the past, he would accept as many beauties as he could, but now he couldn't learn to be single-minded even if he wanted to. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could it be that I really want to be dissolute for the rest of my life? This isn't what I want. If other men knew that Ling Xiao was lamenting like this, they would definitely spit at Ling Xiao, wanting to drown him alive. This guy was shameless to the extreme, getting ping-y and still selling it. Come on, if you have the ability, exchange places with us. This was definitely the voice of any man. It was just that they didn't know if Ling Xiao would be willing to exchange places. Why are you guys here? Ling Xiao looked at the two women and said with a faint smile. This is our territory, of course we can come and go as we please. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao like a lamb waiting to be punished, as if he was at her mercy. Greetings, Lord Drug God. Zhou Xian bowed to Ling Xiao and greeted respectfully. She always maintained this dignified image and did not act presumptuously like Lai Ruyu towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the supreme drug god, and compared to her, a low-level god king, the difference was too great. If it weren't for Lai Ruyu dragging her over, she wouldn't have the courage to see Ling Xiao because she felt inferior. She had always been called the two golden flowers of the commerce union with Lai Ruyu, but in front of the absolute strong, they were nothing more than beautiful skeletons. They could have as many beauties as they wanted, so why would they hang on to them? It was just that after hearing Lai Ruyu say that Ling Xiao was very affectionate, Zhou Xian was still incited by Lai Ruyu to accompany her to see Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Zhou Xian. Xian, you don't have to be so polite. It seems that after not seeing me for a long time, you are treating me as an outsider. Zhou Xian listened to Ling Xiao's words, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She thought to herself, it's really as junior sister said, he hasn't changed at all. Just as Zhou Xian was about to speak, Lai Ruyu said, of course, senior sister is the #1 beauty in our merchant union. There are countless people chasing after her. If it weren't for the fact that she can't forget someone, she would have already married someone. Ling Xiao touched his nose and laughed dryly. Oh, marriage is a good thing. I don't know what kind of hero is worthy of a beauty like Xian. Zhou Xian cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao and said, I think it's quite good now, why do you have to marry? Lai Ruyu moved closer to Ling Xiao's side and glared at him. Are you very proud of yourself for having your senior sister foolishly wait for you? Ling Xiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, then looked at Zhou Xian and then did something that they didn't expect. Ling Xiao actually reached out and pulled both of them into his arms. The two women froze for a moment, then their faces turned red. They lowered their heads and buried their heads in Ling Xiao's chest, not daring to breathe loudly. With the two beauties in his arms, Ling Xiao felt their soft fragrance, but his mind was calm. He looked up at the sky and said faintly, I know what you two are thinking. To be honest, I don't mind having 2 more beauties as my wives, but you should know that following me is a very unfair thing because I already have a lot of women. I love them and they also love me deeply. I will not abandon them. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, I have 2 very important missions to complete. These 2 missions are very dangerous, and if I am not careful I may die. So if you follow me, you must be prepared to lose me at any time. Don't scare me, okay? You're at incipient god realm now. What mission could be so dangerous that it could kill you? Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao's sturdy waist nervously. Zhou Xian also parted her red lips and said, since the ancient times, many heroes have had many wives and concubines. I don't mind being one of them. My heart belongs to you. No matter where you are, I will always be yours. Zhou Xian had expressed that she had no regrets. Even if something bad happened to Ling Xiao in the future, she would only have Ling Xiao in her heart. Even the characters on the Supreme God list can die. With my current competence, it's not strange if I die. As for what mission I'm going to do, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I didn't lie to you. Think about it carefully. Ling Xiao said solemnly. I've thought about it clearly. You're my man. You can't run away in this lifetime. Even if you're the supreme god of medicine, you can't escape from my palm. Lai Ruyu said resolutely. Zhou Xian sat next to him and said, I don't expect to be with you all the time, but I hope to be with you. After saying that, the two women gave Ling Xiao an ecstatic kiss. Ling Xiao was touched. He looked up to the sky and laughed. How can I, Ling Xiao, be favored by two beauties? I really want to drink to my heart's content immediately. It's easy for you to drink, but I don't think it's romantic to drink here. Why don't we drink on the boats in the moat? Senior sister and I will serve you and let you feel like a rich young master. Lai Ruyu was also very happy to remind him. Zhou Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with expectation. I can play the guqin for you and junior sister can dance for you. Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse. He nodded and said, okay, then let's go to the moat. Thus, the three of them rushed out of the Merchant Union's headquarters that night and went to the moat of Raging Flame City. Under the night sky, the moat was brightly lit. There were many young masters coming and going. On the boats, there were many sexy and revealing women greeting them. Sounds of frolicking could be heard from time to time. Ling Xiao and the two women boarded the largest boat that Zhou Xian had ever stayed on. They immediately cleared most of the people on the boat, leaving only a few serving maids and guards to protect the boat. Ling Xiao sat in front of the table and wine and delicacies were immediately presented in front of him. Zhou Xian held the pipa and her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. She played it lightly and the sound of her mouth filled the cabin. A graceful figure slowly stepped out from behind the screen. Her beautiful feet were the first to enter Ling Xiao's line of sight. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stare at them in a daze. Then Lai Ruyu changed into a hazy red gauze and appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a few courtesans. Her dance was light and graceful and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her jade-like skin was radiant and alluring. Lai Ruyu was like a top courtesan. She was incomparably gorgeous. She twisted her snake-like waist, and her voluptuous breasts stood upright and swayed. Her round buttocks swayed seductively. That pair of affectionate eyes flashed with a strong sense of affection. The fluttering red silk teased the deepest part of her heart. Ling Xiao had only drunk a few cups of wine when he suddenly felt a little drunk. The night was hazy and the water was singing. The dance was moving, the wine was intoxicating and the beauty was like jade. Chapter 1484. Ling Xiao stayed at the Blazing Flame Merchants for around half a month before he could leave. The main reason was that the Blazing Flame Merchants were too friendly. They had even tried to seduce him with their beauty. If he hadn't been so determined, he would have fallen into this gentle place and wouldn't have wanted to leave. Before he left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with passion and reluctance. It was too much for him to bear. It was lucky that he hadn't eaten them yet. Otherwise they would have pestered him and wouldn't let him leave. Ling Xiao didn't want to enjoy the beauty's kindness for the time being. He resolutely left the Blazing Flame Merchants and hurried to the place he had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan. It wouldn't be too late to talk about love after he had completed his mission. Ling Xiao had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan to stay in a place not far from the Fiend Clan's territory. It was in the territory of the Sword-Washing Manor. However, the Sword-Washing Manor couldn't control that place. Moreover, the place Ling Xiao had set up was in a remote area outside the Ghost Mountain range, which wasn't eye-catching. At first glance, it looked like a poor farm, so it wouldn't attract people's attention. At the God King realm, they wouldn't dare to rob the people in such a poor village. That would be too shameful. Moreover, Ling Xiao had left gods' corpses and demons at the half-incipient god realm to guard the place. Unless a supreme expert came, no one could hurt them. However, if the Soul Clan members stayed in the place Ling Xiao had arranged, they would be fine. However, they also had to adapt to the life in the Heaven territory. They had to interact with other races, see the world outside, learn more about rare treasures and increase their knowledge. Thus, when they left the new land of their clan, they couldn't control themselves. It was easy for them to break through and have conflicts with others. Yun Tian was Ling Xiao's second disciple. When Ling Xiao had accepted him as a disciple, he had just been at the Spirit Master realm. In the Heaven territory, this kind of cultivation base wasn't different from an ordinary person. Even a random manservant could have the same power as him. However, at that time he was still young, only a teenager. After Ling Xiao brought the soul race back to the Heaven domain, the strength of the soul race increased rapidly with the help of the rich world energy here. Yun Tian, on the other hand, was the most outstanding genius amongst the descendants of the Soul clan. Moreover, he had once received personal guidance from Ling Xiao. Naturally, his strength had risen extremely quickly. Decades had passed and Yunli was now a man in his 50s. Ling Xiao had already used the heavenly spring to cleanse Yun Tian's body. Although his cultivation speed wasn't as monstrous as those with divine bodies, it wasn't any worse than the true disciples of any superpowers. Attaining the half-saint realm at such a young age was sufficient for him to maintain the appearance of someone in his 20s. However, he now looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was extremely old and his vitality was about to dry up. In Demon Soul City, which was the closest to the Soul clan, Yun Tian was actually tied up with chains and hung on the city walls. Numerous hideous scars covered his entire body, and fresh blood was ceaselessly seeping out from them. He looked extremely terrifying and sorry. He had been captured and tied up with holy chains. They wanted to hang him alive here. Beside him were a few corpses that had already died. They probably couldn't hold on any longer and died before Yun Tian. Now Yun Tian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His dantian had been destroyed and there was no way for him to recover his injured body. His condition was already extremely bad. He could only silently shout in his heart, Master Tianer has let you down. I can't support the clan anymore. Everyone who passed by looked at Yun Tian hanging on the city wall and pointed at him in disgust. How pitiful. He actually dared to offend young Master Ing. He must be tired of living. Isn't that so? In Demon Soul City, who doesn't give young Master Ing some face? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Not only did this pitiful fellow have his cultivation companion stolen, he also has to be hung on the city wall to die. There aren't many women that young Master Ing fancies who can't get them. However, that little girl really has a personality. A few days ago, I heard that she would rather die than submit and has already committed suicide. Femme fatale. I'm afraid that no beautiful woman will dare to come here in the future. Even so, young Master Ying's methods are too ruthless. I'm afraid that one day he will meet a ruthless opponent. He'll have to suffer. Lower your voice. If you're heard, you'll be in big trouble. The surrounding people all revealed looks of pity. However, most of them were filled with mockery. In any place, only the strong were right to do things. The weak were always wrong. There was nothing that could be explained with words. Yun Tian and the Soul clan had always followed Ling Xiao's instructions. They had to keep a low profile and not expose their identity as Soul clan members. At the very least, they had to reach the Divine King realm before they could show their abilities. However, why was Yun Tian captured here and ended up in such a miserable state? It was precisely because Yun Tian had returned from his travels and was preparing to bring his cultivation companion, Liang Huan, to Demon Soul City to buy some daily necessities and return to the clan. He had been to Demon Soul City many times, so he wasn't worried that the Dead Spirit clan would discover that they were from the Soul clan. However, the problem this time wasn't because of him, but because of his wife, Liang Huan. Speaking of Liang Huan, she wasn't the young miss of some big power, but a servant girl from a small city's family. When Yun Tian first met Liang Huan, she was dressed in simple and crude clothes, but it couldn't hide her elegant and moving beauty. At that time, she and her family's young ladies were being chased by some roving bandits. The others were all killed and she was also being humiliated by those roving bandits. Yun Tian did not hesitate to kill those roving bandits. Fortunately, they weren't strong, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act like a hero. What's more, the other party was of a higher level than him, so they couldn't withstand his mental power bombardment. After a difficult fight, Yun Tian finally saved the damsel in distress, killing all the roving bandits and saving Liang Huan. When Liang Huan realized that the person who saved her was a handsome young man, she immediately had a good impression of him. Since her young ladies were all killed, she couldn't return to her family, so she was willing to become Yun Tian's servant girl and serve him for the rest of her life. However, Yun Tian was an inexperienced man and had never been served by anyone before, so he seemed to be very restrained. Later, after the two of them got along, Yun Tian was captivated by Liang Huan's gentleness and virtue, and Liang Huan was also deeply attracted to Yun Tian. The two of them then naturally became husband and wife. After Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to travel for a period of time, he wanted to bring her back to meet his parents and clansmen, which could be considered as an official recognition of Liang Huan's identity. However, when Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to Demon Soul City to buy some things on the way back, something happened. Ying Huang was the son of Demon Soul City's city lord, Ying Yonggao. People called him Young Mastering. He was lecherous and especially cruel to others. Not long after Yun Tian and Liang Huan arrived at Demon Soul City, they met Ying Huang, who was strolling around. Ying Huang was attracted by Liang Huan's elegant temperament the moment he saw her. He also noticed that Yun Tian and Liang Huan's strength wasn't that great. Moreover, this was Demon Soul City, the territory of the Dark Shadow clan. His father was the city lord, so he didn't have to worry about anything here. Therefore, he teased Liang Huan and wanted to take her back to enjoy himself. Yun Tian didn't want to cause trouble, but the other party was too much. He even touched Liang Huan, so he couldn't help but attack Ying Huang. However, Ying Huang had many thugs around him, and these thugs were much stronger than Yun Tian and Liang Huan. Even if Yun Tian used his mental power to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill them. After all, the weakest of them was a saint. Yun Tian was worthy of being Ling Zhao's disciple. Even though he was only a half-saint, he could fight a true low-level saint. Unfortunately, the other party had many people. His mental power wasn't very effective against a saint, so it was impossible for him to kill his way out. His friends who followed him were captured and killed one after another. His dantian was destroyed and he was captured. They were all hung on the city walls until they were dead. As for Liang Huan, she was forced back to the city lord's mansion by Ying Huang's men. However, Liang Huan wasn't willing to be humiliated, so she bit her tongue and committed suicide. This incident had only happened a few days ago, but it immediately spread all over the city. Of course, this was just a casual topic for them, and it wasn't something to be surprised about. After all, this kind of thing was already a common occurrence for them. In Demon Soul City, a young man who had reached the mid-level saint level was being reprimanded by a middle-aged man. Huang, when can you stop worrying? You wander around the city all day and even capture women on the streets. Do you think your father is invincible here? If the other party has a strong background, then we wouldn't even know what happened even if we died. The middle-aged man shouted at the young man with extreme displeasure. The middle-aged man was the city lord of Demon Soul City, Ying Yonggao, and he possessed the strength of a high-level god king. The young man was Ying Huang. Ying Yonggao had just come out from his clan when he heard about Ying Huang forcefully seizing a woman, and he immediately scolded his son in disappointment. Ying Huang said indifferently, "Father, what are you talking about? She's just a woman who isn't even a saint, so what's there to be afraid of? I just wanted her to accompany me, but I never expected that she would be such an unappreciative fellow. She's killed, then so be it. Could it be that someone dares to act atrociously in front of us?" Ying Yonggao frowned and shouted, "Bastard, do you think I can do whatever I want just because I'm the city lord? Don't you remember that there were 2 city lords who died here a few decades ago? Even third uncle died, and your father was arranged to be the city lord just to die. Fortunately, the enemy has already left, otherwise your father would have died a long time ago and you wouldn't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, from today onwards, if you want to steal a woman, you have to hide it. You can't be so ostentatious, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Ying Huang was overjoyed and laughed, "Yes, father." Just as the father and son were talking, a person happened to pass by Demon Soul City and descended here. A terrifying rage was about to burn Demon Soul City. Chapter 1485. After Ling Xiao left the Blazing Flame Merchants, he immediately went to the land of the Soul Clan's descendants. However, before he got there, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to buy a batch of materials in Blazing Flame City. Thus, he decided to buy a batch of materials in Demon Soul City for the descendants of the Soul Clan. Although he thought that the Soul Clan members could adapt to the life in the Heaven territory, they wouldn't lack materials. However, what Ling Xiao wanted to buy were some spiritual items ranging from level 5 to level 7. To him, these items were too low level. He didn't have much in stock. Thus, he decided to buy a lot of them for the descendants of the Soul Clan to cultivate. However, he didn't expect to see a scene that enraged him as soon as he arrived at Demon Soul City. In fact, when he entered the city and saw the hanging corpses, he just frowned. He didn't think that it was something that could surprise him. After all, he had visited many cities. Previously, he saw dozens of corpses hanging in one city. They were people whose entire families had been slaughtered. Such things often happened in the Heaven territory. Ling Xiao also thought that these people had offended someone they shouldn't have. That was why they were treated like that. However, if they dared to hang people on the city wall, they must be related to the city master's palace. Otherwise, not everyone would have the guts to do such a thing. Ling Xiao's competence was really strong. He could immediately sense that one of them was still breathing. Apparently he was still alive. If Zhou Xian helped him, this man could come back to life. However, there were too many things in this world. Ling Xiao wasn't a man with a strong sense of justice. He didn't want to care about these things, so he directly walked into the city. However, at the moment he entered the city, he heard a very subtle sound in his ears. This sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito. Ordinary people couldn't hear it. However, who was Ling Xiao? He was at the incipient god realm. Within the radius of 100,000 miles, as long as he wanted to sense anything or any sound, his soul consciousness could cover it. He could hear everything clearly. Moreover, the place where the sound came from was just several hundred meters away from him. Even if the sound was soft, as long as it came out, he could hear it. Master, is that you? His voice was feeble, but in Ling Xiao's ears, it was like a thunderclap on the flat ground. It shocked him, a supreme incipient god realm expert. Currently, Ling Xiao had only accepted 2 disciples. One was his eldest disciple, Xin Li. He had already reached the strength of a mid-stage holy emperor. His speed of advancement was incomparable to ordinary people. He had already attracted the attention of Dragon Gate. The other disciple was Yun Tian. Xin Li was still cultivating in the Dragon Gate, and he hadn't seen Yun Tian for decades. However, he could still remember Yun Tian's voice clearly. Although it was very difficult and hoarse, he could still distinguish it based on his instincts. This was the voice of his second disciple, Yun Tian. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the top of the city wall. His divine power immediately saw Yun Tian's appearance. Yun Tian's lower abdomen was broken. His body was crippled and he had lost all of his power. His appearance had aged rapidly, but the outline of his face hadn't changed much. He could still vaguely see the appearance of his youth. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a supreme incipient god realm expert. It wasn't difficult for him to use Yun Tian's aura to restore his original appearance. However, he didn't expect that the one hanging on the city wall was his disciple Yun Tian. If it wasn't for Yun Tian using all his strength to stop him, he would have missed Yun Tian by a hair's breadth and Yun Tian would have been hung alive on the city wall. Sun Tian. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress the flame of anger in his heart. He roared and used his god's claw to forcefully crush the holy chains on Yun Tian's body into powder. Then he pulled Yun Tian to him. Boom boom. This sound startled the people near the city wall, causing them to panic, thinking that something had happened. The city guards who were patrolling on the city wall were also startled. They immediately knew that someone was trying to snatch the hanging corpses. Who is so daring to save these dead people? A voice immediately shouted from the city wall. The city guards on the city wall moved and looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. At the same time, a few of them flew towards Ling Xiao to see if he was the companion of these dead people. As soon as Ling Xiao caught Yun Tian, he saw the people who came down. His eyes flashed with thick hostility. Die! A powerful aura instantly burst out from his body and attacked those saints. Bang bang! Those people didn't even have time to scream. They were immediately pressed by the aura and turned into puddles of blood. When the people around saw this scene, they screamed in panic and ran as far away as they could. They realized that something big was about to happen here. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, there were quite a few who were more daring. They only flew a bit further away, wanting to see what would happen next. How dare you? You dare to cause trouble in my demon soul city. Kill him. On the city wall, the holy emperor roared in fear. He led dozens of people and rushed down from the city wall to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hugged Yun Tian. He didn't have time to care about these small fries. He summoned the prodigal and said to him with a strong murderous intent, "Kill them all." The prodigal felt his boss's different anger and immediately replied, "Yes, boss." The prodigal immediately rushed towards the city guards, and a pair of fiery fists instantly blew them up. Blood mist filled the air and a pungent smell spread in all directions. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian, whose vitality was almost gone. He looked at Yun Tian, who was covered in wounds and wrinkles. He felt a heart-wrenching pain that almost made him faint even though he was at incipient God realm. He had only received 2 disciples in his life. He felt guilty to them. Anyway, as their teacher he hadn't taught them much. Now that he found out that his disciple had fallen to such a state, his heart was dripping blood. He hated himself for leaving him here in the first place and letting him grow on his own. He could have given him a better environment and left behind even more powerful protector elders to protect him. If he had done that, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ling Xiao regretted so much. However, he knew that it wasn't the time to regret. What he needed to do now was to save Yun Tian and help him recover. I'm here. You'll be all right, Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He immediately took out a lot of divine spring water, pellets and herbs. He was so bewildered that he didn't know which one he should use to save Yun Tian. If others saw so many divine items, they would disregard everything and come to rob them. Even incipient God realm experts would be tempted. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao saw a fiery crystal fruit. His eyes flickered. Parasol fruit. It's it. Ling Xiao took the parasol fruit he got from the parasol tree. Then he opened Yun Tian's mouth and put the parasol fruit in his mouth. He used his energy to help Yun Tian swallow it. As soon as the parasol fruit entered Yun Tian's mouth, an immense and pure energy diffused instantly. Clusters of flames immediately soared up in the sky. This flame was like a phoenix in nirvana. It soared up and hissed. Its fiery wings slowly spread out as if it wanted to extend infinitely. Its body was slowly enlarging, which looked so majestic and mighty. The flames soared up to the sky and the energy was vast. In an instant, all the experts in the city flew over to this side. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this fiery illusion. What kind of divine item is this? It can actually cause such a phenomenon. Is it a top-grade divine item that has the blood of the phoenix? No matter what it is, we can't kill that person. If we can guide his energy out, it'll belong to me. Look carefully. Since that person dares to cause trouble in the city, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's better not to act rashly. Why do I feel that that person looks a little like the supreme alchemy god, His Excellency Ling Xiao? I've seen his portrait on the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Is it really him? Quick, look over there. It seems to be divine spring water, divine herbs and divine pellets. The energy is so rich. Hurry up and snatch it. The half-God King Realm experts and even the God King Realm experts knew that it was the appearance of the divine items. When they saw the divine items by Ling Xiao, their eyes reddened as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In front of the absolute temptation, no one could resist it. Many of them had lost their minds. They dashed towards Ling Xiao and wanted to snatch those divine items first. A bunch of clowns dare to act presumptuously in front of my boss. As the prodigal had killed all the city guards, he looked at them and shouted coldly. A fire god's halberd appeared in his hand as he dashed towards the group of people. When the prodigal was in Xianling continent, he had followed Ling Xiao from the northwest to the central region. He had learned some simple martial techniques from Ling Xiao. The prodigal wielded the fire god's halberd and smashed it towards the group of people. As soon as the terrifying flame touched the half-incipient god realm experts, they screamed miserably and were burned into ashes. The other God King Realm experts had their bodies smashed by the prodigal's attack. They were also burned by the divine flame. They couldn't get rid of it. They regretted it so much that they wanted to run away. However, the prodigal wouldn't let them run away so easily. He immediately chased after them and killed another 2 God King Realm experts with his halberd. Those who hadn't reached high-level God King Realm weren't a match for the prodigal. If they wanted to defeat the prodigal, only the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo could do so. At this moment, many terrifying auras emitted from the city master's mansion. A group of experts dashed out and arrived in the sky above the city. Who dares to act presumptuously here? You must be tired of living. Ing Yonggao's voice reverberated above the city. Behind him were some existences who were even stronger than him. Chapter 1486. Dozens of years ago, when Ling Xiao had settled the descendants of the Soul clan in this area, he had killed the city master at that time and the half-incipient God Realm expert who had been sent after him. This incident had shaken the incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. He had come out of his clan and used his blood to restore the scene. He knew about Ling Xiao's existence. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was being hunted down so many times. At that time, the Dark Shadow warriors in Demon Soul City were afraid that the descendants of the Soul clan had come to take revenge. No one dared to come out and take the position of the city master. They were afraid that they would be killed inexplicably. At the same time, Ing Yonggao was forced to be the city master. Otherwise, with his competence, he wouldn't have been able to be the city master. After all, it was the only foundation of the Dark Shadow clan. They valued it a lot. Ing Yonggao being the city master was just to confuse people. The Dark Shadow clan had arranged some hotshots to protect him. Otherwise, Ing Yonggao would rather die than follow them. Among these hotshots, there were 2 half-incipient God Realm experts and 4 Peking God Realm experts. These forces were the great superior existences of the middle-sized forces. Unless they were half-incipient God Realm experts, no one dared to cause trouble in Demon Soul City. Today they suddenly felt the intimidating aura in the city. They also sensed the strange phenomenon. All the hotshots in the city master's palace had come out immediately. The Demon Soul clan was the foundation of the Dark Shadow clan. They would never allow anyone to provoke or destroy it. Among these people, Ing Huang also came over. When he saw that the person he was hanging was saved, he immediately became angry and shouted, "Who told you to save him? You simply don't put this young master in your eyes." Ing Yonggao glared at his son with some dissatisfaction. In his heart he scolded his son for being a pighead. They must be the companions of those people. Saving them was a matter of course. Otherwise, why would they start a massacre here? At the same time, he was discontented that his son had caused this mess. Although this place was the territory of the Dark Shadow clan, it was a long distance from the clan. If the others were strong, they would suffer a lot of casualties. Even if he killed the other party, the gains would not make up for the losses, and the clan would definitely be dissatisfied with him and his son. He was afraid that he would not even be able to keep his position as the city lord. The prodigal shouted, "Who do you think you are to talk to my boss? Looks like I'll kill you all." The fire god's halberd in the prodigal's hands spun rapidly, then struck towards them with all his might. Ing Yonggao snorted without thinking, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." After saying that, he slapped towards the prodigal's fiery halberd shadow with his bare hands. Rumble. The powerful force exploded and countless energy splattered in all directions. Many jade buildings were immediately destroyed by the impact of this force, and many places were immediately set ablaze. These flames were like stars setting a prairie ablaze, and even the houses and pavilions next to them started burning. A half-incipient God Realm expert standing next to Ing Yonggao frowned and shouted, "It's the flaming origin. Extinguish it immediately." Pausing for a while, he said to Ing Yonggao, "Yonggao, don't act rashly. Let's ask them first. If we can't do it, we will capture them. They dared to destroy Demon Soul City. Damn it." Then he raised his hand and opened a space slit, teleporting the flames into that space slit. The prodigal raised the fire god's halberd to attack, but Ling Xiao said, "Zizai, come back. You're not their match." The prodigal said with an unreconciled face, "Boss, I'm not afraid of them." Ling Xiao shook his head, glancing at Yun Tian, who was in the Nirvana realm. He said faintly, Your teacher will get justice for you. Don't worry." Ling Xiao didn't need to ask Yun Tian what had happened. He already knew what had happened. He had absorbed the souls of the city guards and the King God Realm experts that the prodigal had killed. Soon he would know the whole story from their memories. He hadn't thought that Yun Tian's wife would be kidnapped. An incomparably repressed flame of anger burst out. It should be known that Yun Tian's wife was like his daughter-in-law. She was his closest descendant. And now she was kidnapped by the son of a small city master. He had even forced her to commit suicide. He hadn't been this angry for years. Today he swore to wash the Dark Shadow clan's people in Demon Soul City with blood. The prodigal returned to Ling Xiao with the fire god's halberd in his hand. Although Ling Xiao was handsome, he didn't have any imposing aura. However, his eyes had a thick, intimidating aura that sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, Ing Huang followed Ing Yonggao and more than 10 other elders to stand in front of Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Ing Huang thought that since Ling Xiao and the prodigal were young, it wasn't a big deal even if they had the King God Realm. They had 2 half-incipient God Realm experts on their side. Without a supreme incipient god realm expert, they shouldn't dare to mess around here. Thus he boldly glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Where did you hide that man? Give him to me now. Or else I will hang you on the city wall and let you die." Shut up. You don't have the right to talk here. Ing Yonggao scolded his son. Then he turned to Ling Xiao and the prodigal. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Demon Soul clan? If you don't give us an explanation, don't even think about leaving this place." Ling Xiao didn't care about Ing Yonggao. He squinted at Ing Huang. Then he raised his hand and said gloomily, "Get over here." A gold dragon claw appeared in just a blink, snatching at Ing Huang. This dragon claw was extremely fast. It didn't even take a blink of an eye before it reached Ing Huang, who was several hundred meters away. The people around Ing Huang didn't even have a chance to react. They could only watch Ing Huang being dragged back to Ling Xiao by the dragon claw. Ing Huang didn't even have time to scream. Ling Xiao grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. As long as Ling Xiao released his energy, he would die for sure. Be ****. Let go of my son. Ing Yonggao was frightened. He screamed in fright. A divine weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao. Just as Ing Yonggao's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao grabbed Ing Huang and charged towards Ing Yonggao's attack. If Ing Yonggao's strike continued, Ing Huang would be smashed into meat paste. Ing Yonggao reluctantly withdrew his strike and retreated to the ground. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You know I'm the city master here. If you dare to touch a hair on my son's head, I'll make you die without a burial place." Ling Xiao looked at Ing Yonggao and then laughed ferociously. It's the father's fault to raise a son but not to teach him. Your good son dares to touch my disciple and daughter-in-law. Today I'll let him taste the feeling of having his cultivation base destroyed and then being hung to death." Then Ling Xiao didn't care about Ing Huang, who was begging for mercy. His other hand stretched out a finger and a flow of energy touched Ing Huang's lower abdomen. "No!" Ing Yonggao screamed in fear. At the same time, a half-incipient god realm expert next to him finally moved, attacking Ling Xiao with all of his power. But he couldn't save him in time. Ing Huang's lower abdomen was destroyed immediately. He screamed in fear. Ing Huang's Saint Realm cultivation base was destroyed. He became a disabled man. "Die for me." That half-incipient god realm expert had arrived above Ling Xiao's head, slapping down on Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with just one strike. "Trash like you doesn't deserve to such ***T on my head. Die for me." Ling Xiao frowned. His invisible soul power stormed out, directly attacking that half-incipient god realm expert's head. Another screech arose. That half-incipient god realm expert lost all of his power. He fell from the sky, his body thudding. Everybody was petrified. A half-incipient god realm expert was an existence that rarely had a rival in the heaven territory. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even stand one look from his opponent. He lost his vitality and died inexplicably. At this moment, a peak god king by Ing Yonggao seemed to recognize Ling Xiao. He said in fright, He's the descendant of the Soul clan with the demon hoop." "What? How could it be him?" Ing Yonggao felt like he had fallen into a cold cellar. His legs felt like jelly. Dozens of years ago, 2 city masters were killed in Demon Soul City. It was this young man in front of him. His son had offended this evil star. Thinking about it, he felt like he was going to die. Since the day he became the city master, he had been worried that this descendant of the Soul clan would assassinate him. Later on, he knew that the man had left Demon Soul City. He exhaled in relief. It was all right now. He had to face what he had to face. "Elder man, hurry. Move. Everybody move together. Kill him." Ing Yonggao shouted at another half-incipient god realm expert. Everybody knew that the half-incipient god realm expert was his leader. If he didn't go, how could the others dare to attack him? They had just lost a half-incipient god realm expert. What did they have to challenge him? "Sir, are you Sir Ling Xiao, the new supreme god realm expert of the Dragon Gate?" The half-incipient god realm expert was still calm. He just gazed at Ling Xiao and asked with a frightened face. He wanted to stall for time and wait for the supreme god realm expert of his clan to come out. When Ling Xiao became the Sinjin of Goguryeo, almost all the big forces had seen his portrait. It wasn't strange that this man could recognize Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Dark Shadow clan had investigated Ling Xiao. They knew that he was Kim people's man. Ling Xiao ignored the man and threw the crippled Ying Huang to the prodigal. Zai Zai, break all his limbs and hang him on the city wall. Let's make him beg for death, but he can't. Ling Xiao said calmly. For someone like Ying Huang, Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face by injuring him. If you dare, I'll risk my life with you. Ying Yonggao was worried about his son. He screamed and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Yonggao, get back here. The half-incipient God Realm expert grabbed Ying Yonggao and shouted. Don't worry. None of you can run away. You will end up like them. Ling Xiao looked at the people who had been hanged to death, and his eyes blazed with anger. He was finally going to flip out. Chapter 1487. Ling Xiao wasn't a man who would vent his anger on others. He would never kill people for no reason. Usually, the ones who could make him kill them were his enemies or the ones who didn't agree with him. The Dark Shadow clan was the Soul clan's enemy. Ling Xiao would destroy them sooner or later. However, Ling Xiao always thought that he was only responsible for killing the warriors at the Supreme Realm and above. The Soul clan would take care of the others later. Of course, with pressure, the descendants of the Soul clan could become stronger. It was also the reason why Ling Xiao had asked them to stay and cultivate in this area. However, Ling Xiao regretted it so much. His intentions weren't wrong, but he had neglected the fact that the strength of the Spiritas was far too low. Although he had a backup plan, those backup plans were all guarding the Spiritas' territory. Once the Spiritas left, they wouldn't be protected by those backup plans. That was why Yun Tian was bullied to the point of almost being killed. Ling Xiao wanted to be responsible for his regret. Thus, he had to kill all the warriors in front of him to vent his anger for his disciple. There was an unwritten rule in the Heaven territory. The Supreme Incipient God Realm experts couldn't attack the people in the Heaven territory and destroy the living environment here. However, this rule only applied to the battle between the two Supreme Incipient God Realm experts. If the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts wanted to deal with the warriors who were weaker than them, they didn't need to destroy a blade of grass or a tree to kill them. Of course, this rule didn't affect them. Thus, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything and attacked them. His intimidating aura burst out. Both of his hands turned into claws that filled the sky, snatching the warriors. The half-incipient God Realm expert reacted the fastest. He wanted to retreat, but a gold palm hit his lower abdomen. He felt a pain in his lower abdomen. All of his energy leaked out. He had lost the energy he had cultivated for 10,000 years. The others had the same outcome. They screamed and screeched as Ling Xiao destroyed their lower abdomens. They were dragged away and hit the city wall. Since you dared to touch my disciple, you will enjoy the same treatment. Ling Xiao's fingers moved and a dark force directly hit their bodies, completely breaking their limbs and meridians. They stared at the city wall and blood slowly flowed from their bodies onto the city wall. It was a ghastly and frightening sight. Once a supreme being was enraged, corpses would be strewn everywhere. Now that Ling Xiao was enraged, the city walls were littered with corpses and fresh blood. Ling Xiao, if you dare to attack our demon soul city, our forefather won't forgive you. The half-incipient God Realm expert looked at Ling Xiao resentfully and scolded him. Zizi, help me break his mouth. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look at him and directly ordered the prodigal to do it. The prodigal shouted excitedly, "All right, I'll go now." Then it flew to the half-incipient God Realm expert and punched him. The prodigal didn't know how to control the strength of his attack. It had forcefully disfigured the half-incipient God Realm expert's face. After that, the half-incipient God Realm expert struggled for a while and then died. He couldn't help it. His lower abdomen was destroyed by Ling Xiao. His vitality was draining away. How could he endure the prodigal's punch? Bro, I killed him. The prodigal scratched his head embarrassedly. Ling Xiao answered, "So what if you killed him? It's not a big deal." Those who were watching this scene from afar immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running as far away as they could. They didn't dare to watch anymore. It was too intimidating. Too intimidating. They were afraid that if they stayed here, they would be mistaken as members of the Dark Shadow clan. It would be big trouble. The guards of the Dark Shadow clan stopped. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. They immediately retreated as far as they could. Needless to say, someone had already reported to the Dark Shadow clan. As for the public roads in Demon Soul City, They immediately became extremely deserted. Many powerful people had already left the city and fled far away. As for the ordinary civilians, they could only shut their doors tightly, hoping that these killings would quickly pass. Ying Huang, who was pinned on the city wall, was so scared that he peed his pants. He had never thought that the villagers he had captured would have such a terrifying teacher. He regretted it so much. However, it was useless now. He didn't have any power left. His limbs were broken. He was in so much pain. His father, Ying Yonggao, had the same feeling. He was desperate now. If he could control his son to not be as lecherous as him, it would be much better. It was said that lust was like a knife. It wasn't wrong at all. It was a knife that could take people's lives. The other King God Realm experts hated Ying Huang to death. Because of a woman, their powers were destroyed. It was even worse than killing them. If the elders of their clan didn't come to save them, they would die. Boss, do you want to exhaust them to death? Why don't we just do it? The prodigal asked Ling Xiao. Killing them is as easy as flipping a hand, but I want to make them feel worse than death. Zizi, go create an atmosphere so they can't be so quiet. Ling Xiao said as he cremated the corpses of Yun Tian's companions. The prodigal was a little confused. Create what atmosphere? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, make them burn, but don't burn them to death. Let them taste the pain that makes them wish they were dead. The people who were pinned on the city wall changed their expressions. Some of them even cursed loudly. Some of them cried and begged. Ling Xiao, kill us if you have the guts. What kind of hero are you to torture us like this? That's right. Even if we die, we won't let you go. Sir Medicine God, please spare us. I'm willing to be your horse or cow. What are you talking about? He's the successor of the Soul Clan. He wants to destroy our Dark Shadow Clan. If I knew you were such a coward, I would have killed you first. So what if he's the successor of the Soul Clan? He's Kim People's man. He didn't come to deal with our Dark Shadow Clan. It's that kid Ying Huang's fault. While they were cursing and cursing, they started to quarrel among themselves. The prodigal was a little angry. You all like to curse my boss, right? I'm going to burn your mouths. Then he flicked his finger and some sparks fell on the mouths of the people who were cursing Ling Xiao. Arg! They screamed pathetically as they were burned by the fire. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about them because he had sensed that a supreme incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan was coming. This incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan was at the middle level of low-level Supreme Realm. He was one of the two great incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan. His name was Ying Li, a rare supreme expert who cultivated wind and earth at the same time. He had used his blood to find that Ling Xiao had killed the warriors of the Dark Shadow Clan. He didn't come directly to Ling Xiao. Instead, he used the Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan to hide in the space. He was about to give Ling Xiao a fatal attack when the latter wasn't expecting it. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a new supreme incipient God Realm expert. With his competence and the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan, it wasn't hard to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. However, he had overestimated Ling Xiao's sensing ability. Ying Ao had told Ling Xiao the key of the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan. Thus, when Ying Li came near, Ling Xiao could sense him. Since you're here, then come out. Don't hide your head and show your tail. Ling Xiao didn't make a move immediately. Ying Li was startled, but he didn't get out of the space. He thought that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Do you want me to force you to show yourself? Ling Xiao sneered, shooting a flaming finger in a direction. Swoosh. That flaming finger wasn't powerful, but it forced Ying Li to appear 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao hadn't understood the key of the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan, Ying Li's sneak attack could have wounded him severely. Alchemist God Ling has come to my Demon Soul City to attack a junior of my Dark Shadow Clan. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity? Ying Li floated like a gust of wind to 100 meters away from Ling Xiao. The news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemist god had been spread all over the Heaven territory. As the supreme expert of the Holding Formation clan, of course he had received the news. He had also seen the crystal bead that recorded Ling Xiao's image. It wasn't strange that he could recognize Ling Xiao. Haha, my disciple was almost killed by you little bastards. Don't tell me that you want me to watch him die? Moreover, your shadow assassin group has tried to assassinate me many times. Don't think that I don't know that he's a member of your Dark Shadow Clan. Otherwise, why would I attack your clan? Ling Xiao sneered and then said, you came here alone. Do you want to die? Was it an accident that he got the magic hoop? He didn't come to take revenge for the Soul Clan? Yingli thought suspiciously. When he first sensed Ling Xiao's existence, he thought that Ling Xiao had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the inheritance of the Soul Clan. Then he wanted to become the enemy of the Dark Shadow Clan. Now listening to what Ling Xiao had said, it seemed that the Dark Shadow Clan had provoked him first. That was why he had come to kill them. However, it was useless to say more. Now was the best chance to take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He would never let it go. No matter what, don't think you can leave today. Come, let me finish the youngest supreme alchemist in history. Yingli said faintly. A powerful force shrouded Ling Xiao. A strong suction force exploded, trying to drag Ling Xiao to outer space to fight him. Ling Xiao let Yingli pull him away. However, he asked Rock Donggao to stay and protect the wastrel. Zai, watch these people. Kill whoever comes to save them. I'll be back soon. Rock Donggao was a low-level supreme alchemist at Incipient God Realm. If the Dark Shadow Clan didn't have a supreme expert, they would never be able to save them, let alone hurt this wastrel. His boss. Don't worry. None of them can escape, answered the wastrel solemnly. Today Ling Xiao wanted to kill an Incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan. It would be the first step of eradicating the Dark Shadow Clan. Chapter 1488. In fact, if he wanted to kill Yingli, Ling Xiao could just ask Hu Yu to do it. Hu Yu was a middle-level supreme expert, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to capture Yingli. However, Yingli was a member of the Dark Shadow Clan, so his Dark Shadow secret technique was definitely extraordinary. It was absolutely the #1 stealth technique. Therefore, it was safer for Ling Xiao to make a move himself, and he also wanted to control Yingli. That way he would have a better understanding of the hidden forces of the Dark Shadow Clan. Although the Ying Ao he had controlled was the youngest son of the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan, he didn't know the real competence of the clan. Taking Ling Xiao as an example, if he hadn't reached the Supreme Realm, he wouldn't have known how many Incipient God Realm experts there were in the clan, and no one would have told him about it. Yingli and Ling Xiao dashed to outer space in just a blink of an eye. Countless gusts and turbulent energy of different elements were wreaking havoc. Yingli looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, "You didn't run away. It's out of my expectation." I don't need to run away to deal with you." Ling Xiao chuckled. Then he added, "Come on, let me see how powerful the Dark Shadow secret technique is." Yingli frowned, revealing a sullen expression as he said, "How arrogant. I'll show you the power of my clan's shadow secret technique. Take this." As soon as Yingli's words fell, he disappeared into the void. Not even his aura could be detected. This was the absolute hiding and concealing of aura. Even someone at a higher realm than Yingli couldn't detect his existence immediately. This was the real terror of the Dark Shadow secret technique. For assassination, it was absolutely a fatal strike. Even if Ling Xiao knew the mysteries of the Dark Shadow secret technique from Ying Ao, he couldn't cultivate it. He couldn't understand the real danger of this secret technique. Especially for experts at the Incipient God Realm, any of their moves had reached the acme of perfection. It was almost impossible to find their flaws. Ling Xiao had already expanded his spiritual force to the maximum, and all the spatial cracks were within his range. The key to the shadow secret skill was to hide in the cracks in the space, approach the opponent and launch the most fatal blow. Not many people would dare to hide in a void crack. If they were not careful, they would be swept into an unknown corner and it would be difficult to return. Only the members of the Dark Shadow Clan could control the space nodes well. That was how they could use this strange technique. Of course, it was the Dark Shadow Clan that could use the wind attribute to move fast through the area. That was how they could launch a surprise attack. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and kept searching the surroundings, but he didn't find any movement. What a terrifying concealment ability, Ling Xiao thought. Right after that, his green eyes shot out beams of light that could pierce through the space around to see through all the dust in this area. There was no lack of godly eyes in this world. Ling Xiao's pair of godly eyes were acquired. They were formed from the demonic crystal of a rare phantom demon. Combined with his pure wood element, his eyesight was as good as any natural godly eyes. That shadow force was constantly changing his direction to attack Zhou Xian. He was looking for the best chance to ambush him. Ling Xiao had caught his vague shadow. "I told you, the secret technique of your Dark Shadow sect doesn't work on me." Ling Xiao sneered, punching a direction with all of his strength. He had used the Emperor Dragon's sky extinguishing secret technique as soon as possible. He didn't want to give Shadow Force a chance to struggle. He had to return to Demon Soul City as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the stronger Dark Shadow clan came out, this wastrel would be in danger. Ingli was frightened. He didn't expect that before he could kill Ling Xiao had found his location. The Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow clan was everywhere. Someone had broken it. Ingli didn't have time to think. A thick earth wall was congealed in front of him. At the same time his feet kicked out. Countless giant wind blades slashed towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon and the wind blades hit each other. Explosions reverberated, shaking everything around them. Countless space slits appeared. When the golden dragon pierced through the wind blades, it couldn't break the thick earth wall in front of it. "You're just lucky this time. Next time you won't be so lucky," Ingli said faintly and then disappeared one more time. This time the distance between him and Ling Xiao was very close. In just a blink of an eye he appeared behind Ling Xiao, trying to assassinate Ling Xiao. The shadow of his foot turned into a blade, and with the force of a thunderbolt he aimed at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao was too close to Ingli. His eyes didn't have time to react. He felt the strong attack behind him. He wanted to sneak away but it was too late. Ingli kicked him several times. Bang bang. Ling Xiao seized the chance to fly far away. Only then could he catch Ingli's trace one more time. However, Ingli's attack had succeeded. He sneaked away one more time. When he reappeared he was above Ling Xiao's head, stomping on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. Even if this stomp couldn't hurt him, it would still be a great insult to him. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. Instead he raised his combat strength dozens of times and punched towards Ingli's kick. This punch contained all of Ling Xiao's explosive power. Even a peak low-level supreme martial artist would be blown up. Ingli wasn't afraid. He was descending from above, and with the momentum of the fall, his strength was several times stronger than that of a normal low-level supreme martial artist. After all, he was a dual attribute cultivator, and could fight against a peak low-level supreme martial artist. However, when his foot came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, he realized that he had been overconfident. Crack. Ingli felt a heart-wrenching pain. His foot had been broken by Ling Xiao's fist. He was shocked. His strength was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao have such a powerful force? At this time he remembered that Ling Xiao was a Kim people's man. How could he forget such an important thing? Kim people had powerful divine skills to improve their strength. This was also the reason why they were famous in the heaven domain. Ingli quickly retreated and used his divine power to repair his broken foot. At the same time he attacked Ling Xiao with his palms, trying to stop Ling Xiao's attack. However, Ling Xiao was not only a metal elemental cultivator of the Kim people, he also had the wind elemental cultivator. If he used his full speed he would be much faster than Ingli. Ingli's attacks couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had moved behind him in just a blink of an eye. The Imperial Dragon sky-destroying technique had attacked him furiously. Ingli didn't think that Ling Xiao's speed could be so terrifying. He didn't even have a chance to react. Ling Xiao had hit him so hard that he didn't know what to do. His god body exploded and blood splashed. Ingli was worthy of being the incipient god realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. Even in such a situation he could still seize the chance to hide in the space slits and heal his wounds. However, under the gaze of Ling Xiao's green eyes, there was nowhere for him to run. It was impossible for him to hide from it. Right when Ling Xiao was about to kill him, an unknown danger came from behind. He had to give up chasing after Ingli. He swung his hands and released many terrifying attacks. Rumble rumble. Rumble rumble. Ling Xiao unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing the entire void to be turned upside down. However, when all of his attacks fell he didn't see anyone else except for Zhou Xian. Ling Xiao frowned, using his green eyes to scan the area. He mumbled, "Did I sense it wrong?" While Zhou Xian was bewildered, Ingli had counterattacked one more time. Apparently he had healed his wounds and used his ancient god weapon to attack Ling Xiao with all of his power. The power of this attack was so intimidating and strange. Many earth walls surrounded Ling Xiao, trapping him in one place. Countless gray wind blades were coming at him. He couldn't dodge or hide. He was trapped and killed directly. Even if Ling Xiao had supernatural abilities he couldn't escape from this attack. He had to face it head-on. Really strong. Worthy of being a member of the ancient clan. Ling Xiao sneered. A strange blade appeared in his hand. Surprisingly, it was the ice and fire sword that he had just forged. One blue and one fire, one dragon and one phoenix. Two powerful attacks appeared in an instant, shattering the wind blades and the earth walls. The increase in Ling Xiao's combat power was not inferior to that of a low-level supreme being. The terror of these two powers was not something that could be underestimated. They were able to completely destroy the Shadow Force's powerful move. Ingli was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to change his attack attribute and forcefully break his attack. He had no choice but to retreat. Is that all you've got? If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeves, go to hell. Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. He raised the ice and fire sword and slashed at Ingli. Ling Xiao's power was overwhelming. When his sword fell, it was accompanied by the two powers of ice and fire. The two powers, condensed from the turbulence of the outer domain, were so majestic that they were close to the power of a middle-level supreme being. Ingli was shocked. Such a terrifying power really made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. If he wanted to escape into the spatial crack, he would probably be blasted out. He could only brace himself and use all his strength to resist. However, compared to Ling Xiao's power, it was like comparing a pool of water to an ocean. He was directly submerged and assimilated by the waves. His whole body was dizzy from the impact of the ice and fire powers. The defensive earth walls on his body had already cracked and his clothes were destroyed. The cold and heat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a strange blade of ice and fire went straight for his head. Once he was pierced, he would die for sure. Just when Ling Xiao's attack was about to succeed, the figure hidden in the spatial crack moved again. He aimed at Ling Xiao's back with the power of destruction. He wanted to give Ling Xiao a fatal blow. Just as this person's attack was about to succeed, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1489. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Ingli with all his strength, he felt that someone was hiding in the vicinity, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. That person would never let him go. The other party was waiting for a chance to kill Ling Xiao in one strike. Obviously, he knew that it wasn't easy to kill Ling Xiao directly and he didn't want to let Ling Xiao escape. After all, the other party knew that once Ling Xiao used the power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it would cause them a lot of trouble. Therefore, the moment Ling Xiao was about to kill Ingli, it was the best time for him to kill Ling Xiao. However, he always thought that Ling Xiao was alone. He didn't know that Ling Xiao always had his puppet with him. He wouldn't show it unless it was absolutely necessary. It was the best arrangement to use it at the most critical moment. Hu Yu was Ling Xiao's strongest puppet with the power of a middle-level supreme expert at incipient god realm. He was able to reach this level because Ling Xiao had fed him the supreme god pellet. Hu Yu stood in front of Ling Xiao, using his earth energy to seal off the surrounding area. At the same time, he sent out a stone fist that was as heavy as a mountain towards the attacker. The person who launched the sneak attack didn't expect such a shocking change at all, but his power had already exploded to the extreme. No matter who appeared, he would still have to make a move. Boom. Boom. Ling Xiao was assassinating Ingli, while Hu Yu was fighting the sneak attacker, causing explosions to erupt in the surroundings. All of the turbulent air currents nearby were reduced to dust, and the radiation power covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If this had happened in the Earth territory, it was unknown how many cities would have been destroyed and how many humans and spirit beasts would have been killed. Ingli had been bombarded by Ling Xiao. His divine body had exploded again and again. Today, Ling Xiao's fatal blow scared him out of his wits. Luckily, he was able to block Ling Xiao's sword that pierced through his head. However, more than half of his divine body was cut off by Ling Xiao and fresh blood gushed out. As for Ling Xiao, he did not care about the worries behind him. With Hu Yu's help, he was even more confident. But when Hu Yu exchanged a move with the other party just now, the power that spread out actually sent him and Ingli flying, making him inexplicably alarmed. Needless to say, the strength of the person who launched the sneak attack was probably on par with Hu Yu. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge commotion? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. With Hu Yu restraining them, he had to take down Ingli first. Otherwise, if they escaped, it wouldn't be so easy for him to capture Ingli. Ling Xiao no longer held back his strength. He pushed his speed to the extreme and instantly blasted Ingli, who was hiding in the spatial crack, to heal his injuries. Now that Ying Li's strength had been greatly reduced, his defense was much weaker than before. It was almost impossible for him to dodge Ling Xiao's all-out attack. He could only barely parry, and his divine body was blown up again and again. He was now terrified. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. If this continued, he would die. However, he was not here alone. He already knew that his companions were nearby. When he was defeated, his companions would come to his aid at any time. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed it long ago. Moreover, Ling Xiao also had helpers. This made his heart sink. If his companions couldn't come to his aid, he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he tried to resist Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks while shouting in a direction. "Ying Fu, come and help me." The one who had ambushed Ling Xiao was the other incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. His name was Ying Fu. His competence wasn't different from Hu Yu's. He was at the middle level of incipient God Realm. Ling Xiao had killed warriors of the Dark Shadow clan before. He knew that the clan had two incipient God Realm experts. One of them should be Ying Li and the other should be the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. Zhou Xian knew that it was just the result of the Dark Shadow clan pretending to be weak. Although the Dark Shadow clan had fought against the Soul clan in the Antiquity time and lost many incipient God Realm experts, they were an immeasurable ancient clan that could resist the Soul clan for a long time. Even the Demon Tiger tribe had to respect them. Their foundation wasn't something that others could imagine. How could they still be so weak after so many years of recovery? What's more, they could leisurely live in a huge ancient city near the sword-washing manor without collapsing. Was it because the sword-washing manor wanted them to stay here and develop peacefully instead of making it their own territory? Apparently it was impossible. So there was only one reason. The sword-washing manor couldn't do anything to the Dark Shadow clan. The second strongest force in the Sky Dragon area didn't dare to do anything to the Dark Shadow clan. It showed that their foundation was terrifyingly strong. Ying Fu was an incipient God Realm expert hiding behind the Dark Shadow clan. He was much younger than Ying Li. He used to be the monstrous genius of the Dark Shadow clan. He was a famous existence on the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His nickname was Shadow Bat. He was a bat that could come and go without a trace. He also had a mutated eight-eyed night bat, which was a powerful ancient mutant beast. He had already groomed it to the Type 11 realm. The night bat's 8 night eyes contained a very strange power that could make people feel dizzy and dazzled. It had the power to confuse people and make them lose their consciousness. As Ying Li was asking for help, Ying Fu couldn't get rid of Hu Yu's obstruction. He summoned his level 11 eight-eyed night bat and asked it to help Ying Li. This eight-eyed night bat looked extremely strange and frightening. Its body was as thin as a piece of black paper, and when it flew, it was like a cloud of black fog. Its 8 demonic eyes were extremely frightening because these 8 eyes were actually blood red. They were not round but rather diamond-shaped, different from the eyes of any other spiritual beast. Black liquid flowed from its large mouth, as if it was a monster that had been starving for countless years, and was looking for prey to devour. This was an ancient beast with dual attributes of wind and darkness. It had a strange divine ability that was enough to kill opponents of a higher level than it with its sharp claws. It let out a hissing sound and instantly flew over Hu Yu's head. It rushed directly to Ling Xiao's side. Its short claws were filled with an incomparable bloodthirst as it clawed at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao wanted to take down Ying Li in one go, but the sudden attack gave him a fright. Damn, so many powerful helpers. Ling Xiao cursed. He had no choice but to give up on Ying Li and dodge to the side to avoid the attack of the eight-eyed night bat. Ling Xiao turned around and saw the face of this big guy. He was shocked. He had seen all kinds of holy beasts, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying holy beast. Those 8 eyes were too shocking. However, as soon as Ling Xiao saw them, he found a problem. The 8 eyes burst out a strange divine light at the same time. Halos flickered non-stop and attacked Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Suddenly Ling Xiao felt dizzy and disoriented. The power in his body dissipated uncontrollably. He was no longer in the state of fighting. It was as if he had lost his soul and was at the mercy of others. The 8-eyed night bat screamed and flew towards Ling Xiao again. Its mouth was covered with black liquid, revealing a row of deep fangs. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao directly into its belly. In the blink of an eye, the 8-eyed night bat appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ying Li looked from afar and was overjoyed. He knew how terrifying this holy beast was. "This time you should be dead." Ying Li shouted in joy as he healed his wounds. However, in the next moment he was stunned. He saw that when the eight-eyed night bat was about to swallow Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be swallowed, suddenly moved. A beam of light shot towards the eight-eyed night bat. Swoosh! Squeak! The beam of light instantly entered the eight-eyed night bat's big mouth, causing it to scream in a strange way. Ling Xiao woke up from his daze and quickly shot out several beams of purple and red light. The heaven flame could burn anything. The heaven flame had evolved to the point where it could threaten the existence of the incipient god realm. In other words, it could threaten the existence of a level 11 holy beast. The eight-eyed night bat was directly burned by the flame into its abdomen. It was immediately burned from the inside, and Ling Xiao added a few more flames on the outside. No matter how strong the eight-eyed night bat's defense was, it couldn't resist the burning of the flame inside its body. When it was caught off guard, it was hit several times on the outside. This time it was burning with desire. Ying Li's body shivered. He didn't even think about it and immediately turned around to escape. At this time, Ying Fu, who was fighting with Hu Yu, also heard the eight-eyed night bat's screams. He immediately saw the miserable state of the eight-eyed night bat, and his anger immediately surged. "Eight-eyed, you damn bastard, I'll kill you!" Ying Fu roared in fear. He no longer entangled himself with Hu Yu, and immediately shuttled through space towards the eight-eyed night bat. He wanted to help the eight-eyed night bat extinguish the fire first. In Ying Fu's heart, Ying Li's safety couldn't be compared to his eight-eyed night bat. After all, this eight-eyed night bat was a great help in killing many enemies. However, it was almost impossible for him to extinguish the heavenly fire. After all, he did not have another type of extreme water attribute energy to extinguish it. He could only watch helplessly as the eight-eyed night bat writhed and shrieked as it was incinerated into ashes. Ling Xiao also took advantage of the time when Ying Fu couldn't pay attention to him and took the lead to chase after Ying Li. His speed was much faster than Ying Li's. After all, Ying Li had already consumed a large amount of his divine power. It was almost impossible for him to escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. After catching up to him, he raised his ice and fire sword and cut his divine power into pieces. Taking advantage of the fact that his divine body hadn't recovered, Ling Xiao's soul power increased by the dragon phoenix divine hoop instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. A large amount of soul-locking curse directly attacked his god soul and controlled him in one fell swoop. Chapter 1490. Ying Li was a member of the Dark Shadow clan. They used to be the archenemy of the Soul clan, so they always knew how terrifying the Soul clan was. Especially after Ling Xiao appeared, the Dark Shadow clan became even more worried. Thus, they had to cultivate the Sea of Consciousness defense that they had abandoned for a long time. Only by strengthening the defense of the Sea of Consciousness could they avoid being killed instantly by the soul power attack of the Soul clan. This was a divine defensive technique that the ancestors of the Dark Shadow clan had created in the antiquity time. Although it couldn't completely block the soul power attacks of the soul race, it could buy them some time and reduce the damage they would suffer. It was just that this kind of magical effect could only be achieved when one's divine power was plentiful. Ying Li's god power had been drained by Ling Xiao, so the defense of his Sea of Consciousness couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the brutal attack of Ling Xiao's soul power, Ying Li's weakened god soul was directly tied up, making him unable to struggle. Eventually he could only be controlled by Ling Xiao. At this time, because of the death of the eight-eyed night bat, Ying Fu was enraged to the extreme. However, he was still terrifyingly calm. He wanted to vent his anger on Ling Xiao. He had to take Ling Xiao's head and take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Hu Yu was an Earth attribute warrior. He could stop Ying Fu for a while, but he couldn't catch up with Ying Fu's speed. He could only watch Ying Fu attack Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was trying his best to control Ying Li, so he didn't have time to care about Ying Fu's sneak attack. Just as Ying Fu's powerful attack was about to land on Ling Xiao's back, Ling Xiao finally managed to lock the soul-locking spell layer by layer. And he had exposed his flaw, so he couldn't avoid Ying Fu's attack. "You killed my eight-eyed night bat, die for me." Ying Fu attacked angrily. Countless wind blades mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. Rumble. Rumble. Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by such a terrifying force. Ying Fu was a mid-level supreme martial artist, and the power that he unleashed in anger was extremely terrifying. How could any low-level supreme martial artist withstand his attack? Moreover, he didn't stop after one attack, but continued to attack madly, as if he would only be satisfied when Ling Xiao was reduced to dust. Fortunately, Hu Yu caught up in time and stopped Ying Fu from continuing his attack. Otherwise he would not have stopped. However, Ying Fu felt that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, so he could deal with Hu Yu with peace of mind. Hu Yu was also a mid-level supreme being like him, but he was faster than Hu Yu. This gave him an absolute advantage. It was almost impossible for Hu Yu to attack him, but he could slowly wear down Hu Yu's defenses and finally kill him in one fell swoop. And because of Hu Yu's restraint, Ling Xiao finally had a chance to save his life. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a peak low-level ancient god weapon, but under the full attack of a mid-level supreme martial artist and incipient god realm expert, he couldn't withstand it. His divine body cracked and his internal organs were destroyed. If it weren't for the dragon phoenix divine hoop protecting his head wouldn't have been able to withstand this round of attacks. Once anyone's head was destroyed, they would die, and Ling Xiao was no exception. It could be said that the dragon phoenix divine hoop had saved his life again. Ling Xiao maintained a bit of consciousness and immediately let the injured Ying Li come to his side to protect him. Even if Ying Fu came to attack again, there would be someone to stop him. Ling Xiao's recovery speed was extremely fast, much faster than ordinary low-level supreme beings. After all, he had the ancient emperor divine technique, so his divine power could circulate much faster than ordinary people. However, this mid-level supreme being's attack made him feel afraid, and it also made him understand clearly that the gap between him and a mid-level supreme being was really big. Fortunately, I caught 2 puppets earlier, or else it would be really troublesome, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Indeed, when controlling others, Ling Xiao was at his most defenseless, or else Ying Fu wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries, and let Ying Li take a divine pellet to recover his divine power. Then he began to encircle and kill Ying Fu. If he wanted to kill Ying Fu now, it would be as easy as blowing off dust because he had 2 ways to kill Ying Fu. One way was to directly use soul power to attack Ying Fu. Even if he couldn't kill Ying Fu instantly, he could still affect him and let Hu Yu kill him. The other way was to take out the divine Bodhi Bao and shoot Ying Fu to death. After all, the divine Bodhi Bao was a mid-level ancient god artifact, but its divine power was not inferior to any high-level ancient god artifact. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him completely. He wanted to keep Ying Fu by his side just like how he controlled Ying Li. This was a mid-level supreme being, and to him he was definitely a powerful puppet guard. Ling Xiao split into 2 and raised all his strength to the peak. His real body carried the ice and fire sword, while his divine soul carried the golden dragon spear, and together with Hu Yu they surrounded Ying Fu. Hu Yu could only defend and not counterattack now that Ying Fu was bombarded by Ying Fu. He was a heavy defensive type while Ying Fu was a speed type, and with the help of the shadow secret technique, Hu Yu was naturally more restricted. With Ling Xiao joining the battle, everything became different. Although his strength was 1 level lower than theirs, he was absolutely not afraid of fighting them head-on. Moreover, with the increase in the strength of his divine soul doppelganger, he had the power to fight them head-on. Sneak attack this empress, and enjoy the feast this empress has prepared for you, Ling Xiao roared. Both his real body and doppelganger used all their strength to attack Ying Fu together with Hu Yu. Ying Fu was horrified. He had just heavily injured Ling Xiao and thought that he would die without a doubt. Unexpectedly, there were suddenly 2 Ling Xiao in front of him, and their battle strength actually made him feel a strong sense of threat. With Hu Yu challenging him head-on, he finally felt a sense of fear. Even if he used a secret technique to hide, he was still found by Ling Xiao and it was useless. At the same time, Ying Fu also felt Ling Xiao's strong flames, which actually brought him a terrifying threat. If he touched it, it would absolutely be difficult to extinguish it. Ying Fu hesitated for a moment, then immediately made the decision to escape. The situation was stronger than he was. Ling Xiao, you can escape today, but if you don't escape tomorrow, our Dark Shadow clan will not rest until you are dead. Ying Fu left behind these ruthless words, ignoring Ying Li's life and death, directly shaking off the attacks of the 3 and fleeing at an extreme speed. Ling Xiao didn't expect Ying Fu to be so decisive. By the time he wanted to take out his divine Bodhi Bao and shoot, Ying Fu had already escaped far away. Even his aura had been hidden and he could no longer sense him. Ling Xiao frowned and sighed, what a pity. Then he looked back at Ying Li and smiled faintly, but, it's not over yet. As Ling Xiao finished, Yingli looked at Ling Xiao, nodded, and then dashed in Ying Fu's direction. After Yingli left, Ling Xiao didn't have time to recover his aura. He had to take the prodigal son away, because he knew that the Dark Shadow clan was much more intimidating than he had imagined. It wasn't the time to fight the Dark Shadow clan directly. Otherwise, he and the prodigal son would have to die without a place to hide. Because the Dark Shadow clan had contacted an ancestor who had wandered in outer space tens of thousands of years ago. That ancestor was a formidable existence on the Supreme God list. Although he was an incipient God realm expert ranked at the bottom of the Supreme God list, he absolutely had the competence of a high-level Supreme expert. Moreover, it had been so many years. As he could come back from outer space, he must have had a big harvest. His competence must have advanced further. With Ling Xiao's current competence, it was impossible to kill the Dark Shadow clan in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao had never thought that the Dark Shadow clan's foundation would be so formidable. They had concealed themselves so well because they wanted to have a brilliant move to amaze the world and return to the ranks of the strong ancient clans. If he hadn't learned this from Ying Li's memory, he would have made a wrong move, which would have made him stay in Demon Soul City forever. He didn't have any trump cards to compete with existences at this level. What he needed to do now was to evacuate all the descendants of the Soul clan. Otherwise, once the others found them, they would be in danger of being exterminated. Ling Xiao didn't retrieve Hu Yu. Instead, he brought him back to the Demon Soul territory. In the Demon Soul territory, almost everyone had run away. It was like a dead city without any vitality. Not all of them had run away. Many of them weren't strong enough. They didn't have the guts to run away. Their legs had turned into jelly. Before this, the Dark Shadow clan had sent out many God Kings to save the others. They also wanted to kill the 2 guards on the city wall. However, those King God Realm experts couldn't rescue them. They were dragged into the space slits and disappeared from the Heaven territory forever. Killing people without spilling blood was the most terrifying technique. The Dark Shadow clan seemed to recognize that the man in front of them was at the incipient God Realm. They didn't send more people to rescue them. It seemed like they had given up on their fellows hanging on the city wall. Actually, the Dark Shadow clan was waiting for a chance. When Ling Xiao was captured, the 2 guards in front of them would die. However, before they could come back, Ling Xiao had brought someone else back. Ying Fu and Ying Li did not descend from here. Instead, they flew to another direction before returning to the clan. Boss, you're back. Just now, another group of reckless fellows came to die. Too bad that not many of them came. I haven't taken action yet. The spoiled brat was excited as he talked to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the spoiled brat liked to fight. However, it wasn't the time to show off. Kill them all. Go now, ordered Ling Xiao. As the Dark Shadow clan had suffered such a blow, someone would summon stronger experts to come out of seclusion. At that time, it would be another fierce battle. Shi Yan couldn't let anything unexpected happen. The prodigal could feel Ling Ji's seriousness. He nodded and immediately wiped a handful of flames on the people who were being hung up, sending them to the Western Paradise. Chapter 1491. The Dark Shadow clan lived in a place with good geomancy not far from Demon Soul City. This place was the ancestral land of the Dark Shadow clan, which was pretty close to the Soul clan's ancestral land. It was also the reason why the Dark Shadow clan and the Soul clan had a lot of conflicts. The Dark Shadow clan's territory wasn't smaller than any Superforce's territory. It was even bigger. The warriors of the Dark Shadow clan stayed here to rest. Even if they went out to explore, they wouldn't use their real identities. They were the existences of the hidden forces. They didn't want to expose their identities or their forces. Although they were called the hidden forces, they weren't completely isolated from the world. At least the Demon Soul clan was their base. They just gathered all of their forces and tried their best to develop and strengthen them. They hoped that one day, they could revive the mighty prestige of the Dark Shadow clan. Today, in the important place of the Dark Shadow clan, there were some incipient God Realm experts gathered, who said that the Dark Shadow clan had only 2 incipient God Realm experts. It was just a cover that the Dark Shadow clan had shown to the public. They hadn't shown their real power yet. After Ying Fu and Ying Li came back, these supreme experts got out of their seclusion. Of course, the chief of the previous generation of the Dark Shadow clan was sitting in the main seat. He was a peak of middle-level Great Realm expert. His cultivation base was definitely one of the best in this place. He angrily shouted, "This is going too far. This little bastard dared to cause trouble in the Demon Soul clan's territory, but he still managed to escape. Yingfu Yingli, what the hell are you doing? Yingfu's face turned livid as he said, Patriarch, that boy is too strange. Not only does he have helpers around him, but he can also create clones of flesh and blood. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. My 8 eyes was also killed by that boy. Yingli also said, although my god body has recovered, I won't be able to advance any further in a short time. His god body had exploded many times, which would damage his foundation severely. He would also lose a lot of essence blood. On the surface, it looked like nothing had happened. However, there were hidden injuries. If he couldn't adjust his breathing, he would have to stop at this level. This little bastard is just a new great master. How could he have such strong competence and helpers? Is he an elder that Kim people sent to protect him? Said the chief of the Dark Shadow clan indignantly. At this moment, the strongest incipient god realm expert here said gloomily, I heard that he's the first supreme alchemist in our territory. It's not strange that he has a protector at this level. He paused for a moment before continuing, I just want to know why our race has made such a person our enemy. Only by understanding the root cause can we solve this problem. This man's power wasn't less than the old chief of the Dark Shadow clan because he was the great elder of the previous 2 generations. His competence was even stronger than the old chief. After that, the current chief of the Dark Shadow clan reported to the other ancestors. He didn't dare to conceal anything. So it's because of Xiao Ao that the little bastard has a grudge against our clan? The great elder of the previous 2 generations said discontentedly. It's been a long time. Our clan has lost some elders. Dozens of years have passed, but he hasn't troubled our clan. Perhaps it's a coincidence that Ing Yong Gao's son captured that bastard's disciple and forced his disciple's wife to die. That's why he's so enraged. Explained the current chief of the Dark Shadow clan. He didn't want to shoulder all of this trouble on Ing Ao. Ing Ao was his youngest son. Everybody here knew that these 2 incidents were related. Anyway, the Dark Shadow clan had offended Ling Xiao first. And now they were interested in Ling Xiao's dragon and phoenix god hoop. Thus, the other clans had to take action against him. Today they just added the old and new grudges to settle the score with the Dark Shadow clan. However, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. 2 incipient god realm experts had attacked him, but they had to run away. They knew how serious this matter was. After they had analyzed the situation, no matter how the conflict with Ling Xiao had started, they would never let go of Ling Xiao. They decided not to pay any price to deal with Ling Xiao. They sent someone to contact the other ancient clans. Eventually, they dragged the Demon Tiger tribe into this mess because the Demon Tiger tribe used to fight against the Soul clan. They also valued the dragon and phoenix god hoop a lot. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe had a deep grudge against the Kim people. While they were discussing these things, they didn't know that Ying Li's eyes had a flash of sharp light. Shortly after, it disappeared. At the same time, Ling Xiao had taken his prodigal son and left Demon Soul City. However, he didn't go to the Soul clan's descendants. Quite the contrary, he went in the opposite direction. Of course, he didn't want the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan to know where he was heading. If the Dark Shadow clan found out the location of the Soul clan's descendants, it would be dangerous. He had to be careful and cautious. He couldn't afford to be careless again. Ling Xiao chose a mountain range to land. After he had opened a cave mansion, he immediately summoned Yun Tian. He had to get him out. His competence was too low. He couldn't endure the power of the parasol fruit. If he didn't channel the excess energy out of his body, he wouldn't be reborn. Instead, he would explode and his soul would scatter. Yun Tian had already recovered his boundless vitality. His clothes had been completely burned by the excess fiery energy. His muscles were extremely red, like a ferocious soldering iron. Surging energy flowed through his veins as if they were going to burst at any time. Arg! Yun Tian clutched the ground with both of his hands. He screamed unceasingly. He looked like he was in so much pain. Yun Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Moss. Master, I'm so hot. I can't bear it. Tiana, endure it. Guard your mind. Don't let the demons disturb you. I'm coming to help you. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. His hand grabbed Yun Tian's head. As Ling Xiao shouted, his hand grabbed Yun Tian's head. A suction force was generated, forcefully sucking the excess energy out of Yun Tian's body. With Ling Zhao's intervention, Yun Tian's power was quickly divided, and his condition was immediately suppressed and alleviated. The red color of his entire body slowly faded, and the visible meridians also slowly disappeared under his skin. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Tian's aura stabilizing. He immediately retracted his hand and said, "Tenor, guard your head. Clear all the veins and acupuncture points. Return all the energy to one." It was unknown if Yun Tian heard Ling Zhao's words. He closed his eyes and curled up on the ground. He still entered the final moment of rebirth in a strange way. Ling Xiao retreated to the side and stood silently by Yun Tian's side. He seemed to be lucky. If he hadn't sensed Yun Tian's situation, he wouldn't have known that something had happened to Yun Tian. He thought that he would be able to rebirth naturally by consuming the parasol fruit. However, he'd overlooked the gap in Yun Tian's cultivation. The vast energy he'd absorbed earlier still made him feel that it was enormous. As expected of an exalted grade divine object, Ling Xiao had entered a state as well. He refined the absorbed energy for his own use. He couldn't waste it. The energy of the parasol fruit was rather vast. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to rebirth a person. Yun Tian was only at the half-saint realm. He wouldn't even be able to digest a third of the energy of a divine object of this level. Moreover, he'd already wasted quite a bit of it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had discovered it in time and taken action. He was able to absorb half of the parasol fruit's energy into his body. This was just pure energy. It wouldn't have the power of nirvana anymore. After all, it had already been filtered by Yun Tian's body. As a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert, Ling Xiao could still feel the enormous energy. It was obvious that it was quite useful to him. The master and disciple both entered a state of cultivation in this cave mansion. They were doing different kinds of strengthening. Several days later, Ling Xiao woke up a step earlier than Yun Tian. His power had actually reached the middle level of low-level supreme incipient god realm. Although it was just a small advancement, the energy it contained was definitely much stronger than before. It was equivalent to many years of ascetic cultivation of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would be able to absorb a part of the parasol fruit's energy after saving Yun Tian's life. He was really excited. After all, he had wanted to eat a parasol fruit to increase his power quickly. However, the best way to use the parasol fruit was to bring himself back to life. Only then would it achieve the best magical effect. Therefore, he was also waiting for a chance. If he was really injured and couldn't survive, perhaps he could use this parasol fruit to undergo a nirvana transformation. Now it seemed like he didn't need to do that anymore. After all, he was very satisfied with his powerful and perfect body. He felt that he didn't need to take the risk of undergoing a nirvana transformation to increase his power. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian beside him. He didn't know when he had turned into a fire cocoon. Clusters of powerful energy wrapped around him and helped him undergo the final nirvana transformation. This process was very dangerous. No mistakes were allowed. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would definitely die. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had absorbed the excess energy in Yun Tian's body in advance. Otherwise, forget about forming a cocoon, he would have died here. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Tenor, Master will definitely not let you grow alone in the future. After going through some storms, you need to see the rainbow to understand more. If it's always a storm, not everyone can endure it." He had made up his mind to bring Yun Tian back to the Dragon Gate and train him well. As for the soul race, he had to make new arrangements. He couldn't let them live with their enemies. If they were impulsive and exposed their identities, everything would be in vain. After all, the descendants of the soul race were too weak. They had to have a strong force to protect them. That was the most suitable method. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the fire cocoon started to move.